Section 1 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pamela Nagami, M.D. A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 2, by Mandell, Creighton. Book 2. The Council of Constance, 1414 to 1418, Chapter 4, John Huss in Bohemia, 1398 to 1414, Part 1. John Huss was born of humble parents in the little village of Hussite in 1369, and rose by his talents and his industry to high fame in the University of Prague. There he began to teach in 1398, and with his friend Nicholas of Litomyshl founded a philosophic school on the basis of the philosophical writings of Wycliffe. From Wycliffe's philosophy he advanced to Wycliffe's theology, which seemed to find an echo in his own moral nature. From the first, however, he saw the dangers to which the acceptance of Wycliffe's teaching was likely to lead. "O Wycliffe, Wycliffe," he exclaimed in a sermon, "you will trouble the heads of many." Nor was the influence of Huss confined only to academic circles. One of the marks of the religious activity produced by the preaching of Milic was the foundation in Prague, by a wealthy burgher, of a chapel called Bethlehem, for the purpose of procuring for the Czechs sermons in their native tongue. The nomination of Huss as priest of the chapel of Bethlehem in 1402 gave him the means of appealing forcibly to the popular mind. Huss summed up in his own person all the political and religious aspirations of the Czechs, and gave them clear, forcible expression in his sermons. Sprung from the people, he maintained that Bohemia ought to be for the Bohemians, as Germany was for the Germans, and France for the French. Of pure and austere life, his countenance bore the traces of constant self-denial, and his loftiness of purpose lent force to his words. From the time that he undertook the chapel of Bethlehem, he devoted himself to the work of popular preaching, and his penetrating intelligence, his clearness of expression, his splendid eloquence, made his sermons produce a more lasting impression than the more impassioned harangues of Conrad, or the more mystical and imaginative discourses of Milic. He exactly expressed the thoughts that were surging in the minds of the people, and gave them definiteness and form. It was clear that Huss was not merely a popular preacher. He threatened to become the founder of a new school of religious thought. At first, Huss followed in the same lines as his predecessors, and strove to bring about a moral reformation of the Church by means of the existing authorities. The feebleness of the Archbishop of Prague, his death, and a long vacancy in the see left the ground open for the Wycliffite teachers. But in 1403 a reaction set in. The office of rector of the university passed by rotation from the Bohemians to the Germans, and it was proposed to affirm in Bohemia the acts of the Council of London in 1382, which condemned the writings of Wycliffe. It was a great matter for the opponents of the reforming party to be able to identify their teaching with that of one who had been already condemned for heresy. Though the reforming movement in Bohemia had an independent existence, it borrowed its principles from England with remarkable docility. Wycliffe's writings supplied the philosophical basis which was wanting in Bohemia, and Huss was willing to be judged as a pupil of the great English philosopher and divine. A German master of the university, John Hübner, laid before the chapter of Prague the 24 articles of Wycliffe's teaching condemned by the Synod of London, and added 21 of his own discovery. These 45 articles were submitted to the university on May 28, 1403. Wycliffe's followers contented themselves with protesting that the articles were not to be found in Wycliffe's writings. But after some warm discussion, the majority condemned the articles laid before them, and a decree was passed that no member of the university was to teach them either in public or in private. This decree of the university, however, produced no effect. The new Archbishop of Prague, Zbigniew, was no theologian, and was attracted by the earnestness of Huss. The clerical party had no hope of help from him, and applied directly to Innocent VII, who in 1405 addressed to the archbishop a monition to greater diligence in rooting out the errors and heresy of Wycliffe. Little, however, was done in this direction, perhaps owing to the influence of Huss, who was so trusted by the archbishop that he requested him to bring before his notice any defects of ecclesiastical discipline which, in his opinion, needed correction. Moreover, the position of Huss as confessor to Queen Sophia gave him considerable influence at court, and Wenzel was so indignant at the refusal of Innocent VII, and afterwards of Gregory XII, to recognize him as emperor, that he had no objection to see a more independent ecclesiastical party establishing itself in his kingdom. But affairs soon destroyed this agreement between Huss and the archbishop and court. Zbigniew was beginning to be exercised in his mind at the frequent discussions about the Eucharist, and in 1406 published a pastoral defining what he considered to be the true doctrine. The preparations for the Council of Pisa exercised a great influence over Wenzel, who hoped to secure from the council, or the council's pope, a recognition of his imperial title, but saw that for this end he must be ready to purge his kingdom of its reputation for heresy. In May 1408, the condemned opinions of Wycliffe were read over to a congregation of the Bohemian nation of the university, and lectures or disputations on the words of Wycliffe were forbidden. Some of the Bohemian masters were tried for heresy before the archbishop's court, and a letter of Huss to the archbishop, couched in lofty tones of moral remonstrance, besought him not to punish the lowly priests, who were striving to do their duty in preaching the gospel, when there were so many of their accusers who were given up to avarice and luxury. From this time a breach was made between Huss and the archbishop, which went on increasing. The archbishop, however satisfied with his victory for the present, declared in a provincial synod on July 17, 1408, that no heretics were to be found in his diocese. He ordered all the books of Wycliffe to be burned, and enjoined on the clergy to preach transubstantiation to the people. The questions raised by the schism of the papacy gave Huss and his party unexpected help. Wenzel was desirous to have his kingdom cleared of the charge of heresy, that he might more decidedly take part in the negotiations about the summons of the Council of Pisa. He was ill-disposed to Gregory XII, who carried out his predecessor's policy and continued to recognize Rupert as king of the Romans. Wenzel was urged by the French court to join in the Council of Pisa, and on November 24th wrote to the cardinals that he was willing to do so, provided his ambassadors were received as those of the king of the Romans. Meanwhile, he wished to withdraw from the allegiance of Gregory XII and declare neutrality within his kingdom. The reforming party naturally hoped for some changes in their favour from a council, and supported the king's desire. Archbishop Zbigniew and the Orthodox party opposed it. When the king appealed to the University of Prague, the Bohemians were on his side. The Germans sided with the archbishop. The question of the neutrality drew together the Bohemian masters in the university. Many who had combated Huss as a heretic were now with him. The king's anger gave the Bohemian academic party an opportunity of gaining a triumph over their German adversaries. A deputation, of whom Huss was one, represented to the king the grievances of the Bohemians, who had only one vote in the university, while the Germans had 3. They urged that the Bohemian masters had increased in number, while the Germans had diminished. In learning, as well as in numbers, the Bohemians were at least equal to the Germans. While they were young, they were content to be in bondage. But now the fullness of time was come, when they need no longer be regarded as servants, but heirs of all that the original foundation of Charles IV had meant to bestow upon them. The cause of the Bohemian masters was warmly applauded by some of Wenzel's favourites, and also by the ambassadors of France. On January 18th, 1409, the king issued an angry decree that it was unjust that the Germans, who were foreigners, should have 3 votes, and the true heirs of the kingdom only 1. He ordered that henceforth the Bohemians should have 3 votes, and the Germans 1. On January 22nd, he published a decree renouncing the obedience of Gregory XII. The Czechs were triumphant. Huss in a sermon openly thanked God for this victory over the Germans. Popular excitement ran high, and the Germans in vain strove to resist. They declared that they would leave the university rather than obey. They refused to elect any officials, and when the king nominated them by royal authority, the German masters carried their threat into execution and left Prague. According to the most moderate computation, 2,000 are said to have departed, leaving but scanty remnants behind. This hasty, passionate step of Wenzel was the destruction of the European importance of the University of Prague, and was a decisive moment in the intellectual development of Germany. The emigrant masters formed a new university at Leipzig, and many of them went to the young universities of Germany. Henceforth there was no great centre of learning in Germany, and a powerful bond of national union was lost, but the loss was counterbalanced by the vigorous growth of scattered universities, which leavened more thoroughly with the traditions of learning the mass of the German people. The importance of Prague as one of the great cities of the world began to decline, and the strife of Germans and Czechs was no longer to be contested, when it could most surely have been healed in the bloodless sphere of academic disputation. More immediate consequences followed on this decree of Wenzel. He had wished only to pave the way to his adhesion to the Council of Pisa. He kindled into a flame the smouldering spirit of the Bohemian people, and did much to identify the nation with the cause of ecclesiastical reform. This great national victory was also a victory for the reformers, but it was won at a heavy cost. The enemy was baffled, not crushed. The emigrant masters were dispersed throughout Germany, filled with hatred of their victorious rivals. They spread far and wide the story of their woes. They painted in the blackest colours the wickedness, the impiety of the Bohemians. When we seek afterwards for the causes which led Germany to pour its crusading bands upon the Bohemian land, we may find it in the bitterness which the woes of the emigrant students carried into all quarters. Meanwhile, Wenzel was satisfied with the results of his measure, and its meaning was clearly shown by the election of Huss as the first rector of the mutilated university. The cardinals and the Council of Pisa received Wenzel's ambassadors, disavowed Rupert, and restored to Wenzel in the eyes of Christendom his lofty position as King of the Romans. When the Council's Pope had been duly elected, on Wenzel would naturally devolve the duty of securing his universal recognition. But Wenzel found, with shame, that he was powerless even in his own land. Archbishop Zbigniew refused to recognize Alexander V, and was supported by the clergy. He even laid Prague under an interdict. Wenzel replied by confiscating the goods of those clergy who joined the archbishop in withdrawing from Prague. Ziebniek was driven to submit, and reluctantly acknowledged Alexander V. in September 1409. These events, however, kindled anew the animosity of the Bohemians against the clergy, and arrayed the court, the reformers, and the Bohemian people against the Germans and the clergy. The archbishop's mind became more and more exasperated against Huss, who had preached loudly in the king's behalf, and he prepared to wipe away in a conflict with Huss the discomfiture which he had undergone. Articles against Huss had already, before the end of 1408, been presented to the archbishop, complaining that he defamed the clergy in his sermons and brought them into contempt with the people. In 1409, new articles were presented, and Huss was summoned to answer before the archbishop's inquisitor to charges of defaming the clergy, speaking in praise of Wycliffe, and kindling contention between Germans and Bohemians. Huss does not seem to have appeared to answer to these charges. Indeed, a countercharge was raised against the archbishop in the papal court, and Alexander V., who can have felt little goodwill to Ziebniek, summoned him to answer to these charges. The summons, however, was soon countermanded, as the archbishop's envoys laid before the pope an account of ecclesiastical matters in Bohemia, and Alexander V. became impressed with the gravity of the situation. He issued a bull from Pistoia on December 20th, bidding the archbishop appoint a commission of 6 doctors, who were to purge his diocese of heresy, forbid the spread of Wycliffe's doctrines, and remove from the eyes of the faithful the books of Wycliffe. Appeals to the pope by those accused on any of these points were disallowed beforehand by the bull. End of section 1. Section 2 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 4. John Huss in Bohemia, 1398 to 1414, Part 2. When this bull was published in Prague, the reformers felt that for a time they must bow before the storm. Huss himself brought to the archbishop the books of Wycliffe which he possessed, with a request that Ziebniek would point out the errors which they contained, and he was ready to combat them in public. Ziebniek's commissioners contented themselves with reporting that Wycliffe's writings, which they specified by name, contained manifest heresy and error, and were to be condemned. Whereupon, on June 16th, 1410, the archbishop ordered the books to be burned, denounced Wycliffe's opinions, and prohibited all teaching in private places and chapels. Already on June 14th, the university had met and protested against the condemnation of the books of Wycliffe, asserting, as was true, that the archbishop and his commissioners had not had time to examine their contents. On June 20th, they renewed their protest, and Huss, seeing himself pushed to extremities, proceeded to a bold step in defiance of ecclesiastical authority. Alexander V. was dead, and there was a chance that his successor might be disposed to reconsider the Bohemian question. Disregarding the archbishop's decree, Huss again ascended the pulpit in his chapel of Bethlehem. Disregarding the bull of Alexander V., he appealed from a pope wrongly informed to a pope better informed. He called upon the people, he called upon his congregation to support him in the line which he resolved to pursue. He read the pope's bull, the archbishop's decree. He recalled the previous declaration of Ziebniek that there were no heretics in Bohemia. He declared the charges contained in the bull to be untrue. "They are lies. They are lies," exclaimed with one voice the congregation. "I have appealed, I do appeal," continued Huss, "against the archbishop's decrees. Will you be on my side?" We will, was the enthusiastic answer. Know then," he went on, "that since it is my duty to preach, my purpose stands to do so, or be driven beyond the earth, or die in prison. For man may lie, but God lies not. Think of this, ye who propose to stand by me, and have no fear of excommunication for joining in my appeal." The language of the appeal itself was equally resolute. The bull of Alexander V, it affirms, was surreptitiously obtained by Zbigniew on false grounds. Its authority came to an end with Alexander's death, and Zbigniew's decrees were therefore invalid. As for Wycliffe's books, even if they contained some errors, theological students ought not to be prohibited from reading them. The archbishop's decree closing the chapels was an attempt to hinder the preaching of the gospel, and could not be obeyed. For we must obey God rather than men in things which are necessary for salvation. The decisive step of a breach with the ecclesiastical system had now been taken. Huss asserted, as against authority, the sanction of the individual conscience, and he called on those who thought with him to array themselves on his side. Huss had stepped from the position of a reformer to that of a revolutionist. Zbigniew was not slow to take up the challenge. Wenzel in vain strove to arrange a compromise. On July 16th, the archbishop gathered the clergy round him, and in solemn state burned 200 volumes of Wycliffe's writings, which had been surrendered to him. The Te Deum was chanted during the ceremony, and all the church bells in Prague rang out a joyous peal in honour of the event. 2 days afterwards, Zbigniew excommunicated Huss and all who joined in his appeal as disobedient and impugners of the Catholic faith. If by these strong measures Zbigniew hoped to overawe the people, he was entirely mistaken. Epigrams on the man who burned the books he had not read passed from mouth to mouth. Songs declared that it was done to spite the Czechs. When the archbishop came in state to the cathedral door, accompanied by 40 clergy, to pronounce the excommunication against Huss, the uproar of the people forced him to retire for safety into the church. Wenzel, though hostile to the archbishop, found it necessary to interfere, and in a high-handed way devised a compromise. Libellous songs were prohibited on pain of death. The archbishop was ordered to pay back to the owners of the books he had burned their value, and to withdraw his excommunication. When he hesitated, his revenues were seized for the purpose. Wenzel also wrote to Pope John XXIII, asserting that Bohemia was free from heresy, and begging him to revoke the bull of Alexander V, which had produced nothing but mischief and ill feeling. But the archbishop had forestalled the king at the papal court. He had sent Huss's appeal and a statement of his own case. John XXIII referred the matter to Cardinal Odo Colonna, afterwards Pope Martin V, who lost no time in making his decision. In a letter dated from Bologna, August 24th, he enjoined the archbishop to proceed according to the bull of Alexander V, and, if necessary, to call in the secular arm to his aid. Huss was summoned to appear personally at the papal court to answer for himself. This letter reached Prague soon after Wenzel's letter to the Pope had been dispatched. The archbishop triumphed, but Wenzel felt himself personally aggrieved, and wrote again to the Pope, asserting that there was no ground of fear for the religious condition of his kingdom. He took Huss under his personal protection, begged the Pope to withdraw his summons, confirm the privileges of the chapel of Bethlehem, and allow Huss to continue in peace his useful ministrations. The friends of Huss gathered round him and loudly declared that they would not suffer him to be exposed to the perils of a journey to Rome through lands that were filled with his bitter enemies. But John XXIII naturally thought that opinions reflecting on the luxury worldly lives and evil living of the clergy ought not to be allowed free scope. In spite of Wenzel's remonstrances, Huss was declared by Cardinal Colonna contumacious for not appearing, and was pronounced excommunicated, February 1411. Political considerations, however, soon admonished John XXIII to pay more heed to Wenzel's requests. The death of Jobst of Moravia, January 17, 1411, left the title of King of the Romans in the hands of one or other of the brothers, Wenzel or Sigismund. Sigismund was still an adherent of Gregory XII, and John XXIII felt that it would not be wise to drive Wenzel to join his brother. Moreover, he hoped for Wenzel's aid in bringing over Sigismund to his own obedience. He therefore resolved to procrastinate in the matter of Huss, and transferred the cause from the hands of Cardinal Colonna to those of a new commission, which allowed the matter to stand over. The sentence of excommunication against Huss was not rescinded, and the archbishop ordered it to be promulgated in Prague. Little attention was paid to it, and Zbigniew, already infuriated by the seizure of his goods to pay for the books which he had burnt, laid Prague under an interdict. Wenzel, in great wrath, drove out the priests, who, in obedience to the archbishop, refused to perform the services and seized their goods. The nobles were always ready to stand by the king when they could lay hands on the property of the clergy, whose riches they looked upon with a jealous eye. Zbigniew, who hoped by his extreme measure to strike terror into Wenzel and the people, found himself entirely mistaken. With the example of John of Jenstein before his eyes, he did not think it wise to exasperate the king further, or to trust to the Pope for help in extremities. Most probably John XXIII privately advised him to make peace with the king. At all events, he agreed to submit his disputes with Huss and the university to arbiters appointed by Wenzel, who gave their decision July 6th, that the archbishop should submit to the king, should write to the Pope saying that there were no heresies in Bohemia, and that the disputes between himself and the university were at an end, that all excommunications should be recalled, and all suits suspended. The king, on his side, was to do all he could to check the growth of error, and was to restore all benefices taken from the clergy. To this Zbigniew was forced to consent, but the letter to the Pope, though written, was never sent. Before the disputed points could be practically arranged, Zbigniew died on September 28, 1411. He was a man of blameless life and high character. Huss sincerely regretted his death, and honoured him for his attempts to reform the lives and morals of the clergy. He had been his friend in the early part of his episcopate, and Huss considered the persecution of himself as due to the archbishop's advisers, not to himself. The new archbishop, Albic, was an old man who knew and cared little about theology. He was Wenzel's physician, and was of an easy disposition, rich and avaricious. Nothing but the dread of Wenzel's displeasure drove him to accept the office of archbishop. Under him it seemed as though peace would be again restored, and there was quiet for a while. Huss, however, had, unknown to himself, drifted far away from the old ecclesiastical system. His conscience had become more sensitive, and his feeling that he must guard against offending the conscience of others had become more intense. Hitherto he had raised the voice of moral reproach against the abuses of the clergy. Occasion soon drove him to raise the same protest against the abuses of the Papacy itself. John XXIII, in his struggles against Ladislas, appealed to Christendom for help. He issued bulls of excommunication, proclaimed a crusade, promised indulgences to the faithful who took part in it, and sent commissioners to stir up their zeal. The papal legate in Bohemia for this purpose, Wenzeltiem, Dean of Passau, was not wanting in energy. 3 chests were put up in public places to receive contributions. Indulgences were preached in the marketplace, and those who had no money might pay in kind. The parish clergy were enlisted in the legate's service, and used the confessional as a means of extorting money. There was nothing new in this, nothing exceptionally scandalous. Yet it set the whole nature of Huss in revolt. He denounced the crusade as opposed to Christian charity. He vehemently attacked the methods by which money was being raised. In vain the theological faculty of the university dissented from him, pointing out that it was, and had been for centuries, the belief of Christendom that the Pope could give remission of sins, and that he was justified in calling on the faithful to help him in time of need. In spite of all the efforts of the university to prevent it, Huss held a public disputation against the Pope's bull on June 7th, 1412. Huss, in his argument, discussed the 2 questions of the validity of indulgences and the justice of a crusade. While admitting the priestly power of absolution, he urged that its efficacy depended on the true repentance of him who received it, and that God only knew who was predestined to salvation. Neither priest nor pope could grant privileges contrary to the law of Christ. In following the example of Christ could salvation most surely be obtained. Huss's subtle arguments met with many answers, but his fiery scholar, Jerome of Prague, by a storm of eloquence, so carried away the younger scholars that they escorted him in triumph home. In the general excitement, the noisiest and least thoughtful spirits, as usual, took the lead. One of the king's favourites, Voke of Waldstein, organized a piece of buffoonery, which was meant to be a reprisal for the burning of Wycliffe's books 2 years before. A student, dressed as a courtesan, was seated in a cart with the Pope's bull fastened round his neck. Surrounded by a motley throng, the car was drawn through the city to the Neustadt, where the bull was burnt. June 24th, 1412. End of section 2. Section 3 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 4. John Huss in Bohemia, 1398 to 1414, Part 3. Wenzel was naturally indignant at this uproar, and ordered the magistrates of the city to punish with death those who spoke against the indulgences. On Sunday, July 10th, 1412, 3 young men of the lower orders were apprehended for having cried out in churches that the indulgences were a lie. In vain, Huss, accompanied by 2,000 students, pleaded before the magistrates in behalf of the prisoners. Their fault, he said, was his. If anyone was to suffer, it was himself. The magistrates gave him a fair answer, but a few hours afterwards, on Monday afternoon, the 3 prisoners were brought out for execution, surrounded by armed men. A vast crowd followed the procession in solemn silence. When the executioner proclaimed, "All who do like them must expect their punishment," many voices exclaimed that they were ready to do and suffer the same. A band of students took possession of the 3 corpses, and chanting the martyr's psalm, Isti sunt sancti, bore them to the chapel of Bethlehem, where they were solemnly buried. The first blood had been shed in the religious strife in Bohemia. The Reformation had won its first martyrs. Huss declared in a sermon that he would not part with their bodies for thousands of gold and silver. The opponents of Huss felt that he could not be silenced by means of the university, where a large majority was on his side. They accordingly had recourse to the royal authority, and asked Wenzel to forbid the teaching of the 45 Articles taken from the writings of Wycliffe, which had been condemned in 1408. To these were added 6 new articles bearing on the present disturbance, condemning the opinion that priestly absolution was not in itself effectual, but merely declaratory, and the opinion that the Pope might not ask for subsidies in his temporal needs. Wenzel forbade under pain of banishment the teaching of any of these condemned articles, but refused to go further and prohibit from preaching those who were accused as prime causes of the late disturbance. Not content with the aid of the king, the clergy of Prague also complained to the Pope. John XXIII, naturally incensed at the news of this defiance offered in Bohemia to his authority, handed over the trial of Huss to Cardinal Annibaldi, who lost no time in pronouncing against Huss the greater excommunication if within 20 days he did not submit to the Church. None were to speak to him or receive him into their houses. The offices of the Church were to cease when he was present, and the sentence against him was to be solemnly read in all churches in Bohemia every Sunday. Nor was this all. By a second decree, all the faithful were required to seize the person of Huss and deliver him to the Archbishop of Prague or the Bishop of Litomyshl to be burned. His chapel of Bethlehem was to be levelled with the ground. The denunciations of the Papacy have never been lacking in severity, but they have rarely been carried at once into effect. Huss appealed from the Pope to Jesus Christ, the true head of the Church. It was a curious piece of formalism to maintain himself still within the communion of the Church. His foes were ready to proceed against him. So long as he was in Prague, the interdict was rigidly observed by the clergy. But the resolute attitude of his friends portended a bloody conflict. Wenzel interfered to prevent it, and prevailed on Huss, for the sake of keeping the peace, to leave Prague for a time. He promised to do his utmost to reconcile him with the clergy. Huss obeyed the royal request, though with a feeling that he was forsaking his post, and left Prague in December 1412. Wenzel was genuinely anxious to have things amicably settled, and appointed a commission with the archbishop at its head to draw up the terms of a reconciliation. But when once theological disputes arise, every step towards a formal agreement is keenly criticized. The representatives of the university theologians objected to be called in the preamble a party. They declared that they expressed the opinions of the Church. They defined the Church as that whose present head was Pope John XXIII, and whose body was the cardinals, and the opinions of that Church must be obeyed in all concerning the Catholic faith. The friends of Huss were willing to accept this with the addition, as far as a good and faithful Christian ought. The 4 doctors who represented the university objected, and protested against the commissioners. Wenzel regarded them as throwing wilful hindrances in the way of his project of peace, and angrily banished them from his kingdom. This victory of the followers of Huss was followed by a political triumph that was of still greater importance. The strength of Huss's party in Prague lay in the Bohemians, and the strength of the Orthodox party lay in the German middle class. Prague consisted of 3 separate municipalities. On the left bank of the Moldau lay the Old Town and the New Town. On the right bank of the Moldau, the Little Town, nestled round the cathedral and the royal palace of the Hradschin. In the New Town, the Czechs were in a majority, but in the Old Town, the municipal council was chiefly in the hands of the well-to-do Germans, which accounts for the vigour displayed by the magistracy in suppressing all objections to the sale of indulgences. In late years the struggle of Germans and Czechs had been bitter within the Old Town, and Wenzel, in pursuit of his pacific policy, ordered on October 21st, 1413, that henceforth the names of 25 Germans and 25 Bohemians be submitted to him, from whom he would choose 18, 9 from each nation, who should constitute the council. From this time the superiority of the Germans was broken, and they no longer had the government of the old town in their hands. Wenzel's repressive measures produced external peace for a time. Huss in his exile spread his opinions still more widely through the land. Tractates and addresses to the people flowed unceasingly from his pen, as well as his great treatise De Ecclesia. Freed from the excitement which had constantly attended his last 6 years in Prague, the literary activity of Huss was now unimpeded. Nor must Huss be regarded only as a controversialist. He was the great framer of the Bohemian tongue. He adapted the Roman alphabet more fully to the expression of the Czech sounds, and the orthography which Huss introduced exists up to this day in Bohemia. He was, moreover, anxious for the purity of the Czech language, reproved the citizens of Prague for their combination of German and Czech, and was, in his own writings and speech, a linguistic purist. In his treatise De Ecclesia, Huss expresses most clearly his opinions, though it is not as a thinker that Huss owes his chief claim to the consideration of after times. His strength lay in his moral rather than in his intellectual qualities. His opinions were not logically developed as were those of Wycliffe, but for that very reason they awakened a louder echo amongst his hearers. Huss was deeply impressed with the abuses of the ecclesiastical system, which were everywhere apparent. He was above all things a preacher, bent upon awakening men to a new spiritual life, and keenly sensitive to the difficulties thrown in his way by the failings and vices of the clergy. Huss had no wish to attack the system of the Roman Church, no wish to act in opposition to its established rules. He maintained conscientiously to the last that he was a faithful son of the Roman Church. But the necessity of attacking abuses led him on, step by step, to set up the law of Christ as superior to all other enactments, as sufficient in itself for the regulation of the Church. And this law of Christ he defined as the law of the gospel as laid down by Christ during the sojourn on earth of himself and the apostles. His adversaries at once pointed out that, starting from this principle, he maintained the right of each individual to interpret Scripture according to his own pleasure, and so introduced disorder into the Church. Besides this claim for the sufficiency of Scripture instead of ecclesiastical tradition, Huss, from his deep moral earnestness, adopted the Augustinian view of predestination and defined the true Church as the body of the elect. There were true Christians and false Christians. It was one thing to be in the Church and another thing to be of the Church. Those only were of the Church who by the grace of predestination were made members of Christ. The Pope was not the head of the Church, but was only the vicar of Peter, chief of the apostles. And the Pope was only vicar of Peter so far as he followed in the steps of Peter. Spiritual power was given, that those who exercised it might lead the people to imitate Christ. It is to be resisted if it hinders them in their duty. The Pope cannot claim an absolute obedience. His commands are to be obeyed only as being founded on the law of Christ, and if contrary thereto, ought to be resisted. No ecclesiastical censures ought to prevent a priest from fulfilling the commands of Christ, for he can reach the kingdom of heaven under the leadership of his master, Christ. We find in this much that reminds us of Wycliffe. But what Wycliffe reasoned out calmly, with a full sense of the difficulties involved in his view, Huss asserts with passionate earnestness. applying only so much of his principles as covers his own position at the time. The ideas of Huss were drawn from Wycliffe, and the conception of the Church as a purely spiritual body corresponded in many ways with the general tendencies of current opinion. The language of Huss might be paralleled on some points by the language of Gerson and d'Ailly. All who were anxious for reform, and saw that reform was hopeless through the Papacy, tended to criticize the papal power in the same strain. It is the strong personality of the writer that attracts us in the case of Huss. Everything he writes is the result of his own soul's experience, is penetrated with a deep moral earnestness, illumined by a boldness and a self-forgetfulness that breathes the spirit of the cry, "Let God be true and every man a liar." In this literary activity Huss spent his exile from Prague. He was in constant communication with his followers there, and his letters of encouragement to them in their trials, and of exhortation to approve their opinions by goodness of life, give us a touching picture of simple, earnest piety, rooted on a deep consciousness of God's abiding presence. These letters show us neither a fanatic nor a passionate party leader, but a man of childlike spirit, whose one desire was to discharge faithfully his pastoral duties and do all things as in the sight of God and not of man. Thus passed the year 1413. There was truce between the two parties in Bohemia, but both were eagerly expecting what the future might bring. John XXIII's council in Rome at the beginning of the year had condemned the writings of Wycliffe, but the proceedings of the council were too trivial to awaken much attention. But when the Council of Constance was first announced, both sides felt that it must have a decisive influence on the state of affairs in Bohemia. John was anxious to bring into prominence the Bohemian dispute. It was the one question that might stave off for a while any discussion of the reform of the Church. In fact, the Bohemian movement rested entirely upon a desire for reform. It put before Christendom one set of principles, one way of procedure which would make a thorough reform of the Church possible. Though John did not know much about theology, he knew enough about human nature to feel convinced that the principles of the Bohemian reformers would not commend themselves to the ecclesiastical hierarchy assembled in the council. He trusted that the difficulties which their discussions might raise would blunt the earnestness of the reformers in the council by identifying their cause with principles that were clearly subversive of the order of the Church. Sigismund, on his side, was urged by his vanity, as well as his self-interest, to use the prestige of a united Christendom to reduce into order Bohemia, of which, as his brother Wenzel was childless, he was the heir. Accordingly, he lost no time in negotiating with Huss that he should appear before the council and plead his own cause. He offered Huss his safe conduct, promised to procure him an audience before the council, and to afford him a safe return in case his matter was not decided to his satisfaction. Huss's friends besought him not to go. "Assuredly you will be condemned," they pleaded. They warned him not to trust too much to Sigismund's safe conduct. But Huss considered it his duty to go and make profession of his faith in spite of all dangers. He had not considered that he was called upon to risk his life in going before the Pope 2 years ago, but now he had a safe conduct against the perils of the journey, and had hopes of appearing before a competent and impartial tribunal. He set out on his journey to Constance on October 11th, 1414, amidst the sad forebodings of his friends. "God be with you," said a good shoemaker as he bade him farewell. "God be with you. I fear you will never come back." Huss was anxious to be in good time at the council, so he left Prague before he had received the promised safe conduct from Sigismund. He was escorted by 2 Bohemian barons, Wenzel of Duba and John of Clum, who were afterwards joined by a third, Henry of Latzenburg. On his journey, Huss sent before him into the various towns through which he passed public notices that he was going to Constance to clear himself of heresy, and that those who had any accusation against him should prepare to present it before the council. Everywhere he was received with respectful curiosity by the people, and in many cases by the clergy. The Germans no longer saw in Huss a national antagonist, but rather a religious reformer. They were willing to stand neutral until the council had pronounced its decision on his doctrines. On November 3rd, Huss entered Constance and took up his abode in the house of a good widow close to the Schnetzentor. His arrival was announced by John of Clum and Henry of Latzenburg to the Pope, who assured them that he wished to do nothing by violence. In the true style of a condottieri general, he said that even if Huss had killed his own brother, he should be safe in Constance. On November 3rd, Wenzel of Duba, who had ridden from Nuremberg to Sigismund, returned with the royal safe conduct, which ordered all men to give Huss free passage and allow him to stay or return at pleasure. In full confidence for the future, in the simple belief that a plain statement of his real opinions would suffice to clear away all misrepresentations, and that the truth would prevail, Huss awaited the opening of the council. He expected that Sigismund would arrive at Christmas, and that the council, if not dissolved before, would have finished all its business by Easter. End of section 3. Section 4 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 5. The Council of Constance and the Bohemian Reformers, 1414 to 1416, Part 1. From his lodging by the city wall, Huss looked out with surprise on the assembling of the council, on the pomp that signified the arrival of princes of the Church. But he had no enthusiasm in his heart. He saw only the vice and luxury that accompanied this gathering of the faithful. Would that you could see this council, he wrote afterwards to his Bohemian friends, which is called most holy and infallible. Truly you would see great wickedness, so that I have been told by Swabians that Constance could not in 30 years be purged of the sins which the council has committed in the city. Huss stayed quietly in his house, for he was still excommunicated, and the place where he lay under an interdict. The Pope sent him a message saying that the interdict was suspended, and that he was at liberty to visit the churches of Constance, but to avoid scandal he was not to be present at High Mass. Huss seemed to have made no use of this permission. He was busily employed at home in preparing for his defence. Meanwhile his enemies were actively engaged in poisoning the council against him. Chief among his opponents was the Bishop of Litomyzel and Michael of Nemicky-Brod, who had formerly been a priest in Prague, but had been appointed by the Pope Procurator de Causis Fidei, and from his office was generally called Michael de Causis. There too was Wenzel Thiem, anxious to avenge himself upon the man who had done such harm to his financing operations and the sale of indulgences. From the University of Prague came Stephen Palzia, who had formerly been a friend of Huss, but alarmed at Huss's action against the preaching of indulgences, had changed sides, and afterwards showed all a renegade's bitterness against his former leader. Huss complains that the Bohemians were his bitterest foes. They gave their own account of what had happened in Bohemia, brought Huss's writings to Constance, and interpreted his Bohemian works as they alone knew the language. Through the activity of these powerful opponents, Huss's cause was judged beforehand, and the only question which the council had before it was the method of his condemnation. It is difficult to see where Huss expected to find partisans in the council. The Pope and the cardinals had already declared themselves against him. England had abandoned Wycliffe, and was not likely to raise its voice in favour of Huss. France, in its distracted condition, brought its political animosities to the council, and was not likely to lend help to one whose principles were subversive of political order. Already the ecclesiastical reformers of the University of Paris had taken steps to cut themselves off from all connection with those of Prague. In May 1414, Gerson wrote to Conrad, the new Archbishop of Prague, exhorting him to root out the Wycliffite errors. On September 24th, he sent the Archbishop 20 articles taken from the writings of Huss, which the theological faculty of the University of Paris had condemned as erroneous. These articles mostly dealt with Huss's conception of the Church as the body of those predestined to salvation, and the consequent inference that the commands of those predestined to damnation were not binding on the faithful. Gerson was horrified at such a theory of the Church. He regarded it as subversive of all law and order. He and the conservative reformers of Paris were willing to reform the existing abuses in the ecclesiastical system, and for that purpose admitted a power residing in the whole body of the Church, which was superior on emergencies to that of its ordinary ruler. But they shrank from a new conception of the Church which would allow the private judgment of the predestined to override all authority. Gerson regarded Huss as a dangerous revolutionist. He wrote to the Archbishop on September 24th, "The most dangerous error, destructive of all political order and quiet, is this, that one predestined to damnation or living in mortal sin has no rule, jurisdiction, or power over others in a Christian people. Against such an error it seems to my humility that all power, spiritual and temporal, ought to rise and exterminate it by fire and sword, rather than by curious reasoning. For political power is not founded on the title of predestination or grace, since that would be most uncertain, but is established according to laws ecclesiastical and civil." The antagonism between the two schools of thought was profound. Huss, in his desire to deepen the consciousness of spiritual life and bind together the faithful by an invisible bond of union with Christianity, was willing to sacrifice all outward organization. Gerson regarded the Church as a religious polity, whose laws and constitution needed reform. But the most fatal enemy to that reform was the spirit of revolution, which threatened the whole fabric with destruction. As a statesman and as a logician, Gerson regarded Huss's views as extremely dangerous. Huss, stirred only by his desire for greater holiness in the Church, believed that he could move the council as he moved his congregation of Bethlehem. He wished only for an opportunity of setting forth his opinions before assembled Christendom, and thought that their manifest truth could not fail to carry conviction. There was a childlike simplicity about his character, and an ignorance of the world which some writers of modern times have mistaken for vanity. Feeling that the council was entirely on their side, the enemies of Huss were anxious to proceed against him before Sigismund's arrival. John XXIII, on his part, was equally willing that the council should find some occupation for its activity. The first step was to seize the person of Huss. Ungrounded rumours were spread that he had made an attempt to leave the city in a hay cart. It was urged that he said mass every day in his own house, and that many went to visit him and hear his false doctrines. Accordingly, on November 28th, the bishops of Augsburg and Trent, together with the burgomaster of Constance, came to Huss's house while he was at dinner with John of Clum, and informed him that the Pope and the cardinals were ready to hear him. John of Clum angrily answered that Huss had come at Sigismund's request to speak before the council. It was Sigismund's will that he should not speak before his arrival. The Bishop of Trent answered that they had come on an errand of peace. On this, Huss rose from the table and said that he had not come to Constance to confer with the cardinals, but to speak before the council. Nevertheless, he was willing to go and answer anywhere for the truth. He bade adieu to his weeping landlady, who had seen the armed men with whom these messengers of peace had surrounded her house, and as Huss mounted his horse, she begged his blessing, as from one who never would return. When Huss appeared at 12 o'clock before the cardinals in the Pope's palace, he was told that there were many grievous charges against him of sowing errors in Bohemia. He answered, "Most reverend fathers, know that I would rather die than hold a single error. I came of my own accord to this council, and if it be proved that I have erred in anything, I am willing humbly to be corrected and amend." The cardinals said that his words were fair, and then rose, leaving Huss and John of Clum under the guard of the soldiers who had escorted them there. A subtle theologian, in the guise of a simple friar in quest for truth, came meanwhile to talk with Huss on the doctrine of the Eucharist and the two natures of Christ. Huss, however, discovered him and guarded against his desire for religious confidences. At 4 o'clock the cardinals again assembled to consider Huss's case. The articles prepared by Michael de Causas were laid before them. They accused Huss, 1, of teaching the necessity of receiving the Eucharist under both kinds and of attacking transubstantiation; 2, of making the validity of the sacraments depend on the moral character of the priest; 3, of erroneous doctrine concerning the nature of the Church, its possessions, its discipline, and its organization. Huss's opponents were there and urged the necessity of putting him in prison. If he were to escape from Constance, he would boast that he had been tried and acquitted, and would do more harm than any heretic since the times of Constantine the Great. It was evening when the master of the Pope's household came to announce to John of Clum that he was free to depart if he chose, but Huss must remain in the palace. The fiery Bohemian forced his way into the Pope's chamber. "Holy Father," he exclaimed, "this is not what you promised. I told you that Master Huss came here under the safe conduct of my master, the King of the Romans, and you answered that if he had killed your brother he should be safe. I wish to raise my voice and warn those who have violated my master's safe conduct." The Pope called the cardinals to witness that he had never sent to take Huss prisoner. He afterwards called John of Clum aside and said to him, "You know how matters stand between me and the cardinals. They have brought me Huss as a prisoner, and I am bound to receive him." John the 23rd cared little about his promise or about Huss. He frankly admitted that he was thinking only how to save himself. Huss was led to the house of one of the canons of Constance, where he was guarded for 8 days. On December 6th he was taken to the convent of the Dominicans, on a small island close to the shore of the lake, where he was cast into a dark and narrow dungeon, damp with the waters of the lake, and close to the mouth of a sewer. In this noisome spot he was attacked by fever, so that his life was despaired of, and John sent his own physicians to attend him. The anger of John of Clum at the imprisonment of Huss gave a sample of the spirit which afterwards animated the whole Bohemian nation. He did not cease to complain in Constance of the Pope and cardinals. He showed Sigismund's safe conduct to all whom he met. He even fixed on the doors of the cathedral a solemn protest against the papal perfidy. Sigismund himself was equally indignant at the dishonour done to his promise. He requested that Huss be immediately released from prison, otherwise he would come and break down the doors himself. But the enemies of Huss were more powerful than the remonstrances of Sigismund. Perhaps John XXIII was not sorry to find a subject about which he might try to create a quarrel between Sigismund and the council. Proceedings against Huss were begun. On December 4th, the Pope appointed a commission of 3, headed by the Patriarch of Constantinople, to receive testimonies against Huss. Huss asked in vain for an advocate to take exception to the witnesses, of whom many were his personal foes. He was answered that it was contrary to law for anyone to defend a suspected heretic. When Sigismund arrived in Constance on December 25th, 1414, the first question that engaged his attention was that of Huss's imprisonment. He demanded of the Pope that Huss should be released. John XXIII gave him the same answer as he had given to John of Clum. He referred him to the cardinals and the council whose work it was. Discussion went on sharply for some time. Sigismund urged that he was bound to see his safe conduct respected. The fathers of the council answered that they were bound to judge according to the law one suspected of heresy. When Sigismund urged the indignation which was rising in Bohemia at Huss's imprisonment, he was answered that there would be serious danger to all authority, ecclesiastical and civil, if Huss were to escape to Bohemia and again commence his mischievous preaching. Sigismund threatened to leave Constance if Huss was not released. The council answered that it also must dissolve itself if he wished to hinder it in the performance of its duty. We are so far removed from a state of opinion in which a king could be urged to break his word, on the ground that it was only plighted to a heretic, that it is difficult for us to appreciate the arguments by which such conduct could be justified. The council maintained that one of its chief objects was to put down heresy. Huss was certainly a heretic, and must be tried as such. He was now in their power, and if he were to escape, the evil would be greatly increased. It was not their business to consider how he had put himself in their power. The existence of the council was independent of Sigismund's help, and it must not allow its independence to be fettered at the outset by Sigismund's interference. Moreover, the terrible conception of heresy in the Middle Ages put the heretic outside the limits of a king's protection. He was a plague spot in the body of a state, and must be cut out at once, lest the contagion spread. Heresy in a land was a blot on the national honour, which kings were bound to preserve intact. The heretic was a traitor against God, much more a traitor against his own sovereign. It was the clear duty of all in authority to protect themselves and the community against the risks which the spread of heresy inevitably brought. Nor could a promise of a safe conduct, rashly made, override the higher duties of a king. No promise was binding if its observance proved to be prejudicial to the Catholic faith. Rash and wicked promises are not binding, and the goodness of a promise must in some cases be judged by its result. Call to mind, urged the Bishop of Arras, the oath of Herod, which the result proved to be an evil one. So in the case of a heretic with a safe conduct, his obstinacy makes it necessary that the decree be changed, for that promise is impious which is fulfilled by a crime. Such is a sample of the reasons which led the wisest and best men of Christendom to urge Sigismund to a shameless breach of faith. Their arguments were enforced by Sigismund's fear lest the council dissolve if he refused to listen, and so all the glory which he hoped to gain be lost to himself, and all the benefits of a reunion of Christendom be lost to mankind. King Ferdinand of Aragon wrote to Sigismund, expressing his surprise at any hesitation about punishing Huss. It was impossible, he said, to break faith with one who had already broken faith with God. This letter must have produced a great impression on Sigismund. If the council were to succeed, Aragon must be brought to acknowledge its authority, and no pretext must be given which might cover a refusal. Overborne by these considerations, Sigismund abandoned Huss to his fate. End of section 4. Section 5 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 5. The Council of Constance and the Bohemian Reformers, 1414 to 1416, Part 2. We cannot resist a feeling of moral indignation at such sentiments and at such conduct. It is true that freedom of opinion has been established among us at the present day by the teaching of experience. We have learned that duty has an existence among men independent of the law of the Church. Such a conception did not exist in the Middle Ages. The belief that rightness of conduct depended on rightness of religious opinion was universal, and the spirit of persecution was but the logical expression of this belief. Yet, as a matter of fact, the spirit of persecution solely for matters of opinion had largely died away, and only existed where political or personal interests were involved in its maintenance. The treatment of Wycliffe in England was an example which the Council might well have followed. It preferred to fall back upon the procedure of the Inquisition. It revived persecution for the purpose of showing its own orthodoxy under exceptional circumstances, and it won Sigismund's consent by the offer of political advantage in quieting his Bohemian kingdom. Huss was made a victim of the need felt by a revolutionary party for some opportunity of defining the limits of its revolutionary zeal. The question of the abdication of John XXIII threw the cause of Huss for a time into the background. John's flight on March 20th, 1415, put the responsibility of Huss's imprisonment in the hands of Sigismund and the council. For a moment the friends of Huss hoped that Sigismund would use this opportunity and set Huss at liberty. He might have done so with safety, for the council was now too far dependent upon him to take much umbrage at his doings. But Sigismund had entirely identified himself with the council, and had no further qualms of conscience about his treatment of Huss. He is even said to have taken credit to himself for his firmness of purpose. There were great fears that the friends of Huss might attempt a rescue, so on March 24th, Sigismund handed over the custody of Huss to the Bishop of Constance, who removed him by night under a strong escort to the castle of Gottlieben, 2 miles above Constance on the Rhine, where he was kept in chains. On April 6th, a new commission, at the head of which were the cardinals of Cambrai and St. Mark, was appointed to examine the heresies of Wycliffe and Huss. As the council was anxious to have this matter ready to hand when it had finished its conflict with John XXIII, it again transferred on April 17th the examination of Huss to another commission, whose members had more leisure than the cardinals. No time was lost in inaugurating the council's activity against heresy. In the 8th session on May 4th, Wycliffe was condemned as the leader-in-chief of the heretics of the time. The 45 articles taken from Wycliffe's writings were condemned as heretical. 206 others, which had been drawn up by the ingenuity of the University of Oxford, were declared heretical, erroneous, or scandalous. The writings of Wycliffe were ordered to be burnt, his memory was condemned, and it was decreed that his bones be exhumed and cast out of consecrated ground. The friends of Huss saw that if they hoped to save him, they must act promptly. On May 16th, a petition was presented to the council, signed by Wenzel of Duba, John of Clum, Henry of Latzenburg, and other Bohemian nobles in Constance, praying for Huss's release from prison on the ground that he had come voluntarily with a safe conduct to plead on behalf of his opinions, and had been thrown into prison unheard in violation of the safe conduct, though heretics condemned by the Council of Pisa were allowed to come and go freely. There were replies and counter-replies which only embittered the enemies of Huss. At last, on May 10th, an answer was given by the Patriarch of Antioch on behalf of the Council, that they would in no case release from prison a man who was not to be trusted, but that in answer to the request for a public audience, the Council would hear him on June 5th. If Huss's cause had been prejudged by the Council when he was put in prison, everything that had happened since then had only strengthened the conviction that Huss and his opinions were most dangerous to the peace of the Church. The news from Bohemia told that the revolt against ecclesiastical authority was rapidly spreading. After the departure of Huss, the chief place among his followers was taken by one Jakubek of Mies, who attacked the custom of the Church by preaching the necessity of the reception of the Eucharist under both kinds. The question had previously been raised by Matthias of Janov, but in obedience to the Archbishop of Prague had been laid aside. Jakubek, not content with holding a disputation before the university in defence of his views, proceeded to administer the communion under both kinds in several churches in Prague, heedless of the Archbishop's excommunication. There was some difference of opinion on this question among Huss's followers in Bohemia, and the opinion of Huss was requested. Huss gave his opinion in favour of Jakubek, on the ground that the communion under both kinds was more in accordance with the teaching of St. Paul and the custom of the primitive Church. But it is evident from his way of speaking that he did not consider the question as one of vital importance. However, a letter of his to Jakubek and Jakubek's answer, which was expressed in imprudent language, fell into the hands of the spies of Michael de Causis, and were used to prove still more clearly the dangerous character of Huss. Moreover, the friends of Huss showed a zeal in his behalf which the council regarded as unseemly, if not suspicious. Huss wrote to warn them to curb their desire to come and visit him. One of them, Christian of Prakatic, was imprisoned on the accusation of Michael de Causis, and was only released on Sigismund's intervention, who had a special care for him as a learned astronomer. Huss's warnings, however, did not prevent his fiery scholar, Jerome of Prague, from venturing secretly to Constance. Jerome was the knight-errant of the Hussite movement, whose restless activity spread its influence far and wide. Sprung from a noble family, he represented the alliance between Huss and the Bohemian aristocracy. He studied at Heidelberg, Köln, Paris, and Oxford, and wandered over Europe in quest of adventures. He had been imprisoned as a heretic in Pest and at Vienna, and had only escaped through the intervention of his noble friends and of the University of Prague. He had dreamed of a reconciliation between the Bohemian reformers and the Greek Church. Violent and impetuous in all things, he hastened to Constance, where he kept himself hid, and on April 7th posted on the church doors a request for a safe conduct, saying that he was willing to appear before the council and answer for his opinions. On April 17th, the council cited him to appear within 15 days, giving him a safe conduct against violence, but announcing the intention of proceeding legally against him. Jerome already repented of his rashness. He judged it wiser to return to Prague, but was recognized when close on the Bohemian frontier at Hirschau, and was made prisoner and sent back to Constance, where he arrived on May 23, 1415. He was led in chains by his captor to the Franciscan monastery, where a general congregation of the council was sitting. Jerome was asked why he had not appeared in answer to his citation, and answered that he had not received it in time to do so. He had waited for some time, but had turned his face homewards in despair before it was issued. Angry cries arose on every side, for Jerome's keen tongue and fiery temper had raised him enemies wherever he had gone. Academic hatred blazed up. The hostility of the Nominalists against the realist philosophy was proved to be no inconsiderable element in the opposition to the tenets of Wycliffe and Huss. Gerson exclaimed, "When you were at Paris, you disturbed the university with false positions, especially in the matter of universals and ideas and other scandalous doctrines." A doctor from Heidelberg cried out, "When you were at Heidelberg, you painted up a shield comparing the Trinity to water, snow, and ice." He alluded to a diagram which Jerome had drawn out to illustrate his philosophic views, in which water, snow, and ice, as three forms of one substance, were paralleled with the three persons coexisting in the Trinity. Jerome demanded that his opinions be proved erroneous. If so, he was willing humbly to recall them. There were loud cries, "Burn him! Burn him!" "If you wish my death," he exclaimed, "so be it in God's name." "Nay," said the chivalrous Robert Hallam, Bishop of Salisbury. "Nay, Jerome, for it is written, 'I will not the death of a sinner, but rather that he be converted and live.'" In the midst of general confusion, Jerome was hurried off to prison in the tower of St. Paul's Church, a dark and narrow dungeon where he could not see to read, and was treated with utmost rigour. The hopes of Huss and his friends fell lower and lower as the months of his imprisonment went on. The commissioners of the council plied Huss with questions and framed their indictment against him. Huss laboured hard to prepare his defence, and still found time to write little tractates for the use of his friends and even of his guards. His own desire was that he might have the opportunity of defending his opinions openly. So entirely were they the expression of his whole moral nature, that he could not imagine it possible for anyone to consider that the frank expression of such opinions was really culpable. But the council saw no reason for listening to Huss's explanations. In their mind, his guilt was clear. His writings contained opinions contrary to the system of the Church. He had openly acted in defiance of ecclesiastical authority, and had taught others to do the same. It was useless to give such an one another opportunity of raising his voice. The council that had just been victorious over a pope thought it beneath its dignity to waste time over a heretic. The very fact of the overthrow of John XXIII made the condemnation of Huss more necessary. If the council had been compelled by the emergency to overstep the bounds of precedent in its dealings with the Pope, Huss afforded it an opportunity of showing Christendom how clearly it distinguished between reform and revolution, how its anxiety to amend the evils of the Church did not lead it to deviate from the old ecclesiastical traditions. The real state of affairs was accurately expressed in the advice given to Huss by a friend who was a man of the world. If the council were to assert that you have only one eye, though you have two, you ought to agree with the council's opinion. Huss answered, "If the whole world were to tell me so, I could not, so long as I have the reason that I now enjoy, agree without doing violence to my conscience." Huss had the spirit of a martyr, because he had the singleness of character which made life impossible if purchased by the overthrow of his moral and intellectual sincerity. So when on June 5th, 1415, the fathers of the council assembled in the refectory of the Franciscan convent, they came to condemn Huss not to hear him. Before Huss was brought in, the report of the commissioners appointed to examine his case was read. A Bohemian, looking over the reader's shoulder, saw that it ended in a condemnation of various articles taken from Huss's writings. When John of Clum and Wenzel of Duba heard this, they went to Sigismund, who was not present at the congregation, and besought him to interfere. Sigismund was moved to send Frederick of Nuremberg and the Pfalzgraf Louis to request the council not to condemn Huss unheard, but to give a careful hearing to his defence. The friends of Huss objected that the articles against Huss were taken from garbled copies of his writings, and they laid before the council Huss's original manuscript of the De Ecclesia and other works, on condition that they should be safely returned. After these preliminaries, Huss was brought in. He admitted that the manuscripts which he was shown were his. He added that if they were proved to contain any errors, he was ready to amend them. The first article of his accusation was then read, and Huss began to answer it. He had not proceeded far before he was stopped by cries on all sides. It was not the council's notion of a defence that the accused should discuss the standard of orthodoxy, or bring forward quotations from the Fathers in proof of each of his opinions. To them, the rule of faith was the Church, and the Church was represented by the council. It was for them to say what opinions were heretical or erroneous. The only question in Huss's case was whether or no he owned the opinions of which he was accused. "Have done with your sophistries," was the cry, "and answer yes or no." When he quoted from the writings of the early Fathers, he was told that it was not to the point. When he was silent, his foes exclaimed, "Your silence shows assent to these errors." The more sober members decided the council to defer for 2 days the further hearing of Huss. At the second audience, June 7th, Sigismund was present, and there was greater order, owing to a proclamation in the name of the king and the council that anyone crying out in a disorderly way would be removed. The first point on which Huss was accused was his view of the sacrament of the altar, about which Huss denied, as he always had done, that he shared Wycliffe's views. Peter Daae, who was president at the session, tried to discuss the question on philosophical grounds, and to prove that Huss, as a realist who believed in universals, could not accept the true doctrine on the subject. The English, who had been experienced in this question since Wycliffe's days, took a great share in the discussion. At last, one of them brought it to an end by declaring that these philosophical points had nothing to do with the matter. He declared himself satisfied with the soundness of Huss's opinion on this point. There was some warmth in the discussion, and many spoke at once, till Huss exclaimed, "I expected to find in the council more piety, reverence, and order." This exclamation produced silence, for it was a quiet appeal to the mandate against interruption. But Daae resented the remark and said, "When you were in your prison, you spoke more modestly." "Yes," retorted Huss, "for there at least I was not disturbed." The discussion then passed into an attempt to discover what was the nature of the evidence by which a man's opinions were to be determined. Cardinal Zabarella remarked to Huss that according to Scripture, in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses shall every word be established. As on most points there were at least 20 witnesses who deposed against Huss, it was difficult to see what he could gain by denying the charges. Huss answered, "If God and my conscience witness for me that I never taught what I am accused of teaching, the testimony of my opponents hurts me not." To this Cardinal Daae observed with truth, "We cannot judge according to your conscience, but according to the testimony laid before us." Here, in fact, lay the inevitable difference in point of view that made the trial of Huss seem, in his own eyes, to be a mere mockery of justice. The discussion wandered on aimlessly. Huss was accused of defending Wycliffe and his doctrines, of causing disturbances in the University of Prague and in the Kingdom of Bohemia. Cardinal Dai quoted in support of the charge of sedition a remark by Huss when he was first brought before the cardinals, that he had come to Constance of his own free will, and if he had not wished to do so, neither the King of Bohemia nor the King of the Romans could have compelled him. Huss answered, "Yes, there are many lords in Bohemia who love me, in whose castles I could have been hid, so that neither king could have compelled me." Dai cried out on such audacity, but John of Clum rose and said sturdily, "What he speaks is true. I am but a poor knight in our kingdom, yet I would willingly keep him for a year, whomsoever it pleased or displeased, so that no one could take him. There are many great lords who love him and would keep him in their castles as long as they chose, even against both kings together." End of section 5. Section 6 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 5. The Council of Constance and the Bohemian Reformers, 1414 to 1416, Part 3. John of Clum's remark was noble and brave and true, but it was not politic. The King of the Romans, the disposer of Christendom, the idol of the council, sat by with wrath and heard the bitter truth about his mightiness, and was publicly braved for the sake of an obscure heretic. President Dai saw an opportunity for closing triumphantly this unprofitable wrangle. Turning to Huss, he said, "You declared in prison that you were willing to submit to the judgment of the council. I advise you to do so, and the council will deal mercifully with you." Sigismund, smarting under the affront of John of Clum, publicly abandoned Huss. He told him that he had given him a safe conduct for the purpose of procuring him a hearing before the council. He had now been heard. There was nothing to be done but submit to the council, which for the sake of Wenzel and himself would deal mercifully with him. "If, however," he continued, "you persist in your errors, it is for the council to determine what it will do. I have said that I will not defend a heretic. Nay, if anyone remained obstinate in heresy, I would with my own hands burn him. I advise you to submit entirely to the council's grace, and the sooner the better, lest you be involved in deeper error." Huss thanked Sigismund, it must have been ironically, for his safe conduct, repeated his vague statement that he was willing to abandon any errors about which he was better informed, and was conducted back to his prison. The audience was continued next day, June 8, 1415, when 39 articles against Huss were laid before the council. 26 of them were taken from the treatise De Ecclesia, the remainder from his controversial writings. Huss's manuscript was before the council, and each article was compared with the passages on which it was founded. Dai observed on several articles that they were milder than Huss's words justified. The articles chiefly turned on Huss's conception of the Church as the body of the predestined, and the consequent dependence of ecclesiastical power on the worthiness of him who exercised it. Huss objected to several of the articles that they did not properly express his meaning, were taken out of connection with the context, and paid no attention to the limitations which had accompanied his statements. To the article that a wicked pope or prelate is not truly a pastor, Huss put in a limitation that he meant they were not priests so far as their merits went, but he admitted that they were priests so far as their office was concerned. To back up this fine distinction, he urged the case of John the 23rd, and asked whether he was really a pope or really a robber. The cardinals looked at one another and smiled, but answered, "Oh, he was a true pope." The whole proceeding was wearisome and profitless, for the council had no doubt that Huss's teaching as a whole was opposed to all order, and they had in their favour the practical argument of the Bohemian disturbances. It was useless for Huss to palliate each separate article, and urge that there was a sense in which it might have an orthodox meaning. In spite of his attempts to be cautious, Huss occasionally betrayed the revolutionary nature of his views if pushed to the extreme. When the article was read, "If a pope, bishop, or prelate be in mortal sin, he is not a true pope, bishop, or prelate," Huss urged the words of Samuel to Saul: "Because thou hast rejected the word of the Lord, he hath rejected thee from being king." Sigismund at the time was talking in a window with Frederick of Nuremberg and the Pfalzgraf Louis. There was a cry, "Call the king, for this affects him." When Sigismund had returned to his place, Huss was asked to repeat his remark. Sigismund, with truth and pertinence, remarked, "Huss, no one is without sin." Peter d'Ailly was resolved not to let slip the opportunity of showing the danger attending Huss's opinions if they were extended to political as well as religious matters. "It was not enough for you," he exclaimed, "by your writings and teaching, to throw down the spiritual power. You wish also to oust kings from their places." At length the reading of the articles and their attestation was ended. d'Ailly, as president, addressed Huss: "There are two ways open for your choice. Either submit yourself entirely to the mercy of the council, which, for the sake of the king of the Romans and the king of Bohemia, will deal kindly with you. Or, if you wish further to maintain your opinions, an opportunity will be given you. Know, however, that there are here many learned men who have such strong reasons against your articles that I fear if you attempt to defend them further, you will be involved in graver errors. I speak as an adviser, not as a judge." There were cries on all sides urging Huss to submit. He answered, "I came here freely, not to defend anything obstinately, but to submit to better information if I was wrong. I crave another audience to explain my meaning, and if my arguments do not prevail, I am willing to submit humbly to the information of the council." His words awakened the anger of many. "The council is not here to inform, but to judge. He is equivocating," was cried out on all sides. Huss amended his words. He was willing to submit to their correction and decision. On this d'Ailly at once rose and said that 60 doctors had unanimously decided on the steps which Huss must take. He must humbly recognize his errors, abjure and revoke the articles against him, promise never to teach them again, but henceforth to preach and teach the opposite. Huss answered that he could not lie and abjure doctrines which he had never held, as was the case with some of the articles brought against him. Hereon a verbal dispute arose about the meaning of abjuration, which Sigismund tried to settle by the remark that he was ready to abjure all errors, but this did not imply that he had previously held them. Cardinal Zabarella at last told Huss that a written form of abjuration would be submitted to him, and he would make up his mind at leisure. Huss demanded another chance of explaining his doctrines, but Sigismund warned him that 2 courses only were open. Either he must abjure and submit to the council's mercy, or the council would proceed to assert its rights. A desultory conversation followed. At last Pelesch, moved in some way by the solemnity of the occasion, rose and protested that in promoting the cause against Huss he had been actuated by no personal motive, but solely by zeal for the truth. Michael de Causa said the same. Huss answered, "I stand before the judgment of God, who will judge both you and me after our deserts." He was then taken back to his prison. The layman quickly left the council chamber, and Sigismund remained talking in the window with some of the chief prelates. The Bohemians, John of Clum, Wenzel of Duba, Peter Mladenovic, remained sadly behind the rest, and so heard Sigismund's conversation. With indignation and dismay they heard him urge on the fathers Huss's condemnation. There was more than enough evidence, he said. If Huss would not abjure, let him be burned. Even if he did abjure, it would be well to inhibit him from preaching again, as he could not be trusted. They must make an end of the matter and root out all Huss's followers, beginning with Jerome, whom they had in their hands. It was only in my boyhood, ended Sigismund, that this sect arose in Bohemia, and see how it has grown and multiplied. The prelates agreed with the king's opinion, and Sigismund retired, satisfied with his acuteness in turning things to his own advantage. He thought that the vigorous measures on the part of the council would overawe the turbulent spirits in Bohemia, and would spare him much trouble when the time came that he inherited the Bohemian crown. The unguarded words that he spoke lost him his Bohemian kingdom forever. Sigismund might have been forgiven for refusing to come into collision with the rights of the council by insisting on the observance of his safe conduct. He could never be forgiven for joining the ranks of Huss's foes and hounding on the council to condemn him. As king of the Romans, he might have duties which brought him into conflict with the wishes of the Bohemians. He was discovered secretly using his influence against them, and striving to crush what the Bohemians longed to assert. The insult to the nation of inciting the council to root out errors from Bohemia was deeply felt and bitterly resented. The people steeled their hearts to assert that they would not have this man to rule over them. An attempt was made to bring Huss to retract. Some member of the council whom Huss knew and respected was chosen to submit to him a formula of retractation, setting forth, "Though many things are laid to my charge, which I never thought, yet I submit myself concerning all such points, either drawn from my books or from the deposition of witnesses, to the order, definition, and correction of the Holy Council." Huss answered that he could not condemn many truths which seemed to the council scandalous. He could not perjure himself by renouncing errors which he did not hold, and so scandalizing Christian people who had heard him preach the contrary. "I stand," he ended, "at the judgment seat of Christ, to whom I have appealed, knowing that he will judge every man, not according to false or erroneous witness, but according to the truth and each one's deserts." There was no longer any attempt at special pleading. Huss asserted against authority the rights of the individual conscience, and removed his cause from the tribunal of man to the judgment seat of God. A new spirit had arisen in Christendom when a man felt that his life and character had been so definitely built up round opinions which the Church condemned, that it was easier for him to die than to resign the truths which made him what he was. There was but one course open to the council, yet it hesitated to proceed to the condemnation of Huss. On June 15th it turned its attention again to the innovations introduced into Bohemia by Jakubek of Mies in the administration of the Eucharist. It issued a decree declaring the administration under both kinds to be heretical, because opposed to the custom and ordinance of the Church which had been made to prevent irregularities. Huss, in his letters to his friends, did not scruple to call this decree mere madness, in that it set the custom of the Roman Church against the plain words of Christ and of St. Paul. He wrote also to Havlik, who had taken his place as preacher in the Bethlehem chapel, exhorting him not to withstand Jakubek's teaching in this matter, and so cause a schism among the faithful by paying heed to this decree of the council. Huss set himself more and more decidedly against the council, and all efforts to induce him to submit were unavailing. Even Pelesch, the friend of Huss's youth and now his bitterest foe, visited him in prison and besought him to abjure. "What would you do," said Huss, "if you were charged with errors which you knew for certain that you never held? Would you abjure?" "It is a hard matter," answered Pelesch, bursting into tears. It was characteristic of Huss that he asked to have Pelesch as his confessor, for he was his chief adversary. Pelesch shrank from the office, but paid his former friend another visit and excused himself for the part that he had taken against him. Huss resolutely prepared to die, and wrote to bid farewell to his various friends in Bohemia and at Constance. A tranquil yet determined spirit breathes through his letters. The charm of his personal character is seen in the tenderness and thoughtfulness of the messages which he sends. Repeated deputations from the council vainly endeavoured to prove to him the duty, the easiness of recantation. At last, on July 1st, a formal answer in writing was returned by Huss to the council. He said that, fearing to offend God and fearing to commit perjury, he was unwilling to retract any of the articles brought against him. On July 5th, at Sigismund's request, the Bohemian nobles, John of Clum and Wenzel of Duba, accompanied the representatives of the council on a last visit to Huss. John of Clum manfully addressed him, and his words are a strong proof of the sturdy moral spirit which Huss had awakened in his followers. "We are laymen and cannot advise you. Consider, however, and if you feel you are guilty in any of the matters laid to your charge, have no shame in recanting. If, however, you do not feel yourself guilty, by no means act contrary to your conscience, and do not lie in the sight of God, but rather persevere unto death in the truth which you know." Huss answered, "If I knew that I had written or preached anything erroneous, contrary to the law and the Church, God is my witness that I would in all humility retract. But my wish always has been that better doctrine be proved to me out of Scripture, and then I would be most ready to recant." One of the bishops said indignantly, "Will you be wiser than the whole council?" Huss answered, "Show me the least member of the council who will inform me better out of the Scriptures, and I will forthwith retract." "He is obstinate in his heresy," exclaimed the prelates, and Huss was led back to prison. End of section 6. Section 7 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 5, The Council of Constance and the Bohemian Reformers, 1414 to 1416, Part 4. Next day, July 6th, 1415, was a general session of the council in the cathedral, where Sigismund attended in royal state. During the celebration of Mass, Huss was kept standing in the porch with an armed escort. He was brought in to listen to a sermon on the sin of heresy by the Bishop of Lodi. He was stationed before a raised platform, on which was a stand containing all the articles of a priest's dress. During the sermon, Huss knelt in prayer. When the sermon was over, a proctor of the council demanded sentence against Huss. A doctor mounted the pulpit and read a selection from the condemned articles of Wycliffe and the conclusions of the process against Huss. More than once Huss tried to answer to the charges, but he was ordered to keep silence. He pleaded that he wished to clear himself of error in the eyes of those who stood by. Afterwards they might deal with him as they chose. When he was forbidden to speak, he again knelt in prayer. The number and rank, but not the names of the witnesses to each charge, together with a summary of their testimony, was then read. Huss was aroused by hearing new charges brought against him, amongst others the monstrous assertion that he had declared himself to be the fourth person of the Trinity. He indignantly asked the name of the one doctor who was quoted as witness, but was answered that there was no need of naming him now. When he was charged with despising the papal excommunication and refusing to answer the Pope's summons, he again protested that he had desired nothing more than to prove his own innocence, and had for that purpose come to Constance of his own free will, trusting in the imperial safe conduct. As he said this, he looked fixedly at Sigismund, who blushed through shame. After this recital of his crimes, the sentence of the council against Huss was read. First, his writings, Latin and Bohemian, were condemned as heretical and ordered to be burnt. Huss asked how they could know that his Bohemian writings were heretical, seeing they had never read them. The sentence went on, that Huss himself, as a pertinacious heretic, be degraded from the priesthood. When the reading of the sentence was over, Huss prayed aloud, O Lord Jesus Christ, pardon all my enemies, for thy great mercy's sake, I beseech thee. Thou knowest that they have falsely accused me, brought forward false witnesses, and forged false articles against me. Pardon them through thy immense mercy. The Archbishop of Milan, with 6 other bishops, proceeded to the formal degradation of Huss. He was set on the platform in the middle of the cathedral, and was invested in the full priestly dress, with the chalice in his hand. Again he was exhorted to retract. He turned to the people, and with tears streaming down his face said, See how these bishops expect me to abjure, yet I fear to do so, lest I be a liar in the sight of the Lord, lest I offend my conscience and the truth of God, since I never held these articles, which witness falsely against me, but rather wrote and taught the opposite. I fear, too, to scandalize the multitude to which I preached. The bishops then proceeded to his degradation. Each article of his priestly office was taken from him with solemn formality, and his tonsure was cut on 4 sides. Then it was pronounced, The Church has taken from him all rights of the Church, and commits him to the secular arm. The paper cap, painted over with fiends, was put on his head with the words, We commit your soul to the devil. Sigismund gave him to the charge of Louis of Bavaria, who handed him to the civic officers for execution. As the procession passed out of the church, Huss saw his books being burned in the churchyard. He was led out of the town into a suburb called Bruel, where in a meadow the stake had been prepared. To the last he asserted to the bystanders that he had never taught the things laid to his charge. When he was bound to the stake and Louis of Bavaria again begged him to recant, Huss answered that the charges against him were false. I am prepared to die in that truth of the gospel which I taught and wrote. As the pile was kindled, Huss began to sing from the liturgy, O Christ, Son of the living God, have mercy upon us. O Christ, Son of the living God, have mercy upon me, thou who wast born of the Virgin Mary. The wind swept the flames upward into his face, and he remained speechless. His lips were seen to move for a few minutes, and then his spirit passed away. The attendants took great care that his body was all reduced to ashes. His clothes, which according to custom belonged to the executioner, were bought from him by Louis of Bavaria, and were also burned. The ashes were flung into the Rhine. It was determined that Bohemia should have no relics of her martyr. Huss died protesting against the unfairness of his trial. It is indeed impossible that a trial for opinions should ever be considered fair by the accused. He is charged with subverting the existing system of thought. He answers that some modification of the existing system is necessary, and that his opinions, if rightly understood, are not subversive but amending. Into this issue his judges cannot follow him. It is as though a man accused of high treason were to urge that his treason is the noblest patriotism. There may be truth in his allegation, but it is a truth which human justice cannot take into account. The judge is appointed to execute existing laws. Until those laws are altered by the properly constituted authority, the best attempts to amend them by individual protest must be reckoned as rebellion. No doubt Huss's Bohemian foes did their best to ruin him, but his opinions were judged by the council to be subversive of the ecclesiastical system, and when he refused to submit to that decision, he was necessarily regarded as an obstinate heretic. It is useless to criticize particular points in his trial. The council was anxious for his submission, and gave him every opportunity to make it. But it is the glory of Huss that he first deliberately asserted the rights of the individual conscience against ecclesiastical authority, and sealed his assertion by his life blood. Footnote: Lee, History of the Medieval Inquisition, Volume 2, has shown that the procedure in Huss's trial exactly followed the method adopted by the Inquisition. Huss came to argue before the council. He was treated as a suspected heretic, and the council resolved itself into a body of inquisitors. Back to main text. The council still had Jerome in their hands, but they were in no haste to proceed against him. The news of the death of Huss kindled in Bohemia the bitterest wrath. It was a national insult, and branded Bohemia, in the eyes of Christendom, as the home of heresy. The clergy and monks were regarded with hatred as the causes of Huss's persecution. In Prague there was a riot in which the clergy were severely handled. A crowd of Bohemians ravaged the lands of the Bishop of Little-Michel, who had been especially active in the prosecution of Huss. The council thought it desirable to try and calm the irritation in Bohemia, and on July 23rd, 1415, sent a letter to the Bohemian clergy, exhorting them to persevere in the extirpation of heresy. This letter only had the effect of sharpening the antagonism of the two parties in Bohemia. One party drew more closely to the side of the council and of Catholic orthodoxy. The other more pronouncedly asserted the claims of Bohemia to settle its religious controversies without foreign interference. The Bishop of Little-Michel was sent by the council to protect the interests of the Church, but so strong was the feeling against him in Bohemia that he felt it wise to stay indoors and lived in fear of his personal safety. On September 2nd, a meeting was held at Prague of 62 Bohemian and Moravian nobles, who drew up an angry reply to the council's letter. They asserted their respect for Huss and their belief in his innocence. They defended Bohemia from the charge of heresy. They branded as a liar and traitor anyone who maintained such a charge for the future. They declared themselves determined to defend with their blood the law of Christ and its devout preachers in Bohemia. This letter received as many as 450 signatures. On September 5th, the Hussite lords entered into a formal bond or covenant to uphold freedom of preaching in Bohemia and defend against episcopal prohibition of excommunication all faithful preachers. The University of Prague was recognized as the arbiter in doctrinal matters. On October 1st, a similar covenant was entered into by the Catholic nobles to uphold the Church, the Council, and the worship of their forefathers. Wenzel took no steps to prevent these threatenings of disturbance. He was angry at the execution of Huss, which he regarded as a slight upon himself and his kingdom. He was especially angry that it had been done under Sigismund's sanction, for he still regarded himself as king of the Romans, and was indignant at this intrusion of Sigismund into matters concerning the kingdom of Bohemia. Moreover, Queen Sophia grieved over the death of her confessor, whom she revered, and whose genuine piety she knew. Though Wenzel gave a verbal adhesion to the Catholic League, he was not thought to be in earnest. The fathers of Constance had seen what little impression their severity produced on Huss. They learned that it produced equally little on his followers in Bohemia. Hence there was a general wish to win over Jerome, if possible, to the council's side, or at least to spare the council the odium of making another martyr. Every method was used to induce Jerome to retract, till, overcome by the pleadings of men whose character he could not but respect, he consented on September 10th, 1415, to make his submission to the council. He wrote to his Bohemian friends that on examination of the articles against Huss, he found many of them heretical, and on comparing them with Huss's own manuscript writings, he had been forced to own that the articles fairly represented Huss's words. He consequently felt bound to admit that Huss had been justly dealt with by the council. Though he wished to defend Huss's honour, he did not wish to be associated with his errors. The council was proud of its triumph, and caused Jerome to renew his retractation in a more formal manner in a public session on September 23rd. It also passed a decree against those who assailed Sigismund for violating his safe conduct to Huss. The decree asserted that neither by natural, divine, or human law was any promise to be observed to the prejudice of the Catholic faith. Proceedings against Jerome, February to April 1416. Jerome's recantation did not procure his freedom. He was taken back to prison, though his confinement was made less rigid. The commissioners who had examined him, Cardinals Zabarella, Dailly, Orsini, and the Cardinal of Apulia, urged his release. But the Bohemian party dreaded the results of his return to Bohemia, and declared that his retractation was not sincere. Gerson wrote a pamphlet to examine the amount of evidence to be attached to the retractation of one accused of heresy. The fanaticism that had been aroused by antagonism to the Hussites won at Constance the victory which it could not win in Bohemia. The council determined to proceed against Jerome, and on February 24th, 1416, appointed fresh commissioners to examine witnesses on the points laid to his charge. On April 27th, the articles of accusation were laid before the council. Jerome had not been a writer or preacher like Huss, and his words could not be quoted against him. But every act of his life was set forth as a separate charge. He had been to England, and had brought back the books of Wycliffe. He had been concerned in all the disturbances in Bohemia. He had rambled over Europe, carrying heresy in his train. Every daring act into which his impetuous temper had led him was now raked up against him. He had interfered to aid a citizen whose servant was being carried off for some slight cause to a monastery prison, and when the monks attacked him, had snatched a sword from one of the citizens and put them to flight. He had been moved with pity for a young monk whose abbot denied him the necessaries of life, and had accompanied him into the abbot's presence, where he flung off his cowl and rushed away from the monastery. He had slapped the face of a monk who publicly insulted him. Jerome demanded a public audience in which to answer these charges, and on May 23rd was brought before the council. Amongst those present at his trial was the Florentine scholar Poggio Bracciolini, who had come to Constance as secretary to John XXIII. On the dispersal of the papal household, he had wandered for a time in Germany, searching for manuscripts of the classics, and had again returned to Constance to seek his fortune from some patron of learning. Poggio was deeply impressed by the vigorous personality of Jerome, and communicated his impressions in a letter to his friend Leonardo Bruni. As a man of letters and of culture, Poggio looked with some slight contempt on the theological disputes of the assembled fathers. As an Italian, he found it hard to sympathize with men who thought it worth while to rebel against the system of the Church. To his mind, theological questions were not of much importance. The established system must, of course, be maintained for the preservation of order, but after a decent recognition of its outward authority, the cultivated individual might think or act as he pleased, so long as he avoided open collision. Poggio had no fellow-feeling with a man who was prepared to die for his opinions. He thought him clumsy for reducing himself to such an unpleasant alternative. But he was attracted to Jerome by his force, his mental versatility, his fiery self-confidence, his keen wit, and above all, his philosophic spirit. To Poggio, Jerome was an interesting study of character, and he saw the permanent and human interest attached to the religious martyr. From Poggio's testimony, we are able to bring vividly before our eyes the scene of Jerome's trial. When Jerome appeared, he was called upon to answer to each of the articles brought against him. This he refused for a long time to do, and demanded that he should first state his own case, and then answer his adversaries' allegations. When his claim was overruled, he said, "What iniquity is this, that I, who have been kept in a foul prison for 340 days without means of preparing my defence, while my adversaries have always had your ears, am now refused an hour to defend myself? Your minds are prejudiced against me as a heretic. You judged me to be wicked before you had any means of knowing what manner of man I was. And yet you are men, not gods, mortals, not eternal. You are liable to error and mistake. The more you claim to be held as lights of the world, the more careful you ought to be to approve your justice to all men. I, whose cause you judge, am of no repute, nor do I speak for myself, for death comes to all. But I would not have so many wise men do an unjust act, which will do more harm by the precedent it gives than by the punishment it inflicts." He was heard with murmurs. The articles against him were read one by one from the pulpit. He put forth all his skill and eloquence to plead against their truth. Poggio was amazed at the dignity, openness, and vigour with which he spoke. If he really believed what he said, not only could no cause of death be found in him, but not even of the slightest offence. Sometimes with jest, sometimes with irony, sometimes with sarcasm, sometimes with fiery indignation, sometimes with fervid eloquence, he answered the charges brought against him. When he was pressed on the question of transubstantiation and was charged with having said that after consecration the bread remained bread, he dryly said, "At the baker's it remains bread." When a Dominican fiercely attacked him, he exclaimed, "Hypocrite, hold your tongue." When another made oath on his conscience, he rejoined, "That is the surest way to deceive." So numerous were the charges against him that his case had to be put off for 3 days till May 26, 1416. In the next audience, the reading of the articles and testimony against him was ended, and Jerome with difficulty obtained leave to speak. Beginning with a humble prayer to God, he began a magnificent defence. Gifted with a sweet, clear, resonant voice, he sometimes poured forth torrents of fiery indignation, and sometimes touched the chords of deepest pathos. He set forth the glorious fate of those who in old times had suffered wrongly. Beginning with Socrates, he traced the persecutions of philosophers down to Boethius. Then he turned to the Scriptures, and from Joseph down to Stephen showed how goodness had met with calumny and persecution. Stephen, he urged, was put to death by an assembly of priests. The apostles were persecuted as subverters of order and movers of sedition. He pleaded that no greater iniquity could be committed than that priests should be wrongfully condemned to death by priests, yet this had often occurred in the past. Then, turning to his own case, he showed that the witnesses against him were moved by personal animosity and were not worthy of belief. He had come to the council to clear his own character. He had hoped that men in these days might do as they had done of old, engage in amicable discussion with a view of investigating the truth. Augustine and Jerome had differed, nay, had asserted on some points contrary opinions, without any suspicion of heresy on either side. His audience was moved by his eloquence, and sat expecting that he would urge his retractation and ask pardon for his errors. To their surprise and grief, he went on to say that he was conscious of no errors and could not retract the false charges brought against him. He had recanted through fear and against his conscience, but now revoked the letter he had written to Bohemia. He had looked on Huss as a just and holy man whose fate he was prepared to share, leaving the lying witnesses against him to answer for their doings in the presence of God, whom they could not deceive. A cry arose from the council, and many strove to induce Jerome to explain away his words. But his courage had returned, and he was resolved to tread in his master's footsteps to the stake. He repeated his belief in the opinions of Huss and of Wycliffe, except in points concerning the Eucharist, where he held with the doctors of the Church. Huss, he exclaimed, spoke not against the Church of God, but against the abuses of the clergy, the pride and pomp of the prelates. The patrimony of the Church should be spent on the poor, on strangers, and on buildings, but it is spent on harlots and banquets, horses and dogs, splendid apparel, and other things unworthy of Christ's religion. The council still gave him a few days for consideration, but to no purpose. On May 30th he was brought before a general session in the cathedral. The eloquence of the Bishop of Lodi was again called into request to convince the obstinate heretic of the justice of his doom. When the sermon was over, Jerome repeated the withdrawal of his former retractation. Sentence was passed against him, and he was led away to be burned in the same place as Huss. Like Huss, he went to die with calm and cheerful face. As he left the cathedral, he began to chant the creed and then the litany. When he reached the place of execution, he knelt before the stake as though it had been an image of Huss and prayed. As he was bound, he again recited the creed and called the people to witness that in that faith he died. When the executioner was going to light the pile at his back, he called to him, "Come in front and light it before my face. If I had feared death, I would never have come here." As the flames gathered round him, he sang a hymn till his voice was choked by the smoke. As in the case of Huss, his clothes were burned, and his ashes were cast into the Rhine. The council had done all that lay in its power to restore peace in Bohemia. End of section 7. Section 8 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 6. Sigismund's Journey and the Council during his absence, 1415 to 1416, Part 1. The council had displayed its zeal for the promotion of the unity of the Church, both within and without, by deposing a pope and burning 2 heretics. But there still remained other pretenders to the papal dignity, and the trials of Huss and Jerome were only episodes in the more important question of the resignation of the contending popes. Gregory XII, weary of the conflict, and seeing himself abandoned on every side, submitted with good grace to abdicate. After a few negotiations about preliminaries, the abdication was formally carried out by Carlo Malatesta, acting as Gregory's proctor, in a general session of the council on July 4th, 1415. The 2 colleges of cardinals were united, Gregory's acts in the papacy were ratified, his officials were confirmed in their offices, he himself received the title of Cardinal of Porto and the legation in the March of Ancona for life. He was declared ineligible for re-election to the papacy, but was to rank next to the future pope. At the same time, a decree was passed that the council should not be dissolved until it had elected a new pope. There still remained Benedict XIII, who had agreed to be present at a conference at Nice between Ferdinand of Aragon and Sigismund in June 1415. But the exciting scenes which followed on the flight of John XXIII obliged Sigismund to defer his departure till July 18th. Owing to the illness of the King of Aragon, the place of meeting was changed from Nice to Perpignan. Thither went Benedict XIII in June, and waited till the end of the month, when he declared Sigismund contumacious and retired to Valencia. Sigismund, in a speech to the council before his departure, announced his intentions on a grand scale. He proposed first to appease the schism, then to make peace between France and England, between Poland and the Teutonic Knights, and after this general pacification of Europe, to undertake a crusade against the Turks. It was Sigismund's merit that he formed great plans of European importance. It was his weakness that he never considered what means he had to carry them into execution. To obtain money for this journey, which was to have such mighty results, he was compelled to raise 250,000 marks by making over Brandenburg to the wealthy Frederick, Burggraf of Nuremberg. Frederick had already lent him 150,000 marks, and now, for the additional sum obtained from the needy emperor, a grant of Brandenburg and the electoral dignity. Sigismund set out in state with a train of 4,000 knights, amid the good wishes of the fathers of the council, who ordered a solemn procession to be made every Sunday and a mass to be said for his safety. He journeyed over Schaffhausen to Basel, and thence to Chambéry and Narbonne, where he arrived on August 15th, 1415. There he stayed for a month, waiting for the arrival at Perpignan of Ferdinand of Aragon, whose health scarcely permitted the journey. On September 18th he entered Perpignan, where Ferdinand awaited him. Benedict, who had raised objections about a safe conduct, and had demanded that Sigismund should treat him as pope, was at length driven by Ferdinand's pressure to appear also towards the end of September. The efforts of Ferdinand and Sigismund could do nothing to bend the obstinate spirit of Benedict to submit to the council. He answered that to him the way of justice seemed better than the way of abdication. If, however, the kings thought otherwise, he was ready to abdicate, provided that the decrees of the Council of Pisa were revoked, the Council of Constance dissolved, and a new council called in some free and impartial place, in the south of France or Aragon. As regarded the election of a new pope, he claimed that he alone should nominate, as being the only cardinal appointed by Gregory XI before the schism. If that was not acceptable, he would appoint a committee of his cardinals, and the council might appoint an equal number of their cardinals. The new election should be made by a majority in each committee agreeing to the same person. After such election he would abdicate, retaining his cardinals with full legatine power over all his present obedience. Benedict was true to his old principles. He had been elected pope by as good a title as his predecessors, and he saw no reason why he should abandon his legal rights. Threats were useless against his stubbornness. When the kings of Aragon, Navarre, and Castile threatened him with a withdrawal of obedience if he did not give way, he only grew more determined in his refusal. Sigismund found himself unsafe at Perpignan. His enemies seemed resolved to attack him when he was in a foreign land. A fire suspiciously broke out in a house adjoining his own, and the Infante Alfonso rushed to his rescue with assurances of his father's protection. Some of Sigismund's German followers rode away and left him without giving any reason. A suspicious embassy came from Frederick of Austria, which was said to have 2 notorious poisoners in its train. Fearing for his personal safety, Sigismund withdrew to Narbonne in the beginning of November, where he was followed by the ambassadors of the Spanish princes and of Scotland. New negotiations were set on foot, and Benedict, seeing himself threatened with a withdrawal of obedience, fled to the neighbouring fortress of Collioure, intending to take refuge in Sardinia. His galleys, however, were destroyed by the ships of the neighbouring ports. Several of his cardinals, at the request of the King of Aragon, returned to Perpignan, and Benedict, who scorned to yield, retired to the rocky fortress of Peniscola, which belonged to his family. Popular feeling was everywhere turning against him. His staunch upholder, the great Dominican preacher Vincent Ferrer, went as ambassador to urge Benedict to resign, and on his refusal raised his voice in favour of union with the Council of Constance. Negotiations went on rapidly between Sigismund and the King of Aragon. At last, on December 13th, 12 articles were drawn up at Narbonne between representatives of the Council and those of Benedict's obedience. It was agreed that the Council of Constance should issue a summons to the princes and prelates of Benedict's obedience to come to Constance within 3 months and form a general council. A similar summons was to be addressed by Benedict's obedience to the Council of Constance. When in this way the dignity of both parties had been preserved, the general council so formed was to proceed to the deposition of Benedict, the election of a new pope, the reformation of the Church, and the destruction of heresy. Benedict's acts till his first summons to withdraw on November 15th were to be ratified, his cardinals and other officials recognized by the council, and a safe conduct given to himself if he chose to appear. Great was the joy of the council when, on the evening of December 29th, the news of this compact was brought to Constance. Communications with Narbonne had been rare, and rumours of every sort prevailed. The council found their proceedings a little dull in Sigismund's absence. Commissioners might sit and discuss various questions of church reform, but it was clear that nothing would be done till Sigismund was back again. The expenses of a stay in Constance began to weigh heavily, and the representatives of universities and other corporations found it necessary to urge on their constituents the importance of the work on which the council was engaged, and the need of their continued presence at Constance. The first joy of the council at the good news from Narbonne was a little checked when it came to consider the formalities that had to be gone through before its real business could proceed any further. Sigismund had not obtained, as had been hoped, the resignation of Benedict XIII. The way was not yet open for ending the schism, but the union of Spain with the council would bring about again the union of Christendom. Hopes of ending the council by Easter 1415 were exchanged for expectations that it might be over in September 1416. The good news that Ferdinand of Aragon had, on January 6th, ordered the publication throughout his dominions of the withdrawal of allegiance from Benedict XIII hardly compensated for the news that Sigismund proposed to make a journey to Paris and London to arrange for peace between France and England. The ambassadors of the council who returned on January 29th assured them of the great use of this step in procuring the unity of the Church, and brought Sigismund's promise that he would return as soon as possible. If Sigismund, before leaving Constance, had set forth as one of his objects the establishment of peace between France and England, events that had happened since then had increased the danger which the union of Christendom was likely to incur from the growth of national animosity. In August 1415, Henry V had sailed to France, in September had taken Harfleur, and in October had inflicted on the French army the crushing defeat of Agincourt. The council thought that Sigismund's presence was consequently more than ever necessary at Constance to keep the peace and hasten on the business. But Sigismund had his own ends to serve while serving the council. He had already succeeded in asserting anew the glories of the imperial name in the affairs of the Church. He was equally resolved to assert it in the politics of Europe. His scheme of uniting Europe in a crusade against the Turk might be a dream, but at least it was a noble dream. In matters more immediately at hand, the full reunion and reform of the Church, Sigismund saw that nothing could be done on a satisfactory basis unless Europe were agreed. As bearing the imperial name, Sigismund resolved to try and unite Europe for this purpose. It is true that he had little save the imperial name to support him in his good intentions, yet if his plan succeeded, he would work a lasting result for the good of Christendom, and would assert the old prestige of the empire. Full of hope, he entered Paris on March 1st, 1416, and was received with splendid festivities. But the fierce antagonism of the Burgundian and Orleanist factions had been intensified by the national discomfiture, and Sigismund found that in the disturbed state of Paris he could obtain no definite understanding. What one party accepted, the other refused. Yet Sigismund tried his utmost to win the French court to his projects, and offered to wed his daughter Elizabeth with the second son of Charles VI, and so make him heir to the Hungarian throne, as he had no male offspring. When he found that he could do nothing in Paris, he pursued his way to England, and even on his journey was treated with contumely at Abbeville and Boulogne. It was clear that there was a strong party in France which had no wish for peace. Sigismund arrived in London on May 3rd, and there also great festivities were held in his honour. He took with him William, Duke of Holland, an ally of England, a relative of the French king, and consequently likely to be trusted by both parties. Henry V was willing to accept Sigismund's offer of mediation and agreed to a truce for 3 years, on condition of retaining Harfleur, a small compensation for the glorious campaign of Agincourt. Preliminaries were agreed to, and a conference between the 3 monarchs was arranged. But suddenly negotiations were broken off by the successful intrigues of the Count of Armagnac. William of Holland abruptly left England, and Sigismund found his mediation ignominiously disavowed. Sigismund was bitterly disappointed, and was placed in an awkward situation by this sudden change in the policy of France. Public opinion in England regarded him with grave suspicion, and he was entirely in the hands of Henry V. The imperial honour had been sullied, and the imperial dignity outraged in this negotiation, from which Sigismund had hoped so much. He wrote angrily to the French king, and withdrew from further complicity in his affairs. He had indeed cause to be aggrieved, for he had not merely failed, but his failure threatened to be disastrous. He could not return to Constance crestfallen and discredited. He could not even leave England, suspicious of his good intentions. One course only remained open for him: to abandon his alliance with France and draw nearer to England. Henry V, on his part, was ready enough to renew the policy of Edward I and Edward III of forming an alliance with Germany against France. On August 15th, Sigismund concluded at Canterbury an offensive and defensive alliance with Henry V, on the ground that the French favoured the schism of the Church and opposed all efforts to make peace with England. It was an event of no small importance in European politics. It was a breach of the long-standing friendship between France and the House of Luxembourg, a friendship which Sigismund's grandfather, John of Bohemia, had sealed with his blood on the field of Crécy. At the end of August, Sigismund went to Calais, where Henry V soon joined him, and again a conference for peace was held. To it came the Duke of Burgundy, who, in his hatred against the Count of Armagnac, was ready to listen to Henry V's proposals for a separate alliance. When the conference was over, Sigismund bethought himself of returning to Constance. He was so short of money that he had to send his trusty servant, Eberhard Windeck, to Bruges, to pawn for 18,000 ducats the presents which he had received from Henry V and his court. From Calais he went by ship to Dordrecht, and then made his way slowly up the Rhine to Constance, where he arrived on January 27th, 1417, after an absence of nearly a year and a half. Great was the delight of the council at Sigismund's return. He was met outside the wall and was escorted in solemn procession to the cathedral. but the account of his reception shows us how strong an element of discord the national animosity between the French and English had introduced into the council. The English observed with pride that Sigismund wore round his neck the Order of the Garter, and the Bishop of Salisbury, after meeting Sigismund, rode hastily away to the cathedral that he might frustrate Peter d'Ailly and get possession of the pulpit for the purpose of delivering a sermon of welcome. Sigismund, on his side, did not scruple to manifest in a marked way his wish for a good understanding with the English. On January 29th, he received the English nation at a private audience, shook hands with each of its members, praised all that he had seen in England, and assured them of his wish to work with them for the reformation of the Church. On Sunday, January 31st, he wore the robes of the Garter at High Mass, and was afterwards entertained by the English at a magnificent banquet, which was enlivened by a miracle play representing the birth of Christ, the adoration of the Magi, and the massacre of the innocents. During Sigismund's absence from Constance, the council had been unanimous only in condemning Jerome of Prague for heresy. The rest of its business had advanced but slowly. It is true that at the end of July a commission had been appointed to report upon the measures necessary for a reform of the Church in head and members. The commission consisted of 35 members, 8 from each of the 4 nations, and 3 cardinals, d'Ailly, Zabarella, and Adimari. There was no lack of material for the labours of the commissioners. Sermons, memoirs, and tractates furnished them with copious lists of grievances. But the difficulty was to decide where to begin. All were anxious to do something, but each regarded as sacred the interests of his own order. And it was impossible to attack the fabric of abuses without endangering some of the props which supported the existing organization of the hierarchy. The general outline of the reforming scheme was clear and simple enough. It was a demand that the Pope should live on his own revenues, should abstain from interference in episcopal and capitular elections and presentations to benefices throughout Christendom, and should not unnecessarily interfere with episcopal or national jurisdictions. All these questions were really questions of finance, and the times were not favourable to serious financial reform. The papal dominions in Italy were in the hands of the invader, and there was little revenue which could at that time be said to belong indisputably to the Pope. If the Pope were to be prohibited from making any demands on ecclesiastical revenues, he would be left almost penniless, and the cardinals who depended on him would be destitute. Moreover, the Pope's claims to raise money were the sign of the recognition of his supremacy, and it was difficult to forbid his extortion without impairing his necessary authority. The College of Cardinals during Sigismund's absence regained its prestige and influence in the council, and had a direct and personal interest in preventing any unreasonable diminution of the papal revenues or of the papal power. The Reform Commission found it necessary to proceed slowly and cautiously. They could only obtain unanimity on unimportant points. When they discussed matters of graver moment, it was a question what was to be allowed to remain in the present necessity. End of section 8. Section 9 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 6, Sigismund's Journey and the Council during his absence, 1415 to 1416, Part 2. The tax which the French were most anxious to see reformed was the one called annates, which included all the payments demanded by the Curia on the collation of a benefice. Such dues seem to have had their origin in the custom of making presents to those who officiated at ordinations. a custom which the papacy had organized into a definite tax on all bishops and abbots whose nomination passed through the papal consistory. The tax was levied upon a moderate assessment of the yearly value of their revenues in the books of the consistory. During the Schism, this sort of revenue was extended, it is said by the ingenuity of Boniface IX, to all benefices, and incoming incumbents were in every case required to pay half the revenues of the first year to the Pope, under a penalty of excommunication if they refused. The abolition of this oppressive impost was loudly demanded by the French deputies in the Commission, but the cardinals offered determined opposition to their pleadings, and urged that annates were the chief support of the Pope and the College of Cardinals. If they were abolished at present, the Pope and cardinals would be left penniless. Their opposition so far weighed with the representatives of the other nations that they agreed to allow this question to stand over. In truth, the question of annates affected France more closely than any other kingdom, as the necessity of supporting a pope during the Schism had weighed most heavily on France. England had withstood the attempts of Boniface IX to extend the payment of annates to all benefices, and the old payment only was made by bishops. In Italy, benefices were of small value, and the civic communities knew how to protect themselves against papal aggression. In Germany, the bishops were more powerful than in France, and so could defend themselves. The French complained that they paid more than all the other nations put together, and bore the burden and heat of the day. This might be true, but when a proposal was made to substitute for annates a yearly tax of 1/50th of the value of all benefices above 10 ducats for the maintenance of the curia, we are not surprised that the more favoured nations hesitated to adopt the new scheme. The French were not so ready as the other nations to let the question of annates stand over. When they found that they were beaten in the Commission, they tried to bring pressure to bear upon that body by taking action in their own nation. Accordingly, on October 15th, 1415, the French nation discussed the question for themselves. Their debates were tumultuous and extended over 7 sittings, as each man gave his vote and stated his reasons separately. At last, on November 2nd, the majority was declared to be in favour of the abolition of annates and the appointment of a commission to consider the means of making a fair provision for the Pope and cardinals in their stead. This conclusion was communicated to the other nations, and their cooperation was invited to carry it out. But the Italians entirely rejected the proposal, and the Germans and English did not think it advisable to discuss the matter at that time. The cardinals called on the procurator fiscal of the Apostolic See to lodge a protest against the proposal as an encroachment on the papal rights. The French replied by setting forth at length their grievances, but nothing was done. The failure of this first attempt at common action in the matter of reform damped the ardour of the most advanced reformers, and showed the cardinals their strength as a compact body when opposed to varying national interests. After this effort of the French, the Reform Commission was left to continue its labours in peace. On December 19th, the German nation moved that the Council proceed to consider measures to put down simony, but no practical steps were taken. Even on the question of the reform of the Benedictine order, agreement was so difficult that though the Council definitely appointed commissioners on February 19th, 1416, the matter was allowed to stand over. On April 5th, Sigismund wrote from Paris to the Council, begging them to suspend all important matters till his return, and meanwhile to employ themselves with considering the reform of the clergy, especially in Germany. He recommended for their consideration such points as the manners, dress, and bearing of the clergy, and the prevention of hereditary claims over the lands of the Church. he urged them also to reconsider their proceedings in the matter of Jean Petit. This last question was in fact the only one in which the council had shown any ardour, and it was simply a transference to Constance of the political animosity by which France was convulsed. As the struggle in Bohemia between the Czechs and Germans had made its way to the council chamber, so the struggle in France between the Orleanists and Burgundians penetrated into matters which craved for ecclesiastical decision. Louis of Orleans, brother of Charles VI of France, had been murdered in 1407, and there was no doubt that the murder had been instigated by his opponent, the Duke of Burgundy. It might have been expected that such an act would have met with reprobation at the hands of those who were the guardians of public morality. But Louis of Orleans had been the supporter of Benedict XIII, who was the opponent of the policy of the University of Paris, and had shown himself willing to diminish its privileges and importance. One of the doctors of the university, Jean Petit, made an apology for the Duke of Burgundy before the helpless king on March 8, 1408. He justified his patron by a series of ingenious sophistries which affected the very foundations of political society. He set forth that any subject who plots against the welfare of his sovereign is worthy of death, and that his culpability is increased in proportion to his high degree. Hence it is lawful, nay, meritorious for anyone, without waiting for an express command, but relying on moral and divine law, to kill such a traitor and tyrant, and the more meritorious in proportion to his high degree. Promises which are contrary to the welfare of the sovereign are not binding, and ought to be set aside. Nay, dissimulation is justifiable if it renders easier the death of the traitor. Besides enunciating these propositions, Petit assailed the memory of the Duke of Orleans, and accused him of sorcery and evil practices to compass the king's death. Arguments might serve for a time to justify, in the opinion of his partisans, one who is master of the situation. But the moderate party in the university, headed by Gerson, looked with alarm on the enunciation of principles which they considered subversive both of moral and political order. So long as the Duke of Burgundy was supreme, they could do little to make their voices heard. But when in 1412 the Armagnac party succeeded in driving the Duke of Burgundy from Paris, they were eager to justify the memory of the murdered Duke of Orleans and fix a moral stigma on their opponents. In 1413, the Bishop of Paris summoned a council to examine the doctrines of Petit, who had died 2 years before. After some deliberation, 9 propositions drawn from the writings of Petit were condemned in February 1414, and his book was publicly burned. The Duke of Burgundy appealed against this decision to the Pope, and John XXIII deputed 3 cardinals to examine the matter. Their deliberations were yet pending when the council was summoned, and so this important controversy was transferred to Constance. The representatives of the University of Paris were chosen from those opposed to the views of Petit. The Burgundian ambassadors were ordered to prevent Petit's official condemnation. It was this state of parties that led John XXIII to hope for help against the council from the Duke of Burgundy, and the council was by no means anxious to alienate so powerful a prince. As soon, however, as the council was rid of all fear from John XXIII, and by its proceedings against Huss had shown its zeal to maintain the purity of the faith, Gerson pressed for the condemnation of the doctrines of Petit. On June 15, 1415, a commission was appointed to examine the matter, and as Sigismund was anxious to have something decided before he went away, the council on July 6th, the same day on which it condemned Huss as a heretic, passed a decree which it hoped might be an acceptable compromise in the matter of Jean Petit. The decree set forth that the council, in its desire to extirpate all erroneous opinions, declares heretical the assertion that any tyrant may be killed by any vassal or subject of his own, even by treachery, in despite of oaths, and without any judicial sentence being passed against him. The decree made no mention of France or of Petit. It was purely general, and did not go into the details of Petit's argument, but merely condemned an abstract proposition without any reference to the events which called it forth. Gerson was indignant at this lenient treatment of Petit, especially when contrasted with the severity shown at the same time towards Huss. He asserted that if Huss had been allowed an advocate, he would never have been condemned. He went so far in his indignation as to say that he would rather be tried by Jews and heathens than by the council. He entered with strong personal warmth into the controversy, and was not content to let it rest, although the prospect of a war with England made the French court anxious that nothing should be done which could alienate the Duke of Burgundy. He pressed for a further decision on Petit's propositions, and involved himself in a dispute with the Bishop of Arras, who argued that they concerned points of philosophy and politics rather than theology. Gerson carried his zeal beyond the limits of discretion, and wearied the council with his repeated expostulations. Naturally, the council did not like to be told that they, who had not spared a pope, ought not, through fear of a prince, to desert the defence of the truth. Taking advantage of this feeling, a Franciscan, Jean de Rocha, presented before the Commission for Matters of the Faith 25 articles drawn from Gerson's writings, which he declared to be heretical. The Bishop of Arras similarly accused of heresy Peter d'Ailly. The council, which was the scene of such proceedings, had entirely lost its moral force. When the learned fathers of the Church tried to brand as heretics those who took the opposite side in national politics, we cannot wonder that the condemnation of Jerome of Prague by such a tribunal did not at once carry conviction to the rebellious Bohemians. They had some grounds at least for arguing that the wisest of the council, Gerson and d'Ailly, were eager for the condemnation of Huss, that it might pave the way for the condemnation of Petit, that Gerson's suspicions of the sincerity of Jerome's recantation were sharpened by the feeling that his own orthodoxy was not above attack. It would seem that the majority of the council were heartily wearied of this question, and in the beginning of 1416 there was a general request that the commissioners on matters of faith should pronounce an opinion, one way or the other, on the 9 propositions of Petit. But the matter was further complicated by the action of the Cardinals Orsini, Zabarella, and Pancherini, who had been deputed by John XXIII to consider the appeal of the Duke of Burgundy against the decision of the Council of Paris. They now gave their judgment on that appeal, and quashed the proceedings of the Parisian Council on grounds of informality. It had proceeded in a matter of faith of which only the Pope could take cognizance, and also had not summoned the accused parties, but had founded its judgment on passages which were not authentic writings of Petit. The cardinal seemed to have taken this step from a desire to reserve the whole question for the decision of a future pope. But in France the position of parties had again changed. After the defeat of Agincourt, the Orleanists represented the national and patriotic party, and the Duke of Burgundy had to flee to Flanders. The Orleanists possessed themselves of the royal authority, and in the king's name pressed for the condemnation of Petit. On March 19th they appealed from the decision of the commissioners to that of the council. The commissioners in their defence published the opinions of canonists which they had collected. 26 were in favour of condemning Petit. 61 were against the condemnation. It may seem to us monstrous that such should have been the result. But the council had already pronounced its decision against the general principle of the lawfulness of tyrannicide, and many thought that it was undesirable for political reasons to go farther. Many regarded the question as not properly a theological question, and objected to its decision on purely theological grounds. Many regarded it as a mere party matter, in which the council would do well not to meddle. Moreover, the question in itself admitted of some doubt in a time when political institutions were in a rudimentary stage. Political assassinations wore a different aspect in days when the destinies of a nation might rest on the caprice of an individual. Classical and biblical antiquity supplied instances of tyrannicide which won the admiration of posterity. Many felt unwilling in their hearts that the Church should absolutely forbid conduct which it could not be denied was sometimes useful. Still Gerson pursued his point, and the struggle between himself and the Bishop of Arras waxed warmer. Sigismund wrote from Paris, urging that the decision of the 3 cardinals against the proceedings of the Bishop of Paris should be recalled. But the cardinals wrote back a justification of their own conduct. The weary controversy still went on and occupied the time and energies of the council. It awakened such strong feeling that the Burgundian prelates separated themselves from the rest of the Gallican nation. Gerson flung himself entirely into this question, and so diminished the influence which his learning had previously gained him at Constance. The council would not decide the matter, but preferred to leave it for the future pope. Gerson exclaimed that no reformation could be wrought by the council, unless it were under a wise and powerful head. When Sigismund returned to Constance, Gerson hoped that he would use his influence to have the matter settled. But the change which the English alliance had wrought in Sigismund's political attitude made him unwilling to offend the Duke of Burgundy. The French prelates remained in a state of gloomy dissatisfaction, and the animosities which this dreary question had raised destroyed the unanimity of the council and did much to hamper its future labours. Nor was this the only cause of disunion in the council. The assembled fathers were eagerly awaiting the opportunity of finishing their greatest and most important task, the restoration of the unity of the Church. For this purpose they needed the incorporation of the Spanish kingdoms and the formal deposition of Benedict XIII. The death of Ferdinand of Aragon on April 2, 1416, caused some delay in sending ambassadors, and his successor, Alfonso V, though anxious to carry out his father's plans, was not in a position to do so at once. Not till September 5 did the Aragonese envoys arrive, and they were at first unwilling to join the council till they had been joined by the representatives of Castile. At length their scruples were overcome, and on October 15th a 5th nation, the Spanish, was constituted in the council. But this process was not completed without difficulties which portended future troubles. First, the Portuguese, who had joined the council on June 1st, protested against the formation of a Spanish nation as disparaging the honour of Portugal, which claimed to be a nation by itself. Next, the Aragonese claimed precedence over the English, and the English protested against their claim. The French then allowed the Aragonese to sit alternately with themselves, protesting that they did so without prejudice to the dignity of the French nation. The alliance thus made between the French and Aragonese was used by the French as a means of annoying the English. The Aragonese raised the question of the right of the English to be considered a nation. Loud hissings were heard in the council chamber at this attempt to introduce a spirit of faction, and the Aragonese ambassadors left the room. The question was dismissed, but the ill feeling created by it remained. The English and French wore arms in the streets, and there was constant fear of an open collision. So serious was the discord that on December 23rd a congregation continued wrangling till late at night, and then fell to blows, so that the Pfalzgraf Louis and Frederick of Nuremberg had to be hastily summoned to preserve order. This was the state of things that awaited Sigismund on his arrival at Constance, and his change of political attitude during his absence deprived him of the power to exercise any moderating influence upon the discord which wasted the energies of the council. End of section 9. Section 10 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 7, The Council of Constance and the Election of Martin V, 1417, Part 1. We may feel that the conflicts which agitated the fathers at Constance displayed a petty spirit and an undue attention to formal matters. Yet they were more truly the signs of the growth of strong national feelings that were affecting European politics. The ideal unity of the Church, when embodied in a European Congress, could not rise superior to the actual antagonisms of contending nations. Indeed, the very question that called the Council together was in its origin political. The schism in the Church had arisen through the desire of France to secure the papacy on the side of her own national interests. An experience of the evils of the schism had led Europe to wish to end it by the arbitration of a general council. On the question of the union of the Church, there had been at Constance practical unanimity, but when that point was on a fair way to solution, the same unanimity was no longer to be expected in other matters. The very nature of the questions which the Council next took in hand shows the strength of national sentiment. The condemnation of Huss was not merely a matter of faith. It was a step towards suppressing the movement of the Czechs against the Germans in Eastern Europe. The question of Jean Petit was a transference to Constance of the struggle of parties which was rending France asunder. In like manner, the deadly contest between France and England carried its national antagonism into the affairs of the Council. It is true that there was no question of doctrine or of ecclesiastical practice round which this contest could rage. For that very reason, it sought expression in trivial matters, and the point of the constitution of the Council opened up a wide field to technical ingenuity. It would have been a difficult matter to arrange with any definiteness a scheme for the representation of united Christendom, nor was this ever attempted at Constance. The constitution of the Council was established in a haphazard way at the beginning. The organization into 4 nations had been practically accepted at a time when the Council was anxious to proceed to business and assert its position against John the 23rd. The incorporation with the Council of the Spanish kingdoms gave the French an opportunity of discussing the general organization of Christendom, and so aiming a blow at the pride and honour of England. The leader of the French in this attack was Peter d'Ailly, who probably had ulterior objects in view, and was glad of an opportunity for educating his nation to follow his lead. If feeling ran high between the French and the English during Sigismund's absence, it ran higher when, on his return, he showed signal marks of favour to his new allies. Accordingly, the French determined to open a formal attack upon the English, and on March 3rd, 1417, the ambassadors of the French king laid before the Council a protest which set forth that England was not a nation that ought to rank as equal to Italy, France, Germany, or Spain, which all contain many nations within themselves. The constitutions of Benedict XII had recognized in Christendom 4 nations, and an ecclesiastical assembly ought to abide by the papal constitutions. These 4 nations were the Italian, German, French, and Spanish, and now that the Spanish nation had joined the council, the English should be added to the German nation, with which they were counted in the bull of Benedict XII. Neither according to its political nor its ecclesiastical divisions was England equal to the other four nations. It had been allowed to count as a nation before the coming of the Spaniards, to keep up the number of nations to 4. But now that the council became a new council, it ought to revise its former arrangements for the conduct of its business. The French therefore demanded either that the English should be added to the German nation, or if it was considered necessary to keep up a distinct English nation, then that the other nations should be divided according to their respective governments, or else that the method of voting by nations should be entirely done away. While this protest was being read to the council, hisses and loud exclamations of dissent were heard. Sigismund interposed to prevent the reading from being finished, on the ground that it was entirely contrary to the customary procedure for anything to be read in the council which had not previously been approved by the nations. Moreover, as protector of the council, he ordered that thenceforth nothing be brought forward in public sessions to the prejudice of the council, especially such things as might hinder the union of the church. But the English were not content with this vindication. They put forth their learning to answer the arguments of the French, and on March 30th handed into the council a written reply in which they styled themselves the ambassadors of the King of England and France, and called the French king our adversary of France. They proved first that the constitution of Benedict XII was not dealing with the division of Christendom into nations, but solely with the method of arranging episcopal visitations and chapters of Benedictines. They retaliated with crushing statistics the charges of the French about the smallness of the English kingdom compared with France. 8 kingdoms were subject to the English crown, not counting the Orcades and other islands to the number of 60, which by themselves were as large as the kingdom of France. The realm of the English king contained 110 dioceses, that of the French only 60. Britain was 800 miles long, or 40 days' journey, and France was not generally supposed to have such a great extent. France had not more than 6,000 parish churches. England had 52,000. England was converted by Joseph of Arimathea, France only by Dionysius the Areopagite. The proposal to put England and Germany together was entirely absurd, as these two nations comprised between them almost half of Christendom. The natural as well as canonical division of nations was into northern, southern, eastern, and western. The English were at the head of the northern group, the Germans of the eastern, the Italians of the southern, and the French and Spanish were left to make up the western. The English, on these grounds, branded the arguments of the French as empty and frivolous, and protested against any change being made which might affect the position of the English nation. The protest was received by the council, and no attempt was made to change the constitution of the nations. Indeed, the procedure of the French can scarcely have been intended seriously, but was merely an affront to the English, and a step in the education of the French party in opposition to Sigismund's influence. By the side of these altercations, the great business of the council, the deposition of Benedict XIII, was slowly proceeding. On November 5th, 1416, after the arrival of the Aragonese ambassadors, commissioners were appointed to receive evidence against Peter de Luna on the charges of breaking his promises and oaths, and throwing obstacles in the way of the union of the Church. So quickly did the commissioners do their work that on November 28th a citation was issued to Benedict to appear personally at Constance within 70 days after receiving the summons. 2 Benedictine monks were sent to serve the citation, They made their way to Peniscola and were received by Benedict's nephew with 200 armed men, who escorted them into Benedict's presence on January 22nd, 1417. The old man looked at the black monks as they approached and said, "Here come the crows of the council." "Yes," was the muttered answer, "crows gather round a dead body." Benedict listened to the reading of the citation, uttering from time to time indignant exclamations. "That is not true. They lie." He repeated his old proposals, that a new council should be summoned, and that he should elect the new pope. He haughtily asserted that he was right, and that the council was wrong. Grasping the arm of his chair, he repeated, "This is the Ark of Noah." The determination of Benedict XIII. Was as unbroken as ever. The world might abandon him, but he would remain true to himself and his dignity. On March 10th the council received the account of their ambassadors to Benedict XIII., and on April 1st declared him guilty of contumacy. Commissioners were appointed to examine the charges against him and hear witnesses, but final sentence could not be passed till the union of the Spanish kingdoms with the council had been accomplished, and this formal act was again made the occasion of raising serious questions. The ambassadors of Castile only arrived in Constance on March 29th, but Castile was not very firm in its allegiance to the council, and its envoys seem willingly to have lent themselves to the projects of the curial party. The English suspected Peter d'Ailly of getting hold of them for his own purposes, and using the incorporation of Castile as the means of accomplishing his plan of identifying the French nation with the party of the cardinals. At all events, the Castilians declared themselves on the side of the curial party, and demanded as a condition of their incorporation with the council that the preliminaries of a new papal election should be settled. This demand raised at once a question that had long been simmering. The council had met for the threefold purpose of restoring the unity of the Church, purging it from heresy, and reforming it in head and members. In the deposition of the three contending popes and the condemnation of the opinions of Wycliffe and Huss, there had been practical unanimity. But the question of reform was likely to lead to greater differences of opinion, and the proceedings of the Reform Commission showed the difficulties which were in the way. Men were not agreed whether the Reformation should be dealt with in a radical or a conservative spirit. If it were to be done radically, it must be done by the council before the election of a new pope. If it were to be done tenderly, a pope must first be elected to look after the interests of the papacy and the curia. The circumstances attending the opening of the council had created a precedent for approaching burning questions in the technical form of discussing which should be undertaken first. John XXIII. Was defeated on the question of precedence between the cause of union and the cause of faith. When the council decided to undertake the union of the Church before discussing the heresies of Huss, the fate of John was practically decided. In the first flush of the council's triumph over the Pope, the cause of reform seemed to have a promising future. But the absence of Sigismund, the long period of inactivity, and the growing heat of national jealousies afforded an opportunity to the curial party which they were not slow to use. The proceedings relative to the deposition of John warned the cardinals of their danger if a revolutionary spirit were to prevail, and during Sigismund's absence the cardinals drew closely together and obtained a powerful influence over the council. They knew that they could count on the allegiance of the Italian nation, and their policy was to take advantage of any disunion in the ranks of the other three nations. Such an opportunity had been afforded by the discontent of a section of the French nation at the proceedings about Jean Petit, and still more by the national animosity between the French and the English, which had been increased by Sigismund's political change. The incorporation of the Spanish kingdoms afforded the curial party a chance of trying their strength. On the incorporation of Aragon, they raised the question of the constitution of the council. Next, on the incorporation of Castile, they raised the question of the council's business. This they did in the recognized form of a discussion about priority of procedure. Ought not one point to be finished before another was undertaken? Ought not the unity of the Church to be definitely restored by a new election before the more doubtful subject of reform was taken in hand? This was the point which the Castilians were induced to raise, and their request brought to a crisis a number of conflicting opinions, which weighed differently with different nations and classes in the council. First of all, there were strong political differences which Sigismund's alliance with England brought prominently into the foreground at Constance. The French regarded Sigismund with suspicion after his political change. Yet during the vacancy of the Papacy, Sigismund was sure to be the most powerful person in the council. He was its protector. It was in his hands. He could bring pressure to bear upon it at his will. The French began to doubt whether it was wise to help the English and Germans, whom they regarded as their national foes, to arrange the condition of the future pope. The schism had arisen from the influence exercised by France over the Papacy, and France had only laid aside her claims because they were a source of embarrassment rather than of profit. Yet France could not allow her influence to pass to Germany, and did not wish to prolong a council which might again establish the imperial supremacy in Christendom, especially when the emperor was in close alliance with England. The forthcoming papal election would be an event of considerable political importance, and Sigismund must not be allowed to influence it for his own purposes. To these political reasons were added considerations arising directly from the question of reform itself. Men discovered that it was not a matter to be undertaken lightly, and that declamations against abuses were not easily converted into schemes of redress. In the foreground of papal abuses were the exaction of annates and the collation to benefices. But an attempt to abolish annates roused the deepest apprehension of the cardinals and curia, who asked how they were to be maintained without them. Similarly, the attack on the papal collations to benefices alarmed the universities, whose graduates found that the claims of learning were more liberally recognized by the popes than by ordinaries immersed in official business. The University of Paris had had experience of this truth during the period of withdrawal of obedience from Benedict XIII. It had complained and had been met with desultory promises. Many members of the academic party thought that a reform would be more tenderly accomplished after the election of a pope who would advocate his own cause. Moreover, there was much plausibility in the cry that another matter ought not to be undertaken till the main object of the council was accomplished. It had decided to undertake first the cause of unity. It had advanced so far as to get rid of the rival claimants. Why should it hesitate to accomplish its work and confer on the Church one undoubted head? The lay was fraught with danger. There was at present a unanimity which might soon be destroyed. The council had already sat so long as to weary the patience of those who were still detained at Constance. Growing weariness and disputes about the Reformation question might make the council dwindle entirely away before the papal elections were decided, and so all might still be left in doubt, and a schism worse than the first again desolate Christendom. In the disturbed state of Europe, war might break out in the neighbourhood, and the council be broken up by force, or be deprived suddenly of supplies. It was a serious risk to keep the important matter of the new election undecided in the face of all the contingencies that might happen. There was a good deal of force in these arguments of temporary expediency, enough to impress the waverers. But the real question was whether the reformation of the Church was to be seriously undertaken or not. Sigismund sincerely desired it. The party of the Curia was determined to resist by all means in their power. All depended on the success of either side in gaining adherents. Sigismund was allied with Henry V. of England, and was sure of the co-operation of the English nation. Henry V. kept an observant watch on affairs at Constance, sent his instructions to the 5 bishops who were at the head of the English nation, and commanded that all his liegemen should follow the directions of the bishops, or else leave Constance under penalty of forfeiture of all their goods. End of section 10. Section 11 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 7. The Council of Constance and the Election of Martin V, 1417, Part 2. Perhaps this very resoluteness of the English and Germans made it easy for the curial party to win over the French. The alliance of England and Germany was adverse to the interests of France. Why should France support it in the council? Under the name of a reform in the Church, the papacy might be brought under German influence, might be turned into a political instrument against France. We can only guess at these causes for the adhesion of France to the curial party, which we find an accomplished fact within a few months after the return of Sigismund. The records of the council deal only with its sessions and its congregations. We know little of the proceedings within the separate nations, and have nothing save general considerations to guide us in this matter. It is, however, noticeable that the most important man amongst the French was also the most important man amongst the cardinals, and Peter d'Ailly seems to have been the means of winning over the French nation to the side of the curial party. It is true that so late as November 1416, d'Ailly had pressed for a reform of the Church, which he declared was a matter concerning the faith, and not to be considered separately. But d'Ailly had never been very famous for consistency, and had shown a capacity for turning with the tide and conciliating opposing interests. He had accepted from Benedict XIII the bishopric of Cambrai, without deserting the party of the University of Paris. He had received from the Pope the cardinal's hat, without ceasing to be a royal ambassador in opposition to the Pope. He had been one of the most manful upholders of the right of the council to proceed against John the 23rd, yet had protested against the action of the council in asserting its superiority to the Pope. He had pressed for reform before a papal election, but had no difficulty in assuring himself that reform would be more safely accomplished under the papal presidency. In the case of Germany and England, the influence of their kings was strong enough to keep the nations united in their policy, whatever individual difference of opinion may have existed in their ranks. France had no such head. It would have been difficult for the king, even if his policy had been decided, to enforce unanimity on the representatives of the French nation. As it was, he had no interest in doing so. The influence of the University of Paris, which had so long been predominant in matters ecclesiastical, was now broken. The affair of Jean Petit had ended in the defeat of Gerson and the purely academic party, and Gerson's heat in this matter had ruined his influence. d'Ailly's position as a cardinal led him to grow more and more conservative in the matter of reform, and the national hostility of France against Germany and England enabled him to bring the French nation to join in opposition to their revolutionary schemes. In this state of parties, the Castilians were induced to raise the question which was to decide the scope of the future activity of the council, and the cardinals strained every nerve to give a decisive proof of their strength. Besides the demand for a settlement of the preliminaries of a new papal election, the Castilians formally asked for a guarantee of freedom to the council, and the French seized upon this as an occasion to harass Sigismund by pressing for a more ample form of safe conduct. The cardinals made a formal declaration that they had enjoyed perfect freedom, save in their assent to the decree forbidding the election of a pope without the consent of the council. This they had accepted, not through any pressure from Sigismund, but through fear of being branded as schismatics if they objected. Men were greatly alarmed at this equivocal utterance. It was a covert threat that unless the cardinals were respected in future, they might cast a doubt upon the legitimacy of what had been done in the past. Accordingly, there was great confusion at Constance. Projects for the regulation of the new election were broached and rejected. Complaints were made about want of freedom. The city magistrates were asked to protect the council. Protests were lodged against unworthy treatment, and in the midst of the consequent confusion, the cardinals urged the acceptance of their proposals about the new election as the one means of restoring peace. Sigismund, however, managed to avert the entire dissolution of the council. The Castilians were somewhat alarmed at the violence of the storm which they had raised. They were not really desirous of the failure of the council, and Sigismund prevailed on them on June 16th to withdraw their conditions and unite themselves to the council. Peace, however, was not restored. The cardinals took advantage of some complaint that the judges of the council had overstepped their powers. The French, Italian, and Spanish nations joined them in another attack upon Sigismund. They protested that they were not in full enjoyment of their liberty, and would take no further part in the council till they had ample guarantees for freedom. Sigismund naturally objected to grant a demand which cast a reflection upon the past proceedings of the council. Again discord raged for several weeks, till both parties were weary and agreed on July 11th to a compromise which was proposed by the ambassadors of Savoy. Sigismund granted an ample assurance of the freedom of the council on condition that the order of procedure was fixed to be, first, the deposition of Benedict XIII. Next, the reform of the Church in its head and in the Curia. Thirdly, a new papal election. The cardinals had so far triumphed as to reserve for the new pope the reformation of the Church in its general features. Sigismund retained the important point that the reformation of the Papacy and of the Curia should precede the appointment of an undoubted pope. The struggle ended for the time, but the compromise was of the nature of a truce, not of a lasting peace. Sigismund's position had been forced, and after giving way so far, he might be driven to give way still more. When in this way agreement had been again restored, the council proceeded to the deposition of Benedict XIII. On July 26th he was again cited, declared contumacious, and sentence was passed against him. It declared that after examining witnesses, the council pronounced him to be perjured and a cause of scandal to the universal Church, a favourer of inveterate schism, a hinderer of the union of the Church, a heretic who had wandered from the faith. As such, he was pronounced unworthy of all rank and dignity, deprived of all right in the Papacy and in the Roman Church, and lopped off like a dry bough from the Catholic Church. This sentence was published throughout Constance amid general rejoicings. The bells were rung, the citizens kept holiday, and Sigismund's heralds rode through the streets proclaiming the sentence. Now that the union of the Church had been established, there remained for the council only the question of reform, in accordance with the agreement made between Sigismund and the cardinals. For this purpose the report of the Reform Commission was ready as a basis for discussion. The Commission had continued its labours till October 8th, 1416, and had drawn up its conclusions in a tentative form. First came 6 chapters dealing with the reformation of the Curia, providing for the holding of future councils with power to depose wicked and mischievous popes, defining the duties of the Pope and his relations to the cardinals, fixing the number of cardinals at 18, and prescribing their qualifications. On these points the commissioners seem to have been agreed, as their conclusions were drawn up in the shape of decrees for the council to pass. Then came a number of petitions for reform which were put into a shape that might admit of discussion. The report ended with a number of protocols, which seemed to contain a summary of suggestions and questions raised before the commissioners. But the points taken altogether touch only on the removal of crying and obvious abuses, dispensations, exemptions, pluralities, appeals to Rome, simony, clerical concubinage, non-residence of bishops, and the like. None of them affect the basis of the papal system, or try to alter the constitution of the Church where it was proved to be defective. They contain little which a provincial synod might not have decreed, nothing which was worthy of the labours of a general council. Even this report, harmless as it was not taken into the council's consideration. Such was the respect paid to technicalities, that a report drawn up before the incorporation of the Spanish kingdoms was not considered to be of sufficient authority for the newly constituted assembly to discuss. It would have been possible to continue the commission with the addition of Spanish representatives, but the council wanted to gain time, and there was some plausibility in the objection that such a commission would be unwieldy through its numbers. Accordingly, a new commission of 25 doctors and prelates, 5 from each nation, was appointed to revise the work of their predecessors. This they proceeded to do, and while they were busy with their labours, the curial party had leisure to renew their attack upon the compromise which had so lately been accepted. When once the prospect of a new papal election was in view, it was natural that men should wish for its accomplishment. Many must have felt shocked in their inmost hearts at the anomalous state of things that existed in the Church. Many more were swayed by motives of self-interest, and felt that promotion was to be gained from a pope, but nothing from the council. All were wearied with their long stay in Constance, and wished to see a definite end to their labours. Moreover, the talk about a new election intensified national jealousy and suspicion. It was easy to raise an outcry that Sigismund was using the council for his own purposes, and meant to finish his design by securing his hold upon the papacy, when he and the victorious Henry V would be arbiters of the destinies of Europe. The cardinals had formed their party, and had already made trial of their strength. They were sure of the allegiance of 3 of the 5 nations, and determined to attack the position of the Germans and English by pressing for an immediate election to the papacy. Accordingly, on September 9th, the cardinals presented to a general congregation a protest setting forth their readiness to proceed to the election of a pope, lest harm ensue to the Church through their negligence. They professed that this should be done without prejudice to the cause of Reformation. The reading of this protest was interrupted by loud cries, and Sigismund rose and left the cathedral, followed by the Patriarch of Antioch. Someone called out, "Let the heretics go," which galled Sigismund to the quick. When he showed his anger, some of the members of the council professed fear for their personal safety. Rumours were spread that Sigismund was preparing to overawe the council by armed force. The Castilians, who had never shown themselves much in earnest, and who were in strife with the Aragonese about precedence, took the opportunity of this alarm to leave Constance, but they had not proceeded farther than Steckborn, when they were brought back by Sigismund's troops. So great was Sigismund's anger that he ordered the cathedral and the bishop's palace to be closed against the cardinals, so as to prevent their further deliberations. They held a meeting next day, sitting on the steps in the courtyard of the palace, and sent to the city magistrates and Frederick of Brandenburg to demand security and freedom. After some mediation, the cardinals were allowed to be present at a general congregation held the next day, September 11th, 1417. In this congregation the cardinals presented and read a second protest against the action of the German nation, couched in stronger language than the first. They said that they and 3 nations wished to proceed to the election of a pope, and were hindered by the German nation and a few others. They washed their hands of all responsibility for the evils which might happen in consequence to the Church. They insisted that they had a majority of the nations, and that those who opposed them were merely the adherents of Sigismund, who were of no individual weight, as they had no weight apart from their own nation. They declared that they desired a reformation as much as did the Germans, but the first reformation needed was the remedy of the monstrous condition of a headless church. It is noticeable that the protest makes no mention of the English nation. Robert Hallam, Bishop of Salisbury, who had been their leader and who stood high in Sigismund's confidence, died on September 7th, and the English seem at once to have fallen away from Sigismund's policy through sheer feebleness. They at once appointed deputies to confer with the cardinals about the method to be pursued in a new election, and Sigismund was left to learn the fact from the cardinals. When he refused to believe them, the Bishop of Lichfield was driven to confess the truth, but lamely added that nevertheless the English wished to follow the German nation. Sigismund was not unnaturally indignant with his traitorous allies, and loaded them with abuse. After the reading of this protest there was renewed confusion. Again rumours were spread of the fierceness of Sigismund's wrath. At one point it was said that he intended to imprison all the cardinals, then that he had consented to limit his fury to 6 of the ringleaders. Next day the cardinals appeared wearing their red hats, in token that they were ready, if need be, to suffer martyrdom. But they were well aware that they would not be put to that test, and knew that their organization was everywhere working conversions. The cardinals protested against the breach of national organization caused by the existence of a party devoted to Sigismund. The Archbishop of Milan, the Cardinals Correr and Condulmier, returned to their national allegiance. All who did not belong to the English and German nations were now on the side of the cardinals. End of section 11. Section 12 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 7. The Council of Constance and the Election of Martin V, 1417, Part 3. September 13th, 1417, was devoted to the funeral rites of Robert Hallam, who had won respect by his boldness and straightforwardness, and all were desirous to do him honour. But on the next day the Germans appeared with an answer to the protest of the cardinals. They indignantly cleared themselves of the charges of schism and heresy which their opponents had brought against them. If future schism was to be avoided, it could only be by a genuine reformation of the Roman Curia. The chair of the Pope needed cleansing before it was fit for a new occupant. The cause of the schism was to be found in the self-seeking and carnal minds of the cardinals, who could be no otherwise so long as reservations, commendams, usurpations of ecclesiastical patronage, annates, simony, and all the abuses of the papal law courts were allowed to go on unchecked. The Germans had said their say, and Sigismund was still prepared to hold his own. But the ranks of his followers sensibly decreased, for his position had been rendered untenable by the desertion of the English nation. Hallam had a policy, his colleagues were opportunists. But it is difficult to suppose that they acted without permission from the English king. Probably Hallam was entrusted with a discretionary power, which he saw no reason for using, but which his colleagues were only too ready to employ. They offered themselves to the cardinals as mediators with Sigismund, and their offer was accepted. The possible need of mediation suggested to Henry V a policy which he hoped would be creditable to England, and would establish a claim upon the gratitude of a new pope. Sigismund might have the glory of struggling for reform. Henry V would enjoy the credit of proposing a compromise. So Henry Beaufort, his uncle, was judiciously sent on a mission which brought him into the neighbourhood of Constance. We are justified in assuming that he left England to bring the news of Henry's change of policy, to explain its reasons to Sigismund, and to cooperate with him for the purpose of giving a new direction to the joint policy of England and Germany. Henry V was an ideal politician as much as Sigismund, and had a project of a crusade against the Turks as soon as the conquest of France had been achieved. Probably he was convinced that the dangers of continuing to demand an immediate reformation of the Church were too great to render a dogged obstinacy any longer desirable. He was profoundly orthodox, and may have become convinced that Sigismund's policy was dangerous. Anyhow, the question of reform did not affect England as closely as it affected Germany. The laws of England gave the crown means of defending the rights of the English Church, which a strong king could use at his pleasure. The Council of Constance had now sat so long that little was to be hoped from its future activity. The Treaty of Canterbury had brought no political advantage to England, for Sigismund pleaded the pressure of business at Constance as a reason why he could not help his English ally in the field. Probably Henry thought it expedient that he and Sigismund should use their influence to secure a satisfactory election to the Papacy, rather than embitter ecclesiastical questions by a longer resistance to a majority who could not be quelled. Whatever were Henry's motives, the English nation deserted the cause of Sigismund, and the death of Robert Hallam hastened a change of front, which was being kept in reserve as a last manoeuvre. As soon as the German nation was left alone, desertions gradually took place. Sigismund's party gradually dissolved. All who had been his personal adherents abandoned him and united themselves to their own nations. Even the German nation was no longer united. The bishops of Riga and Chur, who stood high in Sigismund's confidence, promised their adhesion to the cardinals on condition that the Pope, when elected, should stay at Constance with the council till the work of reformation had been accomplished. It is said that they were won over by the promise of rich benefices, and they certainly were afterwards promoted. Sigismund could hold out no longer, and early in October gave his consent to the election of a pope, provided that an undertaking were given by the council that immediately after his election, and before his coronation, the work of reformation should be set on foot. But the cardinals hesitated to give this guarantee, and raised technical difficulties regarding its form. Meanwhile, as a sop to the reforming party, a decree was passed on October 9th, embodying some few of the reforms on which there was a general agreement. The decree of October 9th was the first fruits of the reform wrought at Constance. It begins with the famous decree Frequens, which provided for the recurrence of frequent councils. The next council was to be held in 7 years' time, and after that they were to follow at intervals of 5 years. This was the result of all the movement which the schism had set on foot. The exceptional measure necessary to heal the schism became established on the foundation of ancient usage. Its revival was to prevent for the future the growth of evil customs in the Church, and was to supply a sure means of slowly remedying those which already existed. Henceforth, general councils were to be restored to their primitive position in the organization of the Church, and the papal despotism was to be curbed by the creation of an ecclesiastical parliament. As a corollary to this proposition, it was decreed that in case of schism a council might convoke itself at any time. A few of the most crying grievances of the clergy were redressed by enactments that the Pope should not translate prelates against their will, nor reserve to his own use the possessions of clergy on their death, nor the procurations due at visitations. The passing of this decree did not do much to clear the way for a settlement of Sigismund's demand of a guarantee for future reform. After much negotiation about the form which such a guarantee should take, the cardinals finally said that they could not bind the future pope. The cardinals were anxious to know what part they were to have in the election. Though they could not hope to have the exclusive right, yet they were resolved not to be reduced to the level of deputies of their own respective nations, and before giving any guarantee, they wished to secure their own position. Again, everything was in confusion at Constance, till it was suggested by the English to the cardinals that there was close at hand an influential prelate who might be called in to mediate. Henry Beaufort, Bishop of Winchester, half-brother of Henry IV. of England, and powerful in English politics, was at that time at Ulm, ostensibly on his way as a pilgrim to the Holy Land. He was accordingly summoned to Constance, where he was welcomed by the king and cardinals, and by his mediation an agreement was at last arranged between the contending parties. It provided that a guarantee for carrying out the Reformation after the election of the Pope should be embodied in a decree of the Council, that those points contained in the report of the Reform Commissioners concerning which all the nations were agreed should be laid before the Council for its approval, and that commissioners should be appointed to determine the method of the new papal election. The influence of England was used to make the best terms possible between the Germans, who were driven to give way, and the victorious cardinals, whose obstinacy increased with their success. The commissioners were appointed on October 11th, and had some difficulty in agreeing on a mode of election which should regard the claims of the cardinals, and at the same time satisfy the national feeling in the council. The Germans proposed that each nation should appoint 15 electors, and as there were 15 Italian cardinals, they should represent the Italian nation. The scheme proposed by the French was ultimately adopted. On October 30th, the final result of this protracted struggle was embodied in decrees. It was enacted that the future pope, with the council or with deputies of the several nations, should reform the Church in its head and in the Roman Curia, dealing with 18 specified points which had been agreed to by the Reform Commission. After the election of deputies for this object, the other members of the council might retire. It was further decreed that the election of the Pope be made by the cardinals and 6 deputies, to be elected by each nation within 10 days. 2/3 of the cardinals and 2/3 of the deputies of each nation were to agree before an election could be made. These decrees show at a glance how completely the reforming party had been worsted, and the enthusiasm for reform was spent. Step by step, the cardinals, had succeeded in limiting the sphere of the council's activity. In July, the aim of the council had been defined as the reformation of the Pope and Curia before a papal election, and after it the general reformation of the Church. By the end of October, the reformation of the Church was dropped entirely, and all that the council wished to do was to help the new Pope to reform his office and Curia, and that not unreservedly, but simply in 18 specified points to which the zeal of the council and the labours of the Reform Commission had ultimately dwindled. In fact, as soon as a papal election became possible, it swallowed up all other considerations and absorbed all attention. Men who had spent 3 long years at Constance wished to see the outward and visible sign of the work that they had done to reunite the Church. They wished to see a pope appointed who might recognize and requite their zeal. No sooner were the decrees passed than preparations for the election were busily pressed. In the Kaufhaus of Constance, chambers were constructed for the 53 members of the conclave, 23 cardinals and 30 electors chosen by the 5 nations. Sigismund took oath to protect the conclave. Guards and officers were appointed to provide for its safety, and every customary formality was carefully observed. On the afternoon of November 8th, the cardinals and electors assembled in the bishop's palace. They were met outside by Sigismund, who dismounted from his horse, took each by the hand, and greeted them kindly. The solemnity of the occasion wiped out all traces of former rivalries, and tears were shed at the sight of this restored unanimity. The Münsterplatz was filled with a kneeling crowd, amongst whom knelt Sigismund. The doors of the cathedral were thrown open, and the Patriarch of Antioch, surrounded by the clergy, advanced and prayed and gave the benediction. All rose from their knees, and a procession of the electors was formed. Sigismund rode first, and when all had entered the conclave, they laid their hands in his and swore to make a true and honest choice. With a few words of friendly exhortation, Sigismund left them, and the conclave was closed. Next day, November 9th, was spent in settling the method of voting, about which there was some difference of opinion. The cardinals wished to retain the customary method of voting by means of papers, which were placed on the altar and then submitted to scrutiny. Others were desirous of adopting more open and, as they thought, simpler methods. At last, however, the cardinals prevailed, but it was not till the morning of November 10th that any votes were taken. The first scrutiny was indecisive, and nothing was done on that day. But next morning, when the votes were counted, it was found that 4 cardinals stood distinctly ahead of all others: the cardinals of Ostia, Venice, Saluzzo, and Colonna. Of these, Colonna alone received votes from every nation, and in 2 nations, the Italian and English, possessed the requisite majority. Indeed, the English voted for him alone, and doubtless their example produced a great impression. Among the cardinals, Otto Colonna was marked out as a Roman of noble family, a man who had remained neutral during the struggles which rent the council, unobjectionable on every ground, and personally acceptable both to Henry V and Sigismund. He was not, however, the candidate most favoured by the cardinals themselves, though many hastened to accede to him when they saw that opinion was strongly inclined in his favour. On a second scrutiny he received 15 votes from the cardinals, and had a 2/3 majority in every nation. For a time there was a pause. Then several cardinals left the room so as to delay the election. Only the cardinals of San Marco and de Foix remained, talking with one another. They were not sure what their absent colleagues might do. They feared lest they might return in a body and accede to Colonna. At last the Cardinal of San Marco spoke out. To finish this matter and unite the Church, we too accede to Cardinal Colonna. The necessary majority was now secured. The electors, according to custom, placed Colonna on the altar, kissed his feet, and chanted the Te Deum. The cry was raised to those outside, "We have a pope, Odo Colonna," and the news spread fast through the city. It was not yet midday when it reached Sigismund, who, forgetful of all dignity, hastened in his joy to the conclave, thanked the electors for their worthy choice, and prostrating himself before the new pope, humbly kissed his feet. A solemn procession was formed to the cathedral. The new pope, who took the name of Martin V, because it was St. Martin's Day, mounted on horseback, while Sigismund held his bridle on the right, Frederick of Brandenburg on the left. Again he was placed on the altar in the cathedral, amid a solemn service of thanksgiving. Then he retired to the bishop's palace, which was thenceforward his abode. The election of Odo Colonna was one which gave universal satisfaction, and Sigismund's unrestrained manifestations of delight show that he regarded it with unfeigned self-congratulation. Politically he had gained an adherent where he feared that he might have elevated a foe. Colonna was not the candidate of the French party, and there was nothing more to fear from their influence over the council. Similarly, on grounds that affected the Papacy, its position in Italy, and the recovery of the patrimony of the Church, Colonna, as a member of the most powerful Roman family, seemed likely to restore the papal prestige. Moreover, he gave hopes of favouring the cause of the Reformation. He was known as the poorest and simplest among the cardinals, and was a man of genial, kindly nature, who had never shown any capacity for intrigue. No one could object to his election, for he had held himself aloof from all quarrels which had convulsed the council, had made no enemies, and was regarded as a moderate and sensible man. He was the choice of the nations, not of the cardinals, and his election was a testimony to the general desire to reunite the Church under a pope who could not be claimed as a partisan by any of the factions which had arisen in the council. End of section 12. Section 13 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 8, Martin V and the Reformation of Constance, End of the Council, 1417 to 1418, Part 1. Whatever hopes had been entertained that Martin V might favour the work of reformation received a shock from his first pontifical act. Instead of regarding his position as somewhat exceptional, instead of awaiting the results of further deliberation of the council, he followed the custom of his predecessor, and on the day after his election approved and edited the rules of the papal chancery. The moment that the officials of the Curia had obtained a head, they felt themselves strong enough to fight for the abuses on which they throve. The vice-chancellor, the Cardinal of Ostia, who had published the chancery regulations of John XXIII, hastened to lay them before Martin V with a demand that he should maintain the rights of his office, and the new pope at once complied. This act of Martin V struck at the root of the reforming efforts of the council. The abuses which after long deliberation had been selected as the most crying were organized and protected in the rules of the papal chancery. The chancery itself was a necessary branch of the administrative department of the papacy, and was concerned with the care of papal archives and the preparation and execution of all the official documents of the pope. Such a department necessarily had rules, and these rules were revised and republished by each pope on his accession. They regulated the dispatch of business by the chancery, and during the period of the Avignonese papacy had been largely increased so as to cover the growth of the system of papal reservations and the extension of the papal jurisdiction. John XXII and Benedict XII greatly enlarged their scope, but the earliest edition of them that we possess is that of John XXIII, which Martin V now confirmed in its integrity. The rules thus established as part of the constitution of the Church reserved to the Pope all the chief dignities in cathedral, collegiate, and conventual churches, provided for the issue of expectative graces or promises of next appointment to benefices, and fixed the payments due for such grants. They regulated papal dispensations from ecclesiastical disqualifications, from residence at benefices, from the need of ordination by holders of benefices who were employed in the service of the curia or in study. They provided for pluralities, indulgences, and the conduct of appeals before the curia. In short, they set forth the system by which the papacy had managed to divert to itself the revenues of the Church. They were the code on which rested the abuses of the papal power which the council hoped to eradicate. Perhaps this act of Martin V was not at once divulged, as the Chancery regulations were not formally published till February 26, 1418. If it was known, men did not in their first flush of joy appreciate its full significance. It might be urged that the act was merely formal, that a pope must have a chancery, and the chancery must have its rules. Their publication in no way hindered their subsequent reformation. However that might be, nothing disturbed the harmony at Constance. On November 13th, Martin V, who was only a cardinal deacon, was ordained a priest, and next day was consecrated bishop. The next few days were spent in receiving homage from all the clergy and nobles in Constance. On November 21st, all was ready for the Pope's coronation, which was carried out with great splendour. At midnight he was anointed in the cathedral. At 8 in the morning the coronation took place on a raised platform in the courtyard of the bishop's palace. The tow was burned before the Pope with the admonition, "Sic transit gloria mundi." Then Martin V mounted a horse and went in stately procession through the town, Sigismund and Frederick of Brandenburg holding the reins of his steed. The Jews met him, according to custom, bearing the volume of the law, and begging him to confirm their privileges. Martin, perhaps not at once understanding the ceremony, refused the volume, but Sigismund took it and said, "The law of Moses is just and good, nor do we reject it, but you do not keep it as you ought." Then he gave them back the volume, and Martin, who had now his cue, said, "Almighty God, remove the veil from your eyes, and make you see the light of everlasting life." It is impossible not to feel that Sigismund was excellently fitted to discharge the duties of a pope with punctilious decorum. It would seem that Sigismund was so satisfied with the election of Martin V that he did not raise the question of proceeding with the Reformation before the coronation of the Pope, according to the agreement which he had made with the cardinals. But immediately after the coronation, a new Reform Commission was formed of 6 cardinals and as many deputies from each nation. The commissioners did not, however, proceed rapidly with their work. The old difficulties at once revived. The Germans and the French prelates wished to abolish papal provisions. The representatives of the French universities joined with the Italians and Spaniards to maintain in their own interests the rights of the Pope. The English, who by the statutes against provisors had settled the matter for themselves, were indifferent. the previous quarrels of the nations in the council were a hindrance to joint action. The French besought Sigismund to use his influence to further the Reformation. Sigismund answered, "When I was urgent that the Reformation should be undertaken before the election of a pope, you would not consent. Now we have a pope. Go to him, for I no longer have the same interest in the matter that I had before." Indeed, Sigismund seems to have given up reform as hopeless, and resolved to make the best terms he could for himself. On January 23, 1418, he publicly received at the hands of the Pope a formal recognition of his position as King of the Romans, and a few days afterwards obtained a grant of 1/10 of the ecclesiastical revenues of 3 German provinces as a recompense for the expenses which he had incurred in the council's behalf. In this state of collision of interests and general lethargy and weariness, it became clear that nothing could be done in the way of a common scheme of reform. The Germans were the first to recognize this, and presented to the Pope in January 1418 a series of articles of reformation founded on the labours of the previous commission. A clamour for reform was directed to the Pope, and a squib published by a Spaniard headed "A Mass for Simony" helped to warn Martin V that he must in some way declare himself, for Benedict XIII still had adherents. So far Martin V had refused to state his intentions. He saw that his wisest policy was to allow the reforming party to involve themselves in difficulties and to bide his time. When asked to declare his opinion, he answered with the utmost courtesy that if the nations agreed on any point, he was desirous to do what he could for the Reformation. At last he judged it prudent to speak, and on January 18th, 1418, put forward the papal idea of reform in the shape of an answer to the points set forward in the decree of October 30th, which had been the guarantee on which the Germans consented to the election of a pope. On all the points therein contained, the Pope agreed to some slight surrender of his prerogatives in favour of the ordinaries. But one point, the definition of the causes for which a pope could be admonished or deposed, were dismissed with the remark, "It does not seem good to us, as it did not seem to several nations, that on this point anything new should be determined or decreed." The programme of the Pope was referred to the nations for their opinion. Again there were the old difficulties. The nations could not agree on the amendments which they wished to make. Martin V could now urge that he had done his part, and that the obstacles arose from the want of concord among the several nations. He kept pressing them to quicken their deliberations, and while he awaited their decision, he continued to exercise the old powers of the Papacy, and made numerous grants in expectancy, which no doubt gave a practical proof to many that the papal system, after all, had its advantages. It was natural that the council, which was before enfeebled by its own divisions, should find itself growing still feebler before a pope. The influence of the papal office was strong over men's imaginations. The joy felt throughout Europe at the termination of the Schism was reflected among the fathers at Constance. The ambassadors who came to congratulate the new pope on his accession could not fail to deepen the impression of his importance. The death of Gregory XII on October 18th, 1417, was an additional security for Martin V's position. Moreover, the prestige of the Pope was increased by the arrival in Constance on February 19th of an embassy from the Greek Emperor, headed by the Archbishop of Kiev, to negotiate for the union of the Eastern and Western churches. The luckless Greeks saw themselves day by day more and more helpless to resist the invading Turks, and their leaders deemed it politic to remove by union with the Latin Church the religious differences which had done much to sunder the East and West. During the Schism it had been hopeless to prosecute their scheme, as reconciliation with one pope would only have won for them the hostility of the obedience of his rival. But their desire was known, and soon after the Council of Pisa, Gerson, preaching before the French king, urged the convocation of another council in 3 years' time, that the Greeks might then appear and negotiate for their union with Western Christendom. As soon as the Council of Constance had succeeded in establishing internal unity in the Latin Church, the Greek envoys made their appearance. They were honourably received by Sigismund, who rode out to meet them. With wondering eyes the Latin prelates gazed on the Greek ecclesiastics, whose long black hair flowed down their shoulders, who wore long beards, and had nothing but the tonsure to mark their priestly office. During their stay in Constance, the Greeks practised their own ritual, and were courteously treated by the council. But it does not appear that much was done toward the object which they had in view. The distracted state of opinion in Constance was not calculated to inspire them with much confidence. The council did not last long enough for the question to be seriously discussed. We find, however, that friendly relations were established between Martin V and the Greek emperor, for Martin gave his consent to a project of intermarriage between the emperor's sons and Latin ladies. It was natural for Martin V to urge the rapid dissolution of the council. So long as it remained sitting, unpleasant questions were sure to be forced upon him. The condemnation of Jean Petit, which had been deferred by the council, was now laid before the Pope for his decision, and there was added to it another question of like character. A Dominican friar, John of Falkenberg, had written a libel against the King of Poland at the instigation of his enemies, the Teutonic Knights. This libel asserted that the King of Poland and his people were only worthy of the hatred of all Christian men and ought to be exterminated like pagans. It was brought before the commissioners in matters of faith early in 1417, was by them condemned and ordered to be burned, but its formal condemnation was left for the new pope. Thus the Poles and the French alike called on Martin to condemn their enemies, but Martin was too politic to wish to offend either the Duke of Burgundy or the Teutonic Knights. The French and the Poles published a protest, setting forth the scandals that would be caused by any refusal of justice. When this produced no effect, the Poles intimated their intention of appealing to a future council. Martin V thought it desirable to check, if possible, this dangerous privilege, and in a consistory on March 10th promulgated a constitution which asserted, "No one may appeal from the supreme judge, that is, the Apostolic See or the Roman Pontiff, vicar on earth of Jesus Christ, or may decline his authority in matters of faith." To this constitution the Poles determined to pay no heed, and Gerson pointed out that it was destructive to the whole theory on which the councils of Pisa and Constance rested their authority. It was indeed clear that if the council remained sitting and this question were discussed, a collision between the Pope and council would be inevitable. But Martin V knew before he took this step that the days of the council were numbered, and that the majority of those in Constance were anxiously awaiting its end. He had made an agreement to accept a few general reforms in the Church, and to remedy for each nation some of the abuses of which they complained. He also endorsed the proceedings of the council by issuing on February 22nd a bull against the errors of Wycliffe and Huss, and drew up 24 articles which were sent to Bohemia as the council's prescription for ending the religious strife. They were not couched in conciliatory language, and matters had gone too far for reconciliation, but they expressed Martin's acquiescence in what had been done. The settlement of the Reformation question expresses the weariness and incompetence of the council. There were no men of sufficient statesmanship to unite the contending elements of which it was composed, and direct them to a common end. The desire for reformation with which the council opened had so lost its force in the collision of national interests that even the restricted programme embodied in the decree of October 30th, 1417, was found to be more than could be accomplished. After much aimless discussion, it was finally agreed that a synodal decree should be passed about a few of these 18 points on which there was tolerable unanimity, and that all other questions should be left for the Pope to settle with the several nations according to their grievances. On March 21st, the Council approved of statutes in which the Pope withdrew exemptions and incorporations granted since the death of Gregory XI, abandoned the papal claims to ecclesiastical revenues during vacancies, condemned simony, withdrew dispensations from discharging the duties of ecclesiastical offices while receiving their revenues, promised not to impose tenths except for a real necessity, nor specially in any kingdom or province without consulting its bishops, and enjoined greater regularity in clerical dress and demeanour. The rest of the 18 points raised by the decree of October 30th, 1417, were settled by separate agreements or concordats with the different nations. In the session of March 21st, 1418, the Council gave its approbation to these concordats, and solemnly declared that the synodal decrees then passed, together with the concordats, fulfilled the requirements of the decree of October 30th. The Council as a whole accepted the decrees. The nations separately accepted the concordats. Then the Council declared that these two together fulfilled the guarantee on the strength of which a papal election had been agreed to. It is true that the concordats themselves had not yet been definitely accepted, but it would seem that they had been substantially agreed to. The difficulties in the way of their publication lay rather in the fact that the nations could not agree in themselves than that the Curia raised any objections. The German and French concordats were signed on April 15th, the English not until July 12th. It is remarkable that while England and Germany made concordats each for themselves, dealing with special points in their relations toward the Roman Church, the three Romance peoples held together, and what is known as the French Concordat represents the alliance which the last days of the Council had brought about, and which was the cause of the triumph of the Curia. The Spanish and Italian nations had asked for reforms which did not materially affect the papal primacy. By answering their requests in common with those of the French, the special grant of certain remissions of annates to the French nation only would be regarded as a more signal mark of favour. End of section 13. Section 14 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 8, Martin V and the Reformation at Constance, End of the Council, 1417 to 1418, Part 2. The questions dealt with in the concordats were not of much importance. They consisted chiefly of such points of the reform programme of Martin V as each nation thought to be necessary or desirable for its own good. The English concordat was very short and provided only for the proper organization of the Cardinal College, the due admission of Englishmen to office in the Curia, the check of papal indulgences, of unions of benefices and dispensations from canonical disabilities, and the somewhat curious revocation of permissions granted to bishops of wearing any part of the pontifical attire. It is clear that on all essential points the English preferred to rest on their own national laws rather than entrust themselves to grants and privileges given by the Pope. The English Concordat is entirely trivial, but is in the form of a perpetual grant or charter. The other two were only a temporary compromise, restricted in their operation to 5 years. The payment of annates was reluctantly submitted to, with some restrictions, by the Germans and the French, as a necessary means, under existing circumstances, of supplying the Pope with revenues. But in a few years' time, when he was established in Rome and had won back the possessions of the Roman Church, he might fairly be required to live off his own. They bargained that in 5 years the question of annates should be again considered, and the Pope, being obliged to give way, did so on condition that the grants which he was making on other points should be similarly limited in time. As several of these grants concerned questions of organic reform, such as the reorganization of the College of Cardinals, a limitation of time was absurd in their case. Still more absurd was it that the articles about the cardinals were established in perpetuity by the English Concordat, and only for 5 years by the French and German Concordats. That such conditions should have been admitted as satisfactory by the Council is only a sign how entirely its members were overcome by weariness, and how helpless they felt to grapple with the practical questions raised by the cry for reform. In fact, everyone wanted to get away from Constance, and the most sanguine hoped that after a few years of rest the next General Council would find greater unanimity among the nations. As soon as the decree of March 21st had been passed, the reforming work of the Council of Constance was virtually at an end. But before it separated, a trivial matter was brought forward which involved principles more important for future reform than any contained in the Concordats. A complaint was made to the Pope of the irregular institution within the Church of a new ideal of Christian life. A spirit of refined pietism had for some time prevailed in the Netherlands, till it received definite organization from the fervour of Gerhard Roth, a mission preacher whose eloquence produced great results in the province of Utrecht. But Gerhard Roth was not merely a preacher. He was also a theological student, and a man whose beautiful character attracted a number of young men to follow him. Some were his friends, some his scholars, and others were employed by him to copy manuscripts, which he was fond of collecting and disseminating. From these various elements a small society gradually sprang up around him, which took an organized shape under the name of the Brotherhood of Common Life. The brethren lived in common, devoted to good works, and especially to the cause of popular education. Gerhard Roth died at Deventer, which was the centre of his labours, in 1384. But his system lived under the guidance of Florentius Radesvins, and the spirit which inspired the Brotherhood is still vocal to Christendom in the pages of Thomas à Kempis. It was, however, only natural that the old monastic orders should look with suspicion on the rise of a rival. The brethren of the common life were fiercely attacked by the friars, and at last the question of the legality of their position was brought before the decision of assembled Christendom. Matthias Grabo, a Dominican of Groningen, wrote a book against the Brotherhood, and when reproved by the Bishop of Utrecht, appealed to the Pope. His position was that worldly possessions are inseparable from a life in the world, and that those only who enter an established religious order can meritoriously practice the 3 ascetic duties of poverty, chastity, and obedience. The monastic life claimed for itself not only an unquestioned superiority, but also the exclusive right of practicing its fundamental virtues. The recognized monastic orders would allow no extension of their principles, and would admit of no middle term between themselves and the ordinary life of man. Martin V submitted the question to a commission of theologians. Dailly and Gerson had a last opportunity of showing that their reforming views still had a meaning. Dai attacked the phrase verae religiones, and declared it to be heresy to assert that there was no true religion save amongst monks. Gerson, on April 3, 1418, presented an examination of Graybo's propositions. He laid down that there was one religion only, the religion of Christ, which can be practiced without vows and needs nothing to add to its perfection. The monastic orders were wrongly called states of perfection. They were only assemblies of those striving towards perfection. The opinions of Graybo would exclude from true religion popes and prelates who had not taken monastic vows, nay, even Christ himself. The obligations undertaken by monks were many of them equally adapted for laymen also, and ought to be brought home to them. He pronounced the opinions of Graybo to be erroneous, even heretical, and worthy of condemnation. His opinion was followed, and Graybo retracted. The brethren of the common life were thenceforth unmolested, and enjoyed papal recognition. The medieval notion of the perfection of monastic life received a severe blow, and though the reformers of Constance could not agree to sweep away the abuses of the existing system of the Church, they resisted an attempt to check the free development of Christian zeal. Nothing now remained for the council except formally to separate. Martin V celebrated with great ecclesiastical pomp the festivities of Easter, while the council prepared for its dissolution. On April 19, 1418, he fixed Pavia as the seat of the next council, which was to be held in 7 years' time. On April 22 was held the last general session, but the council did not part in peace, as the ambassadors of Poland rose and demanded from Pope and council the condemnation of the writings of Falkenberg. Otherwise they would appeal to the future council. There was some confusion, and Martin V answered that all the decrees passed by the council in matters of faith he would ratify, but nothing more. The Polish envoy would have proceeded to read his protest and appeal, but Martin forbade him. The Bishop of Catania preached a farewell sermon on the text, "Now ye have sorrow, but I shall see you again, and your heart shall rejoice." The decree of the dissolution of the council was read, and indulgences were granted to those who had been present at it. Then rose Dr. Artisan of Novara, and in the name of Sigismund declared the trouble and expense which the council had caused him, which, however, he did not regret, seeing that it had wrought the unity of the Church. If anything had been done amiss, it had not been done by his fault. He thanked all the members of the council for their presence, and declared himself ready to support the Church until death. The council was now over, but Sigismund was anxious to keep Martin V in Germany. It was not entirely beyond his hopes that the papacy might now for a time be in the hands of Germany, as before it had been in the hands of France. He besought Martin to remain at least till the next Easter, and offered him Basel, Strasbourg, or Mainz as his place of residence. But Martin answered that the miserable condition of the states of the Church needed a ruler's hand, and that his place was in Rome. Sigismund had already had reason to discover that Martin was not likely to be a tool in his hands. He reluctantly saw his preparations for departure, and at last, on May 16th, escorted him to Gottlieben, where Martin took ship to Schaffhausen, whence he journeyed to Geneva. Sigismund did not find it so easy to leave Constance. The attendants of the needy monarch received scanty pay from their master, and were most of them deeply indebted to the burghers of Constance, who were not willing to let them go till they had paid their debts. In vain Sigismund tried to negotiate through the city magistrates for an extension of credit. He was forced as a last resource to call a meeting of creditors in the exchange of the city, and trust to his own eloquence. He spoke at length of his good offices to the citizens of Constance in summoning the council to their city and maintaining it there so long. He dwelt upon the profit they had made thereby, and the glory they had gained throughout the world. Then he turned to pleasing flattery, and praised them for the way in which they had more than justified by their behaviour all his anticipations. With such words, says Reichenthal, he caused the poor folk to think that all he said was true and rested on good grounds. When he saw that he had gained the people's hearts, he proposed to leave in pledge for the debt his gold and silver plate. The creditors relented and accepted his offer. Then Sigismund thanked them warmly for their confidence, and went on to say that it would be a great disgrace to him if he robbed his table of its plate. He begged them instead to take his fine linen and hangings, which he could more easily dispense with for a time. The luckless creditors could not avoid consenting. The linen was handed over, and no pains were spared in entering the various debts in ledgers. Then, on May 21st, Sigismund and his needy followers rode away. But the pledges were never redeemed, and when the creditors came to examine them, they found them to be unsaleable, as they were all embroidered with Sigismund's arms. Many of the citizens of Constance were reduced to poverty through their trust in Sigismund's words, and the plausible and shifty king left behind him a mixed legacy of misery and grandeur, as the record of his long sojourn in the walls of Constance. The members of the council quickly dispersed to their homes. During the long period of the session, many eminent men had died in Constance. Manuel Chrysoloras, a learned Greek, who by his teaching had done much to further the knowledge of Greek letters in Italy, died in April 1415, to the grief of all his learned friends. That such a man as John XXIII should have brought a Greek scholar in his train is a curious testimony of the advance of the new learning to political importance. The death of Robert Hallam, Bishop of Salisbury, in September 1417, was followed by that of Cardinal Zabarella, and the council lost thereby two of its most distinguished members. With the dissolution of the council, the other men who had been eminent at its beginning sank into insignificance. Peter d'Ailly went back to France as papal legate and died in 1420. Gerson's attitude in the affair of Jean Petit had raised him such determined enemies in France that he dared not return, but found shelter first in Bavaria and afterwards at Vienna. After the murder of the Duke of Burgundy in September 1419, he went back to Lyons, where in the monastery of St. Paul he ended his days in works of piety and devotion, and died in 1429. We can best picture the disastrous results of the Council of Constance when we see how entirely it destroyed the great reforming party of the University of Paris and condemned its learned and eloquent leader to end his days in banishment and obscurity. Those who returned home from the council could not, with any feelings of satisfaction, contrast the results which they brought home with the anticipations with which they had set out for Constance. It is true that they had restored the unity of the Church by the election of a pope, and that they had purged the Church of heresy by their dealings with Huss. But the state of affairs in Bohemia was not such as to assure them that their high-handed procedure had been entirely successful. Many must have been inclined to admit with Gerson that there had been a strange contrast between the determined condemnation of Huss and the indifference shown to the more pernicious doctrines of Jean Petit and Falkenberg. They must have admitted that the Bohemians had some grounds for dissatisfaction, some reason for complaining of respect of persons. As regards the reformation of the Church, the most determined optimists could not say more than that the question remained open, and that they looked to a future council to carry on the work which they had begun. the representatives of the various nations could not flatter themselves that the concordats which they took back with them were of much importance. In France, the government determined not to recognize the concordat. They thought it better to curb the papal exactions by the use of the royal power, and uphold the legislation which the pressure of the Schism had called forth in 1406, forbidding the prelates to observe papal reservations and the clergy to pay undue exactions to the Pope. Before the concordat reached France at the end of March 1418, royal decrees again established the old liberties of the Gallican Church against papal reservations and exactions. France preferred to follow the example of England and assert the liberties of its Church on the basis of the royal sovereignty rather than on the ecclesiastical basis of a papal grant. When the concordat was presented on June 10th, 1418, to the Parlement of Paris, to be registered among the laws of the land, it was rejected as being contrary to the laws just enacted by the royal authority. It is true that a few months later the Duke of Burgundy became supreme in Paris, abolished the decrees of March, and recognized the concordat. But a new convention was made with Martin V by the Duke of Bedford as regent of France in 1425. And this took the place of the agreement made at Constance. In England, no notice was taken of the concordat, which indeed was sufficiently insignificant. In Germany, it was not laid before the Diet, nor was any attempt made to secure for it legislative authority. It remained as a compact between the Pope and the ecclesiastical authorities, and seems to have been fairly well observed during the 5 years for which it was originally granted. Before leaving the Council of Constance, it is worth while to take a general view of the actual points of reform which were there brought forward. The original desire of the reforming party for a general reorganization of the ecclesiastical system rapidly faded away before the difficulties of the task, and the practical proposals that were made represent the actual grievances felt by bishops and clergy in consequence of papal aggression. The aspirations of the council did not ultimately go farther than the defence of the power of the ordinary against papal interference. The proposals of the council afford an opportunity for noting the extent to which the papal headship had broken down the machinery of the Church, had destroyed its political independence, and had introduced abuses into its system. The first point, to which naturally the council attached great importance, was the revival of the synodal system of the Church, a primitive institution suppressed by the papal absolutism, but which the pressure of the Schism had again brought into prominence. The authority of a general council to decide in cases of a disputed election to the papacy was asserted as the means of avoiding the possibility of another schism, and the periodical recurrence of general councils was to be the future panacea for all ills which the present was powerless to cure. An attempt was made to limit the plenitude of the papal absolutism by converting the profession of faith made by the Pope on his election into an oath to maintain the established constitutions of the Church. But the attempt was unavailing, and the formula drawn up by Boniface VIII remained unaltered. End of section 14. Section 15 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 8. Martin V and the Reformation at Constance, End of the Council, 1417 to 1418, Part 3. The reorganization of the College of Cardinals was regarded as necessary both for the stability of the papacy and the relief of the Church. It was agreed that cardinals ought to be chosen from every nation, so as to prevent the papacy from falling into the hands of any one power, to the risk of another schism. The number of the college was fixed at 18, or 24 at the outside, so as to lighten the burden of maintaining cardinals out of the revenues of the Church. Amongst them was to be a good proportion of doctors of theology, so as to deal satisfactorily with theological questions. These points of detail were accepted by Martin V in the Concordats, which rapidly became a dead letter. But the desire on the part of many to convert the College of Cardinals into a council, without whose advice and consent the Pope was not to act, found no expression in any of the acts of the council. The great practical questions, however, concerned the heavy taxation which the Papacy had gradually imposed on the Church. The political enterprises of the Papacy in the 13th century and its loss of territorial revenues during the Avignonese captivity had grievously embarrassed papal finance. The popes set themselves to raise money by extending their old privilege of providing for their own agents and officials by presenting them to rich benefices. For this purpose they issued bulls reserving for their own appointment certain benefices and setting aside the rights of the ordinary as patron. Round this custom grew up every kind of financial extortion. Dues were exacted from the papal nominees, which soon rose to the amount of the revenues of the first year on all benefices conferred in the consistory, and under Boniface IX to a half of the revenues of the first year on all other benefices to which the Pope presented. To obtain these annates, which were the chief source of papal revenue, the power of reservation and provision was pushed to its utmost extent, and John XXIII exacted the payment of these dues before issuing letters of institution. The patronage of all important posts was taken away from the bishops. The papal nominees, being heavily taxed themselves, were driven to raise money by every means from their benefices. Churches and ecclesiastical buildings were allowed to fall into decay. Moreover, the popes exercised most unscrupulously this power of reservation and collation to all benefices. Bishops and clergy found themselves translated against their will from one post to another, which they were compelled to accept and pay fresh dues for their collation. This point touched all the higher clergy so closely that the Council's decree of October 9th, 1417, provided that bishops should not be translated against their will, save for a grave reason to be approved by a majority of the cardinals. An extension of the power of reservation was that of making grants in expectancy, that is, of the next presentation to a benefice already occupied. John XXIII exacted the payment of dues on installation before issuing his grants in expectancy, and would grant the same benefice to several candidates at once. Each would be induced to pay, though only one could obtain the prize. Although the abuses of such a system are manifest enough, yet the Reform Commission could not agree how to deal with them, and the matter dropped out of the deliberations of the Council. The whole question of papal reservations was so complicated by the jealousy of the universities against the ordinaries that nothing was done to affect the Pope's power in this matter, though the French and German concordats prescribed certain limitations. The reform of the papal law courts was another point on which much was said but little was decided. The extension of the jurisdiction of ecclesiastical courts in civil matters was felt to be an increasing grievance, and a desire was expressed at Constance to see the limits of the two jurisdictions more clearly established. The ease with which appeals even on trivial matters were received by the Roman courts was destructive of the power of the ordinary courts, afforded a screen to the wealthy and powerful wrongdoers, and was an intolerable hardship to poor suitors. Closely connected with this were the exemptions from episcopal or metropolitan jurisdiction, which were largely granted to monasteries and chapters. The poor man, when wronged by one who enjoyed such an exemption, had practically no redress, for he could not carry his complaint before the Pope. Martin V, by the decrees of March 21st, 1418, cancelled all exemptions granted during the Schism, and undertook that for the future they should only be made on good reasons. Other points were given up by Martin V, such as the incorporation of benefices with monasteries, and the reservation to the Pope of the revenues of benefices during the time of vacancy. This last had been a right of the bishops which the popes, during the 14th century, had wrested from them, and which Martin V was willing to resign to save the more important privilege of annates. The custom also of granting offices in commendam to one who drew their revenues without discharging their duties weighed heavily on many monasteries, and was provided against in the French and German concordats. The freedom of the clergy from taxation had been broken through by the crusading movement, and during the Schism popes had used the right of exacting tenths of ecclesiastical revenues, partly to recruit their own finances, partly to grant them as bribes to the princes whom they wished to win over to their obedience. The decrees of March 21st, 1418, enacted that for the future tenths should only be imposed in case of special necessity, with the consent of the cardinals and of the prelates of every land on which they were imposed. Before the passing of this decree, Martin V had granted to Sigismund a tenth of the ecclesiastical revenues of Germany, to which the Germans offered a determined resistance, and which was probably the cause of the council's persistence on this point. Other abuses of the papal power were those of dispensation and indulgences. Dispensations were readily given by the popes in matrimonial cases, as well as in cases of ecclesiastical disability. An outcry was early raised against them on the grounds of their interference with social relationships, the injury which they did to the Church by allowing unfit persons to hold office, and the handle which they gave to simony. The council, however, went no farther than to enact that papal dispensations should not be given to persons who were unfit to discharge the duties of benefices of which they enjoyed the revenues. On the question of indulgences, the council did nothing, and even the concordats did not aim at doing more than giving the bishops a suspensory power in gross cases. Simony had been too notorious under Boniface IX and John XXIII not to engage the attention of the council, and the decree of March 21st, 1418, enacted that those who obtained ecclesiastical offices by simony should be ipso facto suspended. It was easy to denounce simony, but it is obvious that it could only be seriously attacked by showing more decision than the council was prepared to show in cutting off every abuse which gave an opportunity for its exercise. Other points which appeared in the programme of the reformers concerned the position of the Pope and were meant to enforce on him the necessity of living on his own revenues. The definition of the circumstances under which a pope might be admonished or deposed was set aside by Martin, and the papacy retired from the council with its supremacy unimpaired. Enactments which had been proposed, forbidding the alienation of the states of the Church, and suppressing nepotism by providing for the government of the papal territories by ecclesiastical vicars, were all allowed to drop in the final settlement. Proposals to limit the grants made to cardinals of offices which they never visited were also laid aside till the future of the states of the Church was more clearly seen. This brief survey of the aspirations and achievements of the council in the way of reform will suffice to show how entire was its failure to accomplish any permanent results. During the abeyance of the papacy, while Europe was smarting under the exactions which the maintenance of 2 papal courts had involved, while everyone had before his eyes the ruin wrought in the ecclesiastical system by papal usurpations, a splendid opportunity was offered for a temperate and conservative reformation. The collective wisdom of Europe after nearly 4 years' labour and discussion, was found unequal to the task. The council shrank from consideration of the basis of the Christian life, and mercilessly condemned Huss as a rebel because he advocated the reformation of the Church with a view to the needs of the individual soul. When it had thus dismissed one possible form of reformation, it showed no capacity for devising a reformation of its own. The decisive correction of abuses required more statesmanship and more disinterestedness than were to be found among the fathers of Constance. There were men of keen penetration and intelligence, men who were able to criticize and suggest points of view, but there were none who united firmness of character, strong moral purpose, and large patriotism to the interests of Christendom. Gerson and d'Ailly could write and speak with fervour about the need of reform. They came to Constance as the leaders of a powerful academic party, which had many adherents in every land. But when it came to the point, d'Ailly could not prefer the interests of the Church to the privileges of the Cardinal's College, and was found in the hour of need to be fighting on behalf of the rights of the Curia. Gerson threw himself into a small political dispute, and frittered away his influence in contending bitterly for things of no moment. The academic party grew alarmed at the prospect of an increase in the power of the bishops, and held by the Pope as likely to do more for learning. No uniform policy could be obtained from the council, even in matters of detail. Unanimity was only possible on the most trivial points. The failure of the council is partly to be attributed to the difficulties of its composition and organization. An ecclesiastical parliament, representative of the whole of Europe, was indeed a difficult thing to call into being and reduce to order. The organization of the council was settled in a haphazard way. The qualification necessary for those who were to take part in its deliberations was determined with a view to the existing emergency. The consular division into nations, adopted with a view of lessening the influence of the Pope, became in the end a hindrance to united action. The nations, deliberating apart, had just enough contact with one another to intensify national jealousies, and not enough to eliminate national selfishness. Instead of uniting to reform the papacy before electing a new pope, national parties were ready to struggle for the possession of the papacy and the consequent influence in the politics of Europe. But while the council thus suffered from all the evils of national and political antagonism, it was unwilling to receive any of the benefits which it might have obtained from the same source. It acted as a purely ecclesiastical assembly, and made no effort to obtain the help of the state to secure effect to its decisions on church matters. Sigismund was useful as protector of the council, but when he wished to protect Huss, when he ventured to press the question of reformation, the council complained loudly of undue interference and threatened to dissolve. Sigismund left Constance in October 1417, that the freedom of the assembled fathers might be secured, that they might be left to decide for themselves the conditions on which they would proceed to the election of a pope. While the council stood on this purely ecclesiastical basis, its nations in no sense expressed the national desires of Europe. The points brought forward for reform showed clearly that the real question in the council was the struggle of the bishops to make good their position against the Pope. The ecclesiastical aristocracy took advantage of the temporary abasement of the papal monarchy to increase its own powers and importance. So soon as it was seen that this was the general upshot of the schemes of the Reform Commissioners, other interests began to cool in the matter, and difficulties began to be felt. The universities had no wish to see the papacy curbed for the benefit of the episcopate. The increase of the power of the ecclesiastical aristocracy was not an end which any of the reformers desired. it was better to leave things alone, rather than only secure so doubtful a gain. On all sides difficulties and disunion prevailed, so that men were wearied and hopeless. The most sanguine, as he left Constance, could only hope that at least a beginning had been made for consular action in the future, and that the new council, which was to meet in 5 years' time, would have the experience of the past to guide it to a more successful issue. On his part also, Martin V left Constance thankful that the papal power had suffered so little at the hands of the council, and with the reflection that he had 5 years before him in which to devise means for saving the papacy from further interference. End of section 15. Section 16 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 2, Chapter 8. Martin V in Italian Affairs, 1419 to 1425, Part 3. The reorganization of the College of Cardinals was regarded as necessary both for the stability of the papacy and the relief of the Church. It was agreed that cardinals ought to be chosen from every nation, so as to prevent the papacy from falling into the hands of any one power to the risk of another schism. The number of the college was fixed at 18 or 24 at the outside, so as to lighten the burden of maintaining cardinals out of the revenues of the Church. Amongst them was to be a good proportion of doctors of theology, so as to deal satisfactorily with theological questions. These points of detail were accepted by Martin V in the Concordats, which rapidly became a dead letter. But the desire on the part of many to convert the College of Cardinals into a council, without whose advice and consent the Pope was not to act, found no expression in any of the acts of the council. The great practical questions, however, concerned the heavy taxation which the papacy had gradually imposed on the Church. The political enterprises of the papacy in the 13th century, and its loss of territorial revenues during the Avignonese captivity, had grievously embarrassed papal finance. The popes set themselves to raise money by extending their old privilege of providing for their own agents and officials by presenting them to rich benefices. For this purpose they issued bulls, reserving for their own appointment certain benefices and setting aside the rights of the ordinary as patron. Round this custom grew up every kind of financial extortion. Dues were exacted from the papal nominees, which soon rose to the amount of the revenues of the first year on all benefices conferred in the consistory, and under Boniface IX, to a half of the revenues of the first year on all other benefices to which the Pope presented. To obtain these annates, which were the chief source of papal revenue, the power of reservation and provision was pushed to its utmost extent, and John XXIII exacted the payment of these dues before issuing letters of institution. The patronage of all important posts was taken away from the bishops. The papal nominees, being heavily taxed themselves, were driven to raise money by every means from their benefices. Churches and ecclesiastical buildings were allowed to fall into decay. Moreover, the popes exercised most unscrupulously this power of reservation and collation to all benefices. Bishops and clergy found themselves translated against their will from one post to another, which they were compelled to accept and pay fresh dues for their collation. This point touched all the higher clergy so closely that the Council's decree of October 9th, 1417, provided that bishops should not be translated against their will, save for a grave reason to be approved by a majority of the cardinals. An extension of the power of reservation was that of making grants in expectancy, that is, of the next presentation to a benefice already occupied. John the 23rd exacted the payment of dues on installation before issuing his grants in expectancy, and would grant the same benefice to several candidates at once. Each would be induced to pay, though only one could obtain the prize. Although the abuses of such a system are manifest enough, yet the Reform Commission could not agree how to deal with them, and the matter dropped out of the deliberations of the council. The whole question of papal reservations was so complicated by the jealousy of the universities against the ordinaries that nothing was done to affect the Pope's power in this matter, though the French and German concordats prescribed certain limitations. The reform of the papal law courts was another point on which much was said, but little was decided. The extension of the jurisdiction of ecclesiastical courts in civil matters was felt to be an increasing grievance, and a desire was expressed at Constance to see the limits of the two jurisdictions more clearly established. The ease with which appeals, even on trivial matters, were received by the Roman courts was destructive of the power of the ordinary courts, afforded a screen to wealthy and powerful wrongdoers, and was an intolerable hardship to poor suitors. Closely connected with this were the exemptions from episcopal or metropolitan jurisdiction, which were largely granted to monasteries and chapters. The poor man, when wronged by one who enjoyed such an exemption, had practically no redress, for he could not carry his complaint before the Pope. Martin V, by the decrees of March 21st, 1418, cancelled all exemptions granted during the Schism, and undertook that for the future they should only be made on good reasons. Other points were given up by Martin V, such as the incorporation of benefices with monasteries, and the reservation to the Pope of the revenues of benefices during the time of vacancy. This last had been a right of the bishops which the popes during the 14th century had wrested from them, and which Martin V was willing to resign to save the more important privilege of annates. The custom also of granting offices in commendam to one who drew their revenues without discharging their duties weighed heavily on many monasteries, and was provided against in the French and German concordats. The freedom of the clergy from taxation had been broken through by the crusading movement, and during the Schism popes had used the right of exacting tenths of ecclesiastical revenues, partly to recruit their own finances, partly to grant them as bribes to princes whom they wished to win over to their obedience. The decrees of March 21st, 1418, enacted that for the future tenths should only be imposed in case of special necessity, with the consent of the cardinals and of the prelates of every land on which they were imposed. Before the passing of this decree, Martin V had granted to Sigismund a tenth of the ecclesiastical revenues of Germany, to which the Germans offered a determined resistance, and which was probably the cause of the council's persistence on this point. Other abuses of the papal power were those of dispensations and indulgences. Dispensations were readily given by the popes in matrimonial cases, as well as in cases of ecclesiastical disability. An outcry was early raised against them on the grounds of their interference with social relationships, the injury which they did to the Church by allowing unfit persons to hold office, and the handle which they gave to simony. The council, however, went no farther than to enact that papal dispensations should not be given to persons who were unfit to discharge the duties of benefices of which they enjoyed the revenues. On the question of indulgences, the council did nothing, and even the concordats did not aim at doing more than giving the bishops a suspensory power in gross cases. Simony had been too notorious under Boniface IX and John the 23rd not to engage the attention of the council, and the decree of March 21st, 1418, enacted that those who obtained ecclesiastical offices by simony should be ipso facto suspended. It was easy to denounce simony, But it is obvious that it could only be seriously attacked by showing more decision than the council was prepared to show in cutting off every abuse which gave an opportunity for its exercise. Other points which appeared in the programme of the reformers concerned the position of the Pope, and were meant to enforce on him the necessity of living on his own revenues. The definition of the circumstances under which a pope might be admonished or deposed was set aside by Martin, and the papacy retired from the council with its supremacy unimpaired. Enactments which had been proposed, forbidding the alienation of the states of the Church, and suppressing nepotism by providing for the government of the papal territories by ecclesiastical vicars, were all allowed to drop in the final settlement. Proposals to limit the grants made to cardinals of offices which they never visited were also laid aside till the future of the states of the Church was more clearly seen. This brief survey of the aspirations and achievements of the council in the way of reform will suffice to show how entire was its failure to accomplish any permanent results. During the abeyance of the papacy, while Europe was smarting under the exactions which the maintenance of 2 papal courts had involved, while everyone had before his eyes the ruin wrought in the ecclesiastical system by papal usurpations, a splendid opportunity was offered for a temperate and conservative reformation. The collective wisdom of Europe, after nearly 4 years' labour and discussion, was found unequal to the task. The council shrank from a consideration of the basis of the Christian life, and mercilessly condemned Huss as a rebel because he advocated the reformation of the Church with a view to the needs of the individual soul. When it had thus dismissed one possible form of reformation, it showed no capacity for devising a reformation of its own. The decisive correction of abuses required more statesmanship and more disinterestedness than were to be found among the fathers of Constance. There were men of keen penetration and intelligence, men who were able to criticize and suggest points of view, but there were none who united firmness of character, strong moral purpose, and large patriotism to the interests of Christendom. Gerson and Dailly could write and speak with fervour about the need of reform. They came to Constance as the leaders of a powerful academic party, which had many adherents in every land. But when it came to the point, Dailly could not prefer the interests of the Church to the privileges of the Cardinals' College, and was found in the hour of need to be fighting on behalf of the rights of the Curia. Gerson threw himself into a small political dispute, and frittered away his influence in contending bitterly for things of no moment. The academic party grew alarmed at the prospect of an increase in the power of the bishops, and held by the Pope as likely to do more for learning. No uniform policy could be obtained from the council, even in matters of detail. Unanimity was only possible on the most trivial points. The failure of the council is partly to be attributed to the difficulties of its composition and organization. An ecclesiastical parliament, representative of the whole of Europe, was indeed a difficult thing to call into being and reduce to order. The organization of the council was settled in a haphazard way. The qualification necessary for those who were to take part in its deliberations was determined with a view to the existing emergency. The consular division into nations, adopted with a view of lessening the influence of the Pope, became in the end a hindrance to united action. The nations deliberating apart had just enough contact with one another to intensify national jealousies, and not enough to eliminate national selfishness. Instead of uniting to reform the papacy before electing a new pope, national parties were ready to struggle for the possession of the papacy and the consequent influence in the politics of Europe. But while the council thus suffered from all the evils of national and political antagonism, it was unwilling to receive any of the benefits which it might have obtained from the same source. It acted as a purely ecclesiastical assembly, and made no effort to obtain the help of the state to secure effect to its decisions on church matters. Sigismund was useful as protector of the council, but when he wished to protect Huss, when he ventured to press the question of Reformation, the council complained loudly of undue influence and threatened to dissolve. Sigismund left Constance in October 1417, that the freedom of the assembled fathers might be secured, that they might be left to decide for themselves the conditions on which they would proceed to the election of a pope. While the council stood on this purely ecclesiastical basis, its nations in no sense expressed the national desires of Europe. The points brought forward for reform show clearly enough that the real question in the council was the struggle of the bishops to make good their position against the pope. The ecclesiastical aristocracy took advantage of the temporary abasement of the papal monarchy to increase its own powers and importance. So soon as it was seen that this was the general upshot of the schemes of the reform commissioners, other interests began to cool in the matter, and difficulties began to be felt. The universities had no wish to see the papacy curbed for the benefit of the episcopate. The increase of the power of the ecclesiastical aristocracy was not an end which any of the reformers desired. It was better to leave things alone rather than only secure so doubtful a gain. On all sides difficulties and disunion prevailed, so that men were wearied and hopeless. The most sanguine, as he left Constance, could only hope that at least a beginning had been made for consular action in the future, and that the new council, which was to meet in 5 years' time, would have the experience of the past to guide it to a more successful issue. On his part also, Martin V left Constance thankful that the papal power had suffered so little at the hands of the council, and with the reflection that he had 5 years before him in which to devise means for saving the papacy from further interference. End of section 16. Section 17 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3. The Council of Basel, 1419 to 1425. Chapter 1. Martin V and Italian Affairs, 1419 to 1425, Part 1. On leaving Constance, Martin V felt himself for the first time free. He had been taught by the events of the last 4 years that freedom was only possible for a pope in Italy, in spite of all the temporary inconveniences which might arise from Italian politics. But much as he might desire to find himself in his native city and revive the glories of the papacy in its old historic seat, he could not immediately proceed to Rome. John XXIII had abandoned Rome and had been driven even to flee from Bologna, owing to his political helplessness and the power of his opponent Ladislas. The death of Ladislas and the abeyance of the papacy had only plunged Italian affairs into deeper confusion, and Martin V had to pause a while and consider how he could best return to Italy. Through the Swiss cantons, Martin made a triumphal progress, and had no reason to complain of want of respect or lack of generosity. On June 11th he reached Geneva, and in the city of the Prince-Bishop he stayed for 3 months. There he had the satisfaction of receiving the allegiance of the citizens of Avignon. He seems to have wished to display himself as much as possible, and exert the prestige of the restored papacy to secure his position. At the end of September he moved slowly from Geneva through Savoy to Turin, and thence through Pavia to Milan, where he was received with great honour by Filippo Maria Visconti on October 12th. So great was the popular curiosity to see the Pope that when he went to consecrate a new altar in the cathedral, several people were trampled to death in the throng. At Milan, Martin showed his desire for the pacification of Italy by making terms between Filippo Maria and Pandolfo Malatesta, who had seized on Brescia. There, too, he received ambassadors from the Florentines, who, in their capacity of peacemakers, were anxious to arrange matters so as to enable the Pope to return quietly to Rome. They offered him a refuge in their city, and also their services as mediators. On October 19th, Martin left Milan for Brescia, and on October 25th he entered Mantua. There he stayed till the end of the year, seeking for some means to make the papal influence a real power in Italian affairs. At length he resolved to accept the services of the Florentines, and set out for their city, avoiding on his way the rebellious Bologna, which had cast off the papal rule. On February 26, 1419, he entered Florence, where he was honourably received, and took up his abode in the monastery of Santa Maria Novella. The condition of Italy was indeed sufficiently disturbed to need all the efforts of the Pope and of Florence to reduce it to order and peace. In Lombardy, Filippo Maria, Duke of Milan, was bent on winning back the lands of his father, John Galeazzo, which had fallen into the hands of petty tyrants. Southern Italy was thrown into confusion by the death of Ladislas, who was succeeded in the kingdom of Naples by his sister Giovanna II, a woman with none of the qualities of a ruler, who used her position solely as a means of personal gratification. The death of Louis of Anjou gave every hope of a peaceful reign to the distracted Neapolitan kingdom, but Giovanna's ungovernable passions soon made it a sphere of personal intrigue. At first the queen, a widow of 47 years old, was under the control of a lover, Pandolfo Alapo, whom she made chamberlain and covered with her favours. To maintain his position against the discontented barons, Alapo formed an alliance with Sforza, who was made Grand Constable of Naples. But the barons insisted that the queen should marry, and in 1415 she chose for her husband Jacques de Bourbon, Count of La Marche. The barons sided with the Count of La Marche, who by their aid imprisoned Sforza, put Alapo to death, and exercised the power of king. The favour, however, which he showed to his own countrymen the French disgusted the Neapolitan nobles, and in 1416 Giovanna was able again to assert her own power. By this time she had a new favourite to direct her, Giovanni Caraccioli, who drove the king to leave Naples, and thought it wise also to find an occupation for Sforza, which would keep him at a distance. For this purpose he sent him on an expedition against Braccio, who had attacked the States of the Church, and had advanced against Rome. Andrea Braccio, of the family of the Counts of Montone, was a noble Perugian, who in his youth had been driven by party struggles to leave his native city, and had embraced the calling of a condottiere under Alberigo da Barbiano. He served on many sides in the Italian wars, and finally was in the pay of Ladislas, who played him false in an attack upon Perugia, whereon Braccio joined the side of John XXIII, who left him governor of Bologna when he set out for Constance. Braccio was possessed with a desire to make himself master of his native city of Perugia, and in 1416 sold the Bolognese their liberty and hired soldiers on every side. He defeated Carlo Malatesta, whom the Perugians called to their aid, and in July 1416 made himself master of the city. Soon desirous of enlarging his territory, he advanced into the States of the Church. Todi, Rieti, and Narni soon fell before him, and he pressed on to the neighbourhood of Rome. But Braccio, to win Perugia, had drawn to his side the condottiere general Tartaglia, who stipulated in return for his services that Braccio should not oppose him in attacking the dominions of Sforza. From that time Sforza conceived a deadly hatred against Braccio, and for the next few years the history of Italy is an account of the desperate rivalry of these two rival condottieri. Rome, during the abeyance of the papacy, was left in an anomalous condition. The castle of St. Angelo, which had been taken by Ladislas, was still held by a Neapolitan governor. John XXIII, on departing for Constance, had appointed Cardinal Isolani his legate in Rome, and he was assisted or hindered by the presence of the Cardinal of Sant'Angelo, Pietro delle Staffanacci, who found Rome preferable to Constance. The legate Isolani managed to retain considerable influence over the Romans, and induced them to carry on the government of the city according to the constitution established before the interference of Ladislas. But Rome was in no condition to offer resistance to Braccio when he advanced against it, and on June 9th, 1417, took up his position by Sant'Agnese. In vain the legate tried to negotiate for his departure. Braccio harried the adjacent country and reduced the Romans to capitulate through hunger. He had an ally in the Cardinal Steffanacci, who welcomed him on his triumphal entry on June 16th, and helped him to form a new magistracy. The legate fled into the castle of Sant'Angelo and begged for help from Naples. His entreaties were heard, as Sforza was burning for revenge against Braccio, and Giovanna's new favourite, Caraccioli, was looking about for some means of getting rid of Sforza, whose manly frame might soon prove too attractive to the susceptible queen. Braccio was engaged in besieging the castle of St. Angelo, when the arrival of Sforza on August 10th warned him of his danger. Sforza, seeing how matters stood, went to Ostia and crossed the Tiber without hindrance. When Braccio heard that he was advancing against him, he judged it unwise to risk the loss of his newly won possessions, and on August 26th withdrew to Perugia. Sforza entered Rome in triumph, with the banners of Naples and of the Church. He restored the legate Isolani to power, appointed new magistrates, and imprisoned the traitorous Cardinal of Sant'Angelo, who died soon afterwards. Such was the condition of affairs which Martin V had to face on his election. It was natural that his first movement should be towards alliance with Giovanna II of Naples, seeing that the Neapolitan influence seemed most powerful in Rome. He welcomed Giovanna's ambassadors and sent a cardinal to arrange matters with the queen as early as May 1418. Giovanna agreed to restore all the possessions of the Church and make a perpetual alliance with the Pope, who was to crown her Queen of Naples. She gave a pledge of her sincerity by the usual means of enriching the Pope's relations. Martin's brother, Giordano Colonna, was made Duke of Amalfi and Venosa. His nephew, Antonio, was made Grand Chamberlain of Naples, and on August 21st appeared with a bull announcing the Pope's alliance with Giovanna. Antonio at first attached himself to the favourite, Caraccioli, but before the end of the year Sforza was strong enough to organize a popular rising against the favourite, who was forced to leave Naples and was sent as ambassador to Martin V at Mantua. There the surrender of the fortresses which the Neapolitans occupied in the States of the Church and the coronation of Giovanna was finally arranged. Early in 1419 a papal legate was sent to Naples to perform the coronation. Thus matters stood when Martin took refuge in Florence. He could do nothing better than await the course of events in Naples and the results of the Florentine mediation. Return to Rome with Braccio hostile was impossible. If Braccio were to be overthrown, it could only be by the arms of Sforza. But the Pope's first steps had been to ally with Giovanna and Caraccioli, with whom Sforza was now at enmity. At Florence, Martin's prestige was increased by the arrival of 4 of Benedict XIII's cardinals, who were solemnly received on March 17th. So far as Italy was concerned, Martin V had nothing to fear from Peter de Luna. But the deposed Baldassare Cossa was still an object of his dread, for Braccio had threatened to espouse Cossa's cause, and might again raise him to the position of a dangerous rival. Accordingly, Martin was very anxious to get Cosa into his hands, and the Florentines, in the interests of peace, were desirous that this matter should be arranged. John XXIII, when legate of Bologna, had always been on good terms with the Florentines, and had stood in friendly relations with several of the richest citizens, amongst whom were Giovanni de' Medici and Niccolo da Uzzano, who were now ready to interfere in his behalf. They procured from Martin V a promise that he would deal gently with his deposed predecessor, and advanced the sum of 38,500 Rhenish ducats to buy the release of Cosa from Louis of Bavaria, in whose custody he was. On his way to Florence, Cosa was escorted by the Bishop of Lübeck, who was charged by Martin V to keep a sharp eye upon him. At Parma he lodged with an old friend, who alarmed him with rumours that Martin V meant to have him imprisoned for life at Mantua. He fled by night to Genoa, where he found protection from the Doge Tommaso di Campo Fregoso. Friends quickly gathered round him, urging him once more to try his fortunes and assert his claims to the Papacy. For a brief space there was a thrill of horror, lest the miseries of the Schism should again begin. But the wise counsels of Giovanni de' Medici and his Florentine friends seemed to have prevailed with Cosa. They assured him of his safety and urged him to fulfil his promise. John XXIII no longer possessed his former vigour, or felt his old confidence in himself and his fortunes. The helplessness which had overtaken him at Constance still haunted him, and though the old spirit might rekindle for a moment, it was soon chilled by doubt and hesitation. He judged it wisest to trust his friends, proceed to Florence, and submit to the mercy of Martin V. On June 14 he entered Florence and was received with respectful pity by the entire body of the citizens. The sight of one who had fallen from a high degree kindled their sympathy, and Cosa's poor apparel and miserable look impressed more vividly the sense of his changed fortunes. On June 27 he appeared before Martin in full consistory, and kneeling before him made his submission. "I alone," he said, "assembled the council. I always laboured for the good of the Church. You know the truth. I come to your holiness and rejoice as much as I can at your elevation and my own freedom." Here his voice was broken with passion. His haughty nature could ill brook his humiliation. Martin received him graciously and placed on his head the cardinal's hat. But Cosa did not long live under the shadow of his successor. He died in the same year on December 23rd, and his Florentine friends were faithful to his memory. In the stately baptistry of Florence, the Medici erected to him a splendid tomb. The recumbent figure cast in bronze was the work of Donatello, and the marble pedestal which supports it was wrought by Michelozzo. It bears the simple inscription, Johannes quondam Papa vigintitres, obiit Florentiae. Martin V's attention was meanwhile directed to the kingdom of Naples, and he urged on Giovanna II the duty of restoring to his obedience the states of the Church. Giovanna was not sorry to rid herself of Sforza, for she longed to recall her favourite, Caraccioli. Sforza was dispatched to war against Braccio, but on June 20th was defeated at Montefiasone near Viterbo. But Martin was enabled to detach Tartaglia from Braccio's side, and Sforza could again set an army in the field in the name of Naples and the Pope. He was not, however, supported from Naples, for Giovanna had recalled Caraccioli, and the favourite thought it better to leave Sforza to his fate. Martin saw that nothing was to be gained from a further alliance with Giovanna II and Caraccioli. Moreover, the question of the Neapolitan succession was again imminent, for Giovanna was over 50 years of age and was childless. Louis III of Anjou had already begged Martin to procure from Giovanna II a formal recognition of his claim, and the Pope judged that the opportunity was favourable for action. Sforza was weary of the selfish policy of Caraccioli, and the Neapolitan barons resented the rule of the insolent favourite. The Florentines offered Martin V their aid to mediate between him and Braccio. The Pope saw an opportunity of making himself the central figure in the politics of southern Italy. At peace with Braccio and allied with Sforza, he might settle the succession to Naples in favour of Louis of Anjou, and end the Neapolitan difficulty, which had so long harassed his predecessors. In January 1420, Sforza paid Martin V a visit in Florence, and the Pope broached his views, to which, with some reluctance, Sforza gave his adhesion. Scarcely had Sforza departed before Braccio, at the end of February, made a triumphal entry into Florence, there to celebrate his reconciliation with the Pope. With a splendid escort of 400 horsemen and 40 foot, with deputies from the various cities under his rule, Braccio entered the city in grandeur that awoke the enthusiastic acclamations of the Florentines. In the middle of the bands of horsemen, gleaming in gold and silver armour, mounted on splendid steeds richly caparisoned, rode Braccio, clad in purple and gold, on a steed whose trappings were of gold. He was a man rather above the middle height, with an oval face that seemed too full of blood, yet with a look of dignity and power that, in spite of his limbs maimed with wounds, marked him as a ruler of men. Amid the shouts of the thronging citizens, Braccio visited the Pope and paid him haughty reverence. After a few days spent in negotiations, an alliance was made between Martin V and Braccio, by which Braccio was left in possession of Perugia, Assisi, and other towns which he had won, on condition of reducing Bologna to obedience to the Pope. Martin V's pride was sorely hurt by the avowed preference which the Florentines showed to the condottiere over the Pope. The Florentine boys expressed the common feeling by a doggerel rhyme, which they sang in the streets, and which soon reached the ears of the sensitive Pope. Braccio valente vince ogni gente, il Papa Martino non vale un quattrino. Braccio the Great conquers every state. Poor Pope Martin is not worth a farthing. He was glad to see Braccio leave Florence, and hoped that the task of reducing Bologna would occupy him long enough to enable Sforza to make his attack on Giovanna, unimpeded by Braccio's hostility. Braccio, however, rapidly gathered his forces and conducted matters with such skill that on July 22nd the Pope's legate took possession of Bologna. End of section 17. Section 18 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Chapter 1, Martin V and Italian Affairs, 1419 to 1425, Part 2. Meanwhile, Sforza hastened the preparations against Giovanna II. On June 18th, he suddenly raised the standard of the Duke of Anjou and began to make war against Naples. On August 19th, 10 Angevin galleys made their appearance off the Neapolitan coast. Louis of Anjou eagerly caught at Martin V's offer of protection. He did not scruple to leave France in the hands of the English, and abandoned his land of Provence to the hostile attacks of the Duke of Savoy, that he might pursue the phantom kingdom of Naples, which had proved disastrous to his father and his grandfather alike. Giovanna II, seeing herself thus threatened, cast about on her part also for allies. She sent an ambassador to the Pope, whose hostility was not yet declared, but the subtle Neapolitan easily saw through the Pope's equivocal answers to his demands. There was in Florence at the papal court an ambassador of Alfonso V of Aragon. To him in his strait the Neapolitan turned. He reminded him that the house of Aragon had as good a claim to Naples as the house of Anjou. Giovanna II. was childless, and could dispose of her kingdom as she chose. If Alfonso succoured her in her strait, he might count upon her gratitude. This proposal was very acceptable to Alfonso V., a young and ambitious king. By the death of Martin of Sicily without children in 1409, the kingdom of Sicily had been attached to that of Aragon, and Alfonso was keenly alive to the advantage of annexing Naples also. At the time that Giovanna's offer reached him, he was engaged in prosecuting against the Genoese his claims on the island of Corsica, where, after a long siege, the desperate efforts of the Genoese threatened to render his undertaking hopeless. His ambassador at Florence was endeavouring to obtain from Martin V. a recognition of Alfonso's claim to Corsica, but Alfonso V. at once saw the policy of abandoning a doubtful attempt upon a barren island for the more alluring prize of the Neapolitan kingdom. He dispatched from Corsica to the relief of Giovanna II 15 galleys, which arrived off Naples on September 6th, and Giovanna II. showed her gratitude by adopting him as her son. War was now let loose upon Naples. Alfonso and Giovanna sought to strengthen themselves by an alliance with Braccio. Martin V.'s policy had succeeded in providing occupation for all whom he had most to dread. He was now in a position to take advantage of the general confusion, and amid the weakness of all parties, raise once more the prestige of the papal name. He had gained all that was to be gained from a stay in Florence, and might now with safety venture to Rome. Moreover, Martin V. was not over-satisfied with the impression which he had produced on the Florentines. The common sense of the quick-witted commercial city was not taken in by high-sounding claims or magnificent ecclesiastical processions. The Florentines had shown for Braccio an admiration which they refused to Martin V. However much Martin might wrap himself in his dignity and affect to despise popular opinion, he yet felt that in Florence nothing succeeded like success, and that a fortunate freebooter ranked above a landless pope. The bustling, pushing spirit of a prosperous commercial city was alien to the Papacy, which could only flourish amidst the traditions and aspirations of the past. A few days before his departure for Rome, Martin V. could not refrain from showing his wounded pride to Leonardo Bruni, who was present in the library of Santa Maria Novella. For some time Martin V. walked gloomily up and down the room, gazing out of the window upon the garden below. At last he stopped before Leonardo, and in a voice quivering with scorn repeated the doggerel of the Florentine mob: "Poor Pope Martin isn't worth a farthing." Leonardo tried to appease him by saying that such trifles were not worthy of notice, but the Pope again repeated the lines in the same tone. Anxious for the fair fame of Florence, Leonardo at once undertook its defence, and pointed out to the Pope the practical advantages which he had derived from his stay: the recovery of some of the states of the Church, and especially of Bologna, the submission of John XXIII, the reconciliation with Braccio. Where else, he asked, could such advantages have been so easily obtained? The Pope's gloomy brow grew clearer before the words of the Florentine secretary. Martin departed with good will from Florence, thanked its magistrates for their kind offices, and marked his gratitude to the city by erecting the bishopric of Florence to the dignity of an archbishopric. On September 9th, Martin V journeyed from Florence with due respect from the citizens. On September 20th he was honourably received in Siena, and used his opportunity to borrow 15,000 florins, for which he gave Spoleto as a pledge. From Siena he proceeded through Viterbo to Rome, which he entered on September 28th, and took up his abode by Santa Maria del Popolo. Next day he was escorted to the Vatican by the city magistrates, and the people, bearing lighted torches and clamorous with joy. The Romans had indeed occasion to hail any change that might restore their shattered fortunes. Everything that had happened in late years had tended to plunge them deeper and deeper in misery and ruin. The havoc wrought by the invasions of Ladislas, of Sforza, and of Braccio, the absence of the Pope and consequent loss of traffic, the want of all authority in the Papal States, the pillage that wasted up to the walls of Rome, all these combined to reduce the city to wretchedness and desolation. Martin V found Rome so devastated that it hardly looked like a city. Houses were in decay, churches in ruins, the streets were empty, filth and dirt were everywhere, food was so scarce and dear that men could hardly keep themselves alive. Civilization seemed almost extinct. The Romans looked like the scum of the earth. Martin V had a hard task before him to bring back order and decency into the ruined city. It was his great merit that he set himself diligently to put matters straight, and that he succeeded in reclaiming its capital for the restored Papacy. His first care was to provide for the administration of justice and put down the robbers who infested Rome and its neighbourhood, for the purpose of pillaging the pious pilgrims who visited the tombs of the apostles. But much had to be done to repair the ravages of preceding years, and new disasters rendered the task more difficult. In November 1422, the town was overwhelmed by a flood in the Tiber, occasioned by Braccio's destruction of the wall of the Lago di Piediluco, the old Velline lake. The water rose to the height of the high altar in the Pantheon, and as it subsided, carried away the flocks from the fields and caused great destruction of property. In Naples, little was done worthy of the great efforts which were made. Alfonso's reinforcements checked the victorious career of Louis of Anjou and Sforza, till in June 1421 Braccio brought his forces to Giovanna's aid. Alfonso himself arrived in Naples, and the Pope dispatched Tartaglia to the aid of Louis. Alfonso and Braccio engaged in a fruitless siege of Acerra. Nothing serious was done, as the condottieri generals were engaged in a series of intrigues against one another. Sforza accused Tartaglia of treachery, seized him, and put him to death. Tartaglia's soldiers, indignant at the treatment of their leader, joined Braccio, who was anxious only to secure his own principality of Capua. Martin V was weary of finding supplies, and was embarrassed by Alfonso's threats that he would again recognize Benedict XIII. Caraccioli was afraid of Alfonso's resolute character, and sowed discord between him and Giovanna. Alfonso, on his part, was perplexed by the Queen's doubtful attitude toward him. As everyone had his own reasons for desiring peace, the Pope's mediation was accepted for that purpose in March 1422. Aversa and Castellamare, the only two places which Louis held, were surrendered to the papal legate, who soon afterwards gave them over to the Queen. Braccio and Sforza were outwardly reconciled, and Sforza joined the side of Giovanna, only with the purpose of favouring more surely the party of Louis. Louis himself withdrew to Rome, where he lived for 2 years at the Pope's expense, awaiting the results of Sforza's machinations. But this peace and its reconciliation were alike hollow. The mutual suspicions of Alfonso and Giovanna II went on increasing till in May 1423 Alfonso determined on a decisive blow. He suddenly imprisoned Caraccioli and made a dash to obtain the person of the Queen, who was in the Castel Capuano at Naples. The attempt to surprise the Queen failed, and Alfonso besieged the castle. But Sforza hastened to the Queen's aid, and though his army was smaller than Alfonso's, he gave his men fresh courage by pointing to the splendid equipments of the Aragonese, raising the battle cry, "Fine clothes and good horses," (ali ben vestiti, ali ben a cavalli). he led his men to the charge. His inducement proved to be sufficiently strong. He won the day, and Alfonso in his turn was besieged in the Castel Nuovo. After this failure, the fortunes of Louis of Anjou began to revive. Caraccioli was ransomed from prison, and he and Sforza urged Giovanna to cancel the adoption of the ungrateful Alfonso and accept Louis as her successor. At the end of June, Louis arrived in Naples, and his adoption as Giovanna's heir was formally accomplished with the Pope's sanction. Alfonso's hope now rested on the prompt aid of Braccio. But Braccio entered the Neapolitan kingdom through the Abruzzi, and set himself to besiege the wealthy city of Aquila, that he might obtain booty for his soldiers. The defence was obstinate, and the siege slowly dragged on. In vain Alfonso besought Braccio to quit it. The stubborn condottiere refused. Meanwhile, Filippo Maria Visconti, who had by this time secured his possessions in Lombardy, and had moreover made himself master of Genoa, offered help to Giovanna. He did not wish that an active king like Alfonso should establish himself in Naples and urge troublesome claims to the Genoese possessions. Alfonso was afraid lest he might lose his command of the sea before the attack of the Genoese galleys, and he also received disquieting news from Aragon. Weary with waiting for Braccio, who never came, he sailed away on October 15th and revenged himself on Louis by sacking Marseille on his homeward voyage. The departure of Alfonso relieved Martin V of a troublesome enemy, but his attention in this year, 1423, had to be directed to an equally troublesome matter. It was now 5 years since the dissolution of the Council of Constance, and the period for holding the next council had arrived. Already in 1422 the University of Paris sent ambassadors to urge Martin V to fulfil his promise. Among the envoys of the university was a learned Dominican, John Stojkovic, a native of Ragusa in Dalmatia, who stayed at Rome to watch Martin's proceedings and be ready for the council as soon as it was summoned. Pavia had been fixed at Constance for its place of meeting, but in his letters of summons Martin V was careful to express his fervour in behalf of the council by saying that if Pavia was found unsuitable, he was resolved to call it to a more convenient place rather than it should dissolve. The Transalpine prelates were not inspirited by this kindly assurance. They felt that a council in an Italian city was as good as useless. Martin V had taken no steps in the way of reforming the abuses of the Church. The state of Christendom was not favourable for a council. In England, Henry V was dead, and the minority of Henry VI had already begun to open up intrigues and jealousies. France was exhausted by its war with England. In Germany, Sigismund was engaged in a war with the Hussites in Bohemia, and had no time to spend in talk. There was nothing to encourage men to undertake the costly journey to Italy, where Martin V was likely to employ them on the barren subject of a proposed union between the Eastern and Western churches. When the council was opened on April 23, 1423, by the 4 prelates whom the Pope had nominated as presidents, it was not largely attended. Few came from beyond the Alps, and the absence of Italians showed that the Pope's influence was used against the council from the beginning. Scarcely were the opening formalities at an end when the outbreak of the plague gave a reason for removing elsewhere, and the council decided to go to Siena, where on July 2nd it resumed its labours. The first step of the council was to organize itself according to nations, and to determine who should have the right of voting. All prelates, abbots, graduates of universities who were in orders, rectors, ambassadors of kings, barons, and universities were to be admitted freely. Other ecclesiastics were to be judged of by the nation to which they belonged. Each nation was to have a president elected every month, who, together with chosen deputies, was to prepare the business to be discussed by the nation according to the wishes of the majority. While making these arrangements, the council repeatedly sent to the Pope urging him to come to Siena, and their request was confirmed by the city magistrates, who showed themselves amenable to the Pope's will by granting a safe conduct in the terms which he demanded. But when the safe conduct was known at Siena, the Fathers saw their liberty directly menaced by it. All magistrates and officials in the Sienese territories were to take oath of allegiance to the Pope, a proceeding which left the council entirely at the Pope's mercy. Moreover, the members of the council were to be subject to the jurisdiction of the Pope's officers. The whole tenor of the Articles of Agreement was insulting to the council, and gave manifest signs of the Pope's ill will. In its formal language, the officials of the Curia were named before the members of the council. The energy of the council was forthwith turned to negotiate with the Sienese for a safe conduct, which would give them greater security from the Pope. Meanwhile, Martin V showed himself more decidedly hostile, and his presidents used all efforts to weaken the councillor party. Letters from Rome poured into Siena. Tempting promises of promotion were held out to those who showed signs of wavering. End of section 18. Section 19 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Chapter 1, Martin V and Italian Affairs, 1419 to 1425, Part 3. The reforming party felt that something must be done. They settled the matter of the safe conduct, and agreed to pass some decrees on which there could be no difference of opinion. On November 6th, a session of the council was held which declared that the work of reform must begin with the foundation of the faith, and consequently condemned the errors of Wycliffe and Huss, and denounced the partisans of Peter de Luna, approved of negotiations for union with the Greek Church, and exhorted all Christian men to root out heresy wherever they found it. After this, the reforming party urged that the work left unachieved at Constance should be resumed, and the French nation put forward a memorandum sketching a plan of reform according to the lines laid down at Constance. The curial party resolved on resistance, and the small numbers present at Siena rendered personal pressure tolerably easy. John of Ragusa, though wishing to make the council seem as numerous as possible, can only count 2 cardinals and 25 mitred prelates as representatives of the higher clergy at the session on November 6th. The curial party thought it best to throw the machinery of the nations into confusion. They managed to cause disputed elections to the office of president, both in the French and in the Italian nation, in the month of January 1424. The papal legates offered their services to the French to judge in this dispute. The French answered that on matters concerning a nation in the council, no one, not even the Pope, could judge but the council itself. They asked the presidents to summon a congregation for the purpose. The presidents refused, whereupon the French called the other nations together on January 10th, and afterwards drew up their grievances in the shape of a protest, which they lodged with the legates. Meanwhile, the legates were busily engaged in strengthening their party within each nation, so as to prevent any possibility of unanimity. While thus the nations were divided, the legates steadily pursued the dissolution of the council, and as a first step toward this, urged the appointment of deputies to fix the meeting place of the next council. This question in itself aroused antagonism. The French wished the future council to be held in France. This excited the national jealousy of the Germans and English. The curial party openly avowed that they never wished to see another council at all, and opposed the decrees of Constance. There were hopes, however, of renewed concord, when on February 12th the Archbishop of Rouen and the ambassadors of the University of Paris arrived at Siena. They interposed to heal the dissension among the French, and the Archbishop of Rouen was by a compromise elected to the office of President of the French nation. The compromise was, however, fatal. The Archbishop of Rouen had been already won over by the legates, and the ambassadors of the university had a greater desire to go to Rome and seek favours for themselves than stay at Siena and watch over the reformation of the Church. On February 19th, deputies from all the nations agreed in choosing Basel as the meeting place for the next council, to be held in 7 years. The dissolution of the council was now felt to be imminent. Only a few zealous reformers had hopes of further business, and they were aided by the citizens of Siena, who did not see why they should not enjoy the same luck as Constance and reap a golden harvest for some years to come. But Martin V knew how to address rebellious citizens. He sternly bade them not to put their sickles into another's sheaves, nor think that general councils were held or dissolved to please them or fill their pockets. Still the Sienese were resolved to make a last attempt, and on February 20th laid the Pope's letters before the nations and shut their gates to prevent the desertions which were thinning the council's ranks. But the reformers were not strong enough to accept the citizens' help. The council sent to request the gates to be opened. Meanwhile, the legates were ready to dissolve the council. The reformers were anxious to continue their work. At last, on March 7th, the legates, taking advantage of the solitude produced by the festivities of the carnival, posted on the door of the cathedral a decree of the dissolution of the council, which had been secretly drawn up on February 26th, and prohibited all from attempting to continue it. On the same day they hastily left Siena for Florence. Those who remained were too few to hope to accomplish anything. Thomas, abbot of Paisley, who was a member of the French nation, published an energetic protest against the dissolution, which was joined by a few other zealous reformers. Then on March 8th they held a meeting in which they decided that to avoid scandal to the Church and danger to themselves on account of the nearness of the papal power, it was better to depart quietly. The Council of Siena came rapidly to an end, and Martin V could plead the smallness of its numbers, its seditious conduct with the Sienese burghers, and its own internal disorders as reason for its dissolution. Really, the Council of Siena followed too soon upon that of Constance. The position of affairs had not materially changed. The Pope had not yet recovered his normal position in Italy, and those who had been at Constance were not prepared to undertake the labours of a second council when they had nothing to give them any hopes of success. What was impossible with the help of Sigismund was not likely to be more possible in the face of Martin V's determined resistance. Martin V judged it wise, however, to make some promises of reform. As the council had been too full of disturbance to admit of any progress in the matter, he promised to undertake a reform of the Curia, and nominated 2 cardinals as commissioners to gather evidence. The results of Martin V's deliberations were embodied in a constitution published on May 16th, 1425. It reads as though it were the Pope's retaliation on the attempt made at Constance to constitute the cardinals as an official aristocracy, which was to direct the Pope's actions. Martin V provided for decorous and good living on the part of the cardinals, forbade them to exercise the position of protectors of the interests of kings or princes at the papal court, or to receive money as protectors for monastic orders. They were not to appear in the streets with a larger retinue than 20 attendants. They were, if possible, to live near the churches whence they took their titles, and were to restore the dilapidated buildings and see to the proper performance of divine service. Similarly, the duties of the protonotaries and abbreviators of the papal chancery were defined and regulated. Archbishops, bishops, and abbots were ordered to keep strict residence and hold provincial synods 3 times every year for the redress of abuses. all oppressive exactions on the part of ordinaries were forbidden, and propriety of life was enjoined. Finally, the Pope withdrew many of his rights of reservation as a favour to the ordinaries, his patrons. Martin V considered that he had now amply fulfilled all that reformers could require at his hands, and could look around him with greater assurance. He was free for 7 years from the troubles of a council, and could turn his attention to the object he had most at heart, the recovery of the states of the Church, which Alfonso's withdrawal from Naples had rendered a practicable measure. Fortune favoured him in this respect beyond his hopes. The desperate resistance which Aquila continued to offer to Braccio encouraged Sforza to march to its relief. On his way there, in January 1424, finding some difficulty in crossing the river Pescara, which was swollen by the wind and tide, he rode into the water to encourage his men. Seeing one of his squires swept off his horse, Sforza hastened to his assistance, but losing his balance in attempting to save the drowning man, he was weighed down by his heavy armour. Twice his hands were seen to wave above the flood. Then he disappeared. His body was swept out to sea and was never found. Thus died Sforza at the age of 54, one of the most notable men in Italian history. His death tells us the secret of his power. He died in the performance of an act of chivalrous generosity to a comrade. However tortuous he might be in political relations, to his soldiers he was frank and genial. They loved him, and knew that their lives and fortunes were as dear to Sforza as his own. Nor did the more accomplished Braccio long survive his sturdy rival. In spite of the withdrawal of Sforza's troops after their leader's death, Aquila still held out. As its possession was regarded as the key to the possession of Naples, Martin V was eager to raise troops for its relief. He found it as easy to arouse the jealousy of the Duke of Milan against Braccio as against Alfonso, and in May a joint army of Naples, Milan, and Pope advanced to the relief of Aquila. Braccio scorned to take advantage of his enemies as they crossed the mountain ridge that led to the town. Though their forces were superior to his own, he preferred to meet them in the open field. An unexpected sortie of the Aquilans threw Braccio's army into confusion. As he rode around exhorting his men to form afresh and renew the fight, a Perugian exile forced his way through the throng, and with the cry, "Down with the oppressor of his country," wounded Braccio in the throat. On the fall of their leader, the soldiers of Braccio gave way, and the siege of Aquila was raised June 2nd. Braccio's haughty spirit would not survive defeat. For 3 days he lay without eating or speaking till he died. Unlike Sforza, he had no grown-up son to inherit his glory. His shattered army rapidly dispersed upon his death. His body was carried to Rome, and was buried as that of an excommunicated man in unconsecrated ground before the church of San Lorenzo. Martin V reaped the full benefit of Braccio's death. On July 29th, Perugia opened its gates to the Pope, and the other cities in Braccio's dominions soon followed its example. Martin found himself in undisputed possession of the Papal States. This was a great point to have gained, and Martin had won his triumph by his astute and cautious, if unscrupulous, policy. He had not hesitated to plunge Naples into war, and had trusted to his own acuteness to fish in troubled waters. Fortune had favoured him beyond what he could expect, and the only further difficulty that beset him was a rising of Bologna in 1429, which was put down, though not without a stubborn struggle, by Carlo Malatesta. From that time he set himself with renewed zeal and statesmanlike care to organize the restoration of law and order in the Roman territory and the rest of the papal possessions. When we look back upon the wild confusion that he found at his accession, we must recognize in Martin V's pontificate traces of energy and administrative capacity which have been left unrecorded by the annals of the time. The slow and steady enforcement of order and justice is passed by unnoticed, while discord and anarchy are rarely without a chronicler. It is the great merit of Martin V that he won back from confusion and reduced to obedience and order the disorganized states of the Church. The policy of Martin V was to bring under one jurisdiction separate communities with their existing rights and privileges, and so to establish a central monarchy on which they all peaceably depended. It was the misfortune of Martin V that his work was thrown away by the wrong-headedness of his successor, and so left no lasting results. Still, Martin V deserves high praise as a successful statesman, though even here he displayed the spirit of a Roman noble rather than of the head of the Church. The elevation of the Colonna family was his constant aim, and he left to his successors a conspicuous example of nepotism. His brothers and sisters were enriched at the expense of the Church, and their aggrandizement had the disastrous result that it intensified the long-standing feud between the Colonna and the Orsini, and led to a reaction upon Martin's death. So far did Martin V identify himself with his family that, in defiance of the traditions of his office, he took up his abode in the Colonna palace by the church of Santi Apostoli, regarding himself more secure amongst the retainers of his house. The same year that saw the deaths of Sforza and Braccio freed Martin V from another enemy. In November 1424 died Benedict XIII, worn out by extreme old age. In his retirement at Peniscola, he had been powerless either for good or ill. Yet the existence of an antipope was hurtful to the papal dignity, and Alfonso's hostility to Martin V threatened to give him troublesome importance. Benedict's death might seem to end the schism, but one of the last acts of the obstinate old man was the creation of 4 new cardinals. For a time his death was kept secret till Alfonso's desires were known. At length, in June 1425, 3 of Benedict's cardinals elected a new pope, Gilles de Mugnon, canon of Barcelona, who took the title of Clement VIII. But schism, when once it begins, is contagious. Another of Benedict's cardinals, a Frenchman, Jean Carrère, who was absent at the time and received no notice, elected for himself another pope, who took the title of Benedict XIV. Martin was desirous of getting rid of these pretenders, and sent one of his cardinals, brother of the Count de Foix, to negotiate with Alfonso. But Alfonso refused him entrance into his kingdom and ordered Clement VIII to be crowned in Peniscola. Martin summoned Alfonso to Rome to answer for his conduct. Alfonso saw that nothing was to be gained by isolation from the rest of Europe. Time mollified his wrath at the loss of Naples, and in his hopes for the future it was better to have the Pope for his friend than for his foe. The Cardinal de Foix carried on his negotiations with wise moderation, and was helped by one of the king's counsellors, Alfonso Borgia. In the autumn of 1427, Alfonso V received the Pope's legate, agreed to recognize Martin, and accept his good offices to settle disputes between himself and Giovanna II. In July 1429, Mugnon laid aside his papal trappings, submitted to Martin, and received the melancholy post of Bishop of Majorca. The good offices of Alfonso Borgia were warmly recognized both by Alfonso V and Martin V, and this ending of the schism had for its abiding consequence in the future the introduction of the Borgia family to the papal court, where they were destined to play an important part. The Pope of Jean Carrère was of course a ridiculous phantom, and in 1432 the Count of Armagnac ordered Carrère, who was still obstinate, to be made prisoner and handed over to Martin V. End of Section 19. Section 20 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Chapter 2, Martin V and the Papal Restoration, beginnings of Eugenius IV, 1425 to 1432, Part 1. As Martin V felt more sure of his position in Italy, and saw the traces of the schism disappear in the outward organization of the Church, he was anxious also to wipe away the anti-papal legislation which in France and England had followed on the confusion caused by the schism of the Papacy. In France, Martin V easily succeeded in overthrowing the attempt to establish the liberties of the national Church on the basis of royal edicts. Charles VI had issued in 1418 ordinances forbidding money to be exported from the kingdom for the payment of annates or other demands of the court of Rome, and had confirmed the ancient liberties of the Gallican Church as regarded freedom of election to ecclesiastical offices. In February 1422, he had further forbidden appeals to Rome in contempt of the ordinances. But before the end of the year, Charles VI was dead, and the confusion in France was still further increased by the English claims to the succession. The youthful Charles VII was hard-pressed and wished to gain the Pope's support. In February 1425, he issued a decree re-establishing the papal power as regarded the collation to benefices and all exercise of jurisdiction on the same footing as it had been in the days of Clement VII and Benedict XIII. The Parliament, it is true, protested and refused to register the decree. The Pope, for his part, granted an indemnity for what had been done in the past. All the reforming efforts of the University of Paris and its followers were for the time undone. In England, Martin V was not so successful. In 1421 he wrote to Henry V and exhorted him to lose no time in abolishing the prohibitions of his predecessors, the statutes of provisors and praemunire, on the due exercise of the papal rights. Next year, on the accession of King Henry VI, he wrote still more pressingly to the Council of Regency. When nothing was done, he directed his anger against Henry Chicheley, the Archbishop of Canterbury. Chicheley, in 1423, proclaimed indulgences to all who in that year made pilgrimage to Canterbury. Martin indignantly forbade this assumption of papal rights by a subordinate. As the fallen angels wish to set up in the earth their seat against the Creator, so have these presumptuous men endeavoured to raise a false tabernacle of salvation against the apostolic seat and the authority of the Roman pontiff, to whom only has God granted this power. It was long since an English archbishop had heard such language from a pope, but Chicheley was not a man of sufficient courage to remonstrate. He withdrew his proclamation, and Martin V had struck a decided blow against the independence of the English episcopate. The restored papacy owed a debt of gratitude to Henry of Winchester for his good offices as mediator at Constance, and immediately after his election, Martin V nominated him cardinal. Chicheley protested against this step as likely to lead to inconveniences, and Henry V, declaring that he would rather see his uncle invested with the crown than with a cardinal's hat, forbade his acceptance of the proffered dignity. When the strong hand of Henry V was gone, Beaufort was again nominated cardinal on May 24, 1426, no longer from motives of gratitude, but because the Pope needed his help. In February 1427 he was further appointed papal legate for the purpose of carrying on war against the Hussites. But the Pope still pursued his main object, and in a letter to the Bishop of Winchester denounced still more strongly the execrable statute of praemunire, by which the King of England disposed of the affairs of the Church as though himself, and not the Pope, were the divinely appointed Vicar of Christ. He bade him remember the glorious example of St. Thomas of Canterbury, who did not hesitate to offer himself as a sacrifice on behalf of the liberties of the Church. He bade him urge the abolition of this statute on the Council, on Parliament, and on the clergy, that they may preach about it to the people, and he asked to be informed what steps were taken in compliance with his commands. He wrote also in the same strain to the University of Oxford. Indeed, so deeply did Martin V resent the ecclesiastical attitude of England, that he said in a consistory, "Amongst Christians, no states have made ordinances contrary to the liberties of the Church, save England and Venice." Martin's instincts taught him truly, and he did his utmost to blunt the edge of the weapon that a century later was to sever the connection between the English Church and the Papacy. Again Martin V wrote haughtily to Chicheley, bidding him and the Archbishop of York set aside the statutes of provisors and recognize the papal right to dispose of benefices in England. Chicheley humbly replied that he was the only person in England who was willing to broach the subject, and it was hard that he should be specially visited by the Pope's displeasure for what he could not help. Martin V retorted by issuing letters to suspend Chicheley from his office as legate, a blow against the privileges and independence of the Archbishops of Canterbury, who, since the days of Stephen Langton, had been recognized as the Pope's ordinary legate, legatus natus, in England. Chicheley so far roused himself as to appeal to a future council against this encroachment. The Pope's letters were seized by royal authority, and the suspension did not take effect. But Chicheley was a timid man, and the condition of affairs in England made him shrink from a breach with the Pope. The Lollards were suppressed but not subdued, and a strong anti-hierarchical feeling simmered amongst the people. In the distracted state of the kingdom, little help was to be gained from the royal power, and Chicheley feared the consequences of an interdict. He called to his help the bishops, the University of Oxford, and several temporal lords, who addressed letters to the Pope, bearing testimony to Chicheley's zeal for the Church, and begging the Pope to be reconciled to him. To Chicheley's letters pleading his excuses, the Pope still answered that the only excuse that he could make was active resistance to the obnoxious statutes. At length, Chicheley in 1428 appeared before the Commons, accompanied by the Archbishop of York and other bishops, and with tears in his eyes pointed out the dangers in which the Church and kingdom were placed by their opposition to the Pope's demands. Parliament was unmoved either by Martin's letters or by Chicheley's half-hearted pleadings. They only petitioned the Pope to restore the Archbishop to his favour. The king wrote in the same sense, and the matter was allowed to drop. Martin V might console himself with the reflection that if he had failed to carry his point and abolish the hateful statutes, he had at least succeeded in humiliating the English episcopate by treating them as creatures of his own. In September 1428, Beaufort made his first appearance in England since his elevation to the cardinalate, and a protest in the king's name was issued against his exercise of any legatine authority within the realm. Next year, the question was raised whether Beaufort, being a cardinal, was justified in officiating as Bishop of Winchester and prelate of the Order of the Garter. The king's council advised Beaufort to waive his right. Meanwhile, Beaufort was allowed to gather troops for a crusade against the Hussites. But the English statesman and the papal councillor came into collision, and the troops which Beaufort had gathered for a crusade in Bohemia were turned against France. Beaufort pleaded to the Pope the lame excuse that he had not ventured to disobey the king's commands in this matter, nor would the soldiers have obeyed him if he had done so. Though treacherous, the action of Beaufort was popular. He was allowed, though a cardinal, to take his seat at the king's council, except only when matters were under discussion which concerned the Church of Rome. Really, Beaufort was too much absorbed in deadly personal rivalry with Gloucester to be of any service to the Pope in furthering his attempt to overthrow the liberties of the English Church. But the Papacy has never in its history gained so much by definite victories as it has by steady persistency. It was always prepared to take advantage of the internal weakness of any kingdom, and to advance pretensions at times when they were not likely to be resolutely disavowed. In time they might be heard of again, and when reasserted, could at least claim the prestige of some antiquity. By his treatment of Archbishop Chicheley, and by his grant of legatine powers to Beaufort, Martin V exercised a more direct authority over the machinery of the English Church than had been permitted to any pope since the days of Innocent III. The Church was weak in its hold on the affections of the people, and when the kingly office was in abeyance, the Church, robbed of its protector, was too feeble to offer any serious resistance to the Papacy. Martin V used his opportunity dexterously, and his successors had no reason to complain of the independent spirit of English bishops. But besides being an ecclesiastic, Martin V had the sentiments of a Roman noble. He wished to restore his native city to some part of her old glory, and laboured so assiduously at the work of restoration that a grateful people hailed him as Father of his country. He rebuilt the tottering portico of St. Peter's, and proceeded to adorn and repair the ruined basilicas of the city. In the church of St. John Lateran, which had been destroyed by fire in 1308, and was slowly rising from its ruins, he laid down the mosaic pavement which still exists, and built up the roof. He restored the basilica of the Santi Apostoli. His example told upon the cardinals, and he urged on them to undertake the care of the churches from which they took their titles. His pontificate marks the beginning of an era of architectural adornment of the city of Rome. The only part of the work of the reformation of the Church which Martin V showed any wish to carry into effect was that concerning the cardinals. The papal absolutism over all bishops which Martin V desired to establish aimed at the reduction of the power of the ecclesiastical aristocracy which surrounded the Pope's person, and the rules for the conduct of the cardinals issued in 1424 were not meant to be mere waste paper. Martin V succeeded in reducing the power of the cardinals. He paid little heed to their advice, and they were so afraid of him that they stammered like awkward children in his presence. Sometimes he even excluded them altogether. In 1429 he retired from Rome to Ferentino before a pestilence, and forbade any of the cardinals to follow him. Yet all Martin V's injunctions could not purge the Curia from the charge of corruption. Money was necessary for the Pope, and Martin, if he laid aside the grosser forms of extortion, still demanded money on all fair pretexts. The ambassadors at the papal court found it necessary for the conduct of the business to propitiate the Pope by handsome presents on the great festivals of the Church. If any business was to be done, the attention of the Pope and his officials had to be arrested by some valuable gift. Yet Martin showed a care in making ecclesiastical appointments which had not been seen in the popes for the last half-century. he did not make his appointments rashly, but inquired about the capacities of the different candidates and the special needs of the districts which they aspired to serve. Even so, Martin V was not always to be trusted. He seemed to delight in humbling bishops before him. He deposed Bishop Anselm of Augsburg, simply because the civic authorities quarrelled with him. In England, he conferred on a nephew of his own, aged 14, the rich archdeaconry of Canterbury. Yet Martin was never weary of uttering noble sentiments to the cardinals and those around him. No word was so often on his lips as justice. He would often exclaim to his cardinals, "Love justice, ye who judge the earth." Platina. Ad suos per saepe conversis, his verbis utebatur, diligite justitiam, qui judicatis terram. Back to main text. In these peaceful works of internal reform and organization, Martin V passed his last years, disturbed only by the thought that the time was drawing near for summoning the promised Council of Basel. Moreover, there was little hope of avoiding it, for the religious conflict in Bohemia had waxed so fierce that it had long been the subject of greatest interest in the politics of Europe. Army after army of the Orthodox had been routed by the Bohemian heretics. Papal legates had in vain raised troops and conducted them to battle. Germany was hopelessly exhausted, and when force had failed, men looked anxiously to see if the liberation could again avail. Martin V ordered the legate in Bohemia, Giuliano Cesarini, to convoke a council at Basel in 1431. But he was not to see its beginnings. He was suddenly struck by apoplexy and died on February 20th, 1431. He was buried in the church of St. John Lateran, where his recumbent effigy in brass still adorns his tomb. End of section 20. Section 21 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Chapter 2, Martin V and the Papal Restoration, beginnings of Eugenius IV, 1425 to 1432, Part 2. Martin V was a wise, cautious, and prudent pope. He received the papacy discredited and homeless. He succeeded in establishing it firmly in its old capital, recovering its lost possessions, and restoring some of its old prestige in Europe. This he did by moderation and common sense, combined with a genuine administrative capacity. He was not a brilliant man, but the times did not require brilliancy. He was not personally popular, for he did not much care for the regard or sympathy of those around him, but kept his own counsel and went his own way. He was reserved and had great self-command. When the news of a brother's unexpected death was brought to him early one morning, he composed himself and said Mass as usual. He did not care for men's good opinion, but devoted himself energetically to the details of business. He did not care to do anything splendid, so much as to do all things securely. Yet he rescued the papacy from its fallen condition and laid the foundations for its future power. His strong-willed and arbitrary dealings with other bishops did much to break down the strength of national feeling in ecclesiastical matters, which had been displayed at Constance. He was resolved to make the bishops feel their impotence before the Pope, and the political weakness of European states enabled him to go far in breaking down the machinery of the national churches and asserting for the papacy a supreme control in all ecclesiastical matters. In this way he may be regarded as the founder of the theory of papal omnipotence, which is embodied in modern ultramontanism. Yet Martin V succeeded rather through the weakness of Europe than through his own strength. He did not awaken suspicion by large schemes, but pursued a quiet policy, which was dictated by the existing needs of the Papacy and was capable of great extension in the future. Without being a great man, he was an extremely sagacious statesman. He had none of the noble and heroic qualities which would have enabled him to set up the Papacy once more as the exponent of the religious aspirations of Europe. But he brought it into accordance with the politics of his time, and made it again powerful and respected. There were two opinions in his own days respecting the character of Martin V. Those who had waited anxiously for a thorough reformation of the Church looked sadly on Martin's shortcomings and accused him of avarice and self-seeking. Those who regarded his career as a temporal ruler extolled him for his practical virtues, and the epitaph on his tomb called him with some truth temporum suorum felicitas, the happiness of his times. At the present day we may be permitted to combine these two opposite judgments, and may praise him for what he did, while regretting that he lacked the elevation of mind necessary to enable him to seize the splendid opportunity offered him of doing more. After the funeral of Martin V, the 14 cardinals who were in Rome lost no time in entering into conclave in the church of Santa Maria sopra Minerva. They were still smarting at the recollection of the hard yoke of Martin V, and their one desire was to give themselves an easy master and escape the indignities which they had so long endured. To secure this end, they had recourse to the method which the Schism had introduced, of drawing up rules for the conduct of the future pope, which each cardinal signed before proceeding to the election. Each promised, if he were elected pope, to issue a bull within 3 days of his coronation, declaring that he would reform the Roman Curia, would further the work of the approaching council, would appoint cardinals according to the decrees of Constance, would allow his cardinals freedom of speech, and would respect their advice, give them their accustomed revenues, abstain from seizing their goods at death, and consult them about the disposal of the government of the Papal States. We see from these provisions how the cardinals resented the insignificance to which Martin V had consigned them. To reverse his treatment of themselves, they were willing to reverse his entire policy, and bind the future pope to accept in some form the counsel and the cause of ecclesiastical reform. They entered the conclave on March 1st, 1431, and spent the next day in drawing up the instrument for their own protection. On March 3rd they proceeded to vote, and on the first scrutiny Gabriel Condulmier, a Venetian, was unanimously elected. Others had been mentioned, such as Giuliano Cesarini, the energetic legate in Bohemia, and Antonio Casino, bishop of Siena. But in their prevailing temper the cardinals determined that it was best to have a harmless nonentity, and all were unanimous that Condulmier answered best to that description. Gabriel Condulmier, who took the name of Eugenius IV, was a Venetian, sprung from a wealthy but not noble family. His father died when he was young, and Gabriel, seized with religious enthusiasm, distributed his wealth, 20,000 ducats, among the poor, and resolved to seek his riches in another world. So great was his ardour that he infected with it his cousin Antonio Correr, and both entered the monastery of St. Giorgio d'Alga in Venice. There the two friends remained simple brothers of the order, till Antonio's uncle was unexpectedly elected Pope Gregory XII. As usual, the papal uncle wished to promote his nephew, but Antonio refused to leave his monastery unless he was accompanied by his friend Condulmier. Gregory XII. Made his nephew Bishop of Bologna, and Condulmier Bishop of Siena. He afterwards prepared the way for his own downfall by insisting on elevating both to the dignity of cardinals. But the diminution of Gregory's obedience gave them small scope for their activity. They both went to Constance and were ranked among the cardinals of the United Church. Their long friendship was at last interrupted by jealousy. Correr could not endure his friend's elevation to the Papacy. He left him, and at the Council of Basel was one of his bitterest opponents. Martin V appointed Condulmier to be legate in Bologna, where he showed his capacity by putting down a rebellion of the city. When elected to the Papacy at the early age of 47, he was regarded as a man of high religious character, without much knowledge of the world or political capacity. The cardinals considered him to be an excellent appointment for their purpose. Tall and of a commanding figure and pleasant face, he would be admirably suited for public appearances. His reputation for piety would satisfy the reforming party. His known liberality to the poor would make him popular in Rome. His assumed lack of strong character and of personal ambition would assure to the cardinals the freedom and consideration after which they pined. He was in no way a distinguished man, and in an age when learning was becoming more and more respected, he was singularly uncultivated. His early years were spent in the performance of formal acts of piety, and his one literary achievement was that he wrote with his own hand a breviary, which he always continued to use when he became pope. The absence of any decided qualities in Eugenius IV seems to have been so marked that miraculous agency was called in to explain his unexpected elevation. A story which he himself was fond of telling in later years found ready credence. When he was a simple monk at Venice, he took his turn to act as porter at the monastery gate. One day a hermit came and was kindly welcomed by Condulmier, who accompanied him into the church and joined in his devotions. As they returned, the hermit said, "You will be made cardinal and then pope. In your pontificate you will suffer much adversity." Then he departed and was seen no more. Eugenius IV was faithful to his promise before election, and on the day of his coronation, March 11th, confirmed the document which he had signed in conclave. He also showed signs of a desire to reform the abuses of the papal court. His first act was to cut off a source of exaction. The customary letters announcing his election were given for transmission to the ambassadors of the various states, instead of being sent by papal nuncios, who expected large donations for their service. But the first steps of Eugenius IV in the conduct of affairs showed an absence of wisdom and an unreasoning ferocity. Martin V had been careful to secure the interests of his own relatives. His brother Lorenzo had been made Count of Alba and Celano in the Abruzzi, and his brother Giordano, Duke of Amalfi and Venosa, Prince of Salerno. Both of them died before the Pope, but their places were taken by the sons of Lorenzo, Antonio, who became Prince of Salerno, Odoardo, who inherited Celano and Marzi, and Prospero, who was cardinal at the early age of 22. Martin V had lived by the Church of Santi Apostoli, in a house of moderate pretensions, as the Vatican was too ruinous for occupation. His nephews had a palace hard by. It was natural for a new pope to look with some suspicion on the favourites of his predecessor. But at first all went well between the Colonna and Eugenius IV. The castle of Sant'Angelo was given up to the pope, and a considerable amount of treasure which Martin V had left behind him. But Eugenius IV soon became suspicious. The towns in the Papal States grew rebellious when they felt that Martin V's strong hand was relaxed, and Eugenius needed money and soldiers to reduce them to obedience. He suspected that the papal nephews had vast stores of treasure secreted, and resolved by a bold stroke to seize it for himself. Stefano Colonna head of the Palestrina branch of the family, and at variance with the elder branch, was sent to seize the Bishop of Tivoli, Martin's vice-chamberlain, whom he dragged ignominiously through the streets. Eugenius IV. Angrily rebuked him for his unnecessary violence, and so alienated his wavering loyalty. At the same time, Eugenius demanded of Antonio Colonna that he should give up all the possessions in the Papal States with which his uncle had endowed him, Genazzano, Soriano, San Marino, and other fortresses where Eugenius imagined that the papal treasures lay hid. Antonio loudly declared that this was a plot of the Orsini in their hereditary hatred of the Colonna. He denounced the Pope as lending himself to their schemes, and left Rome hastily to raise forces. He was soon followed by Stefano Colonna, by the Cardinal Prospero, and the other adherents of the family. Gathering their forces, the Colonna attacked the possessions of the Orsini and laid waste the country up to the walls of Rome. Eugenius IV, like Urban VI, had been unexpectedly raised to a position for which his narrowness and inexperience rendered him unfit. Trusting to the general excellence of his intentions, and exulting in the plenitude of his new authority, he acted on the first impulse, and only grew more determined when he met with opposition. He tortured the luckless Bishop of Tivoli almost to death in his prison. He ordered the partisans of the Colonna in Rome to be arrested, and over 200 Roman citizens were put to death on various charges. Stefano Colonna advanced against Rome, seized the Porta Appia on April 23rd, and fought his way through the streets as far as the Piazza of San Marco. But the people did not rise on his side as he had expected. The Pope's troops were still strong enough to drive back their assailants. Stefano Colonna could not succeed in getting hold of the city, but he kept the Appian Gate, laid waste the Campagna, and threatened the city with famine. Eugenius IV retaliated by ordering the destruction of the Colonna palaces, even that of Martin V, and the houses of their adherents, and on May 18th issued a decree depriving them of all their possessions. The old times of savage warfare between the Roman nobles were again brought back. The contest might long have raged to the destruction of the new-born prosperity of the Roman city, had not Florence, Venice, and Naples sent troops to aid the Pope. But the Neapolitan forces under Caldora proved a feeble help, for they took money from Antonio Colonna and assumed an ambiguous attitude. In Rome, the confession of a conspiracy to seize the castle of Sant'Angelo and expel the Pope was extorted from a luckless friar, and gave rise to fresh prosecutions and imprisonments. Amid these agitations, Eugenius IV was stricken by paralysis, which was put down to the results of poison administered in the interests of the Colonna. Sickness brought reflection, and the Colonnesi on their side saw that the chances of war were going against them, since Venice and Florence were determined to support Eugenius, whose help they needed against the growing power of the Duke of Milan. Accordingly, on September 22nd, peace was made between the Pope and Antonio Colonna, who paid 75,000 ducats and resigned the castles which he held in the Papal States. Giovanna of Naples deprived him also of his principality of Salerno. The relatives of Martin V fell back to their former position. But Eugenius had gained by violence, disorder, bloodshed, and persecution an end which might have been reached equally well by a little patience and tact. The disturbances in the States of the Church gradually settled down, and Eugenius in September was anxiously awaiting the coming of Sigismund to Italy for the purpose of assuming the imperial crown. On his dealings with Sigismund depended his chance of freeing himself from the council, which had begun to assemble at Basel, and whose proceedings were such as to cause him some anxiety. End of section 21. Section 22 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Chapter 3, Bohemia and the Hussite Wars, 1418 to 1431, Part 1. The fortunes of Sigismund had not been prosperous since his departure from Constance. The glories of the revived empire which had floated before his eyes soon began to fade away. Troubles in his ancestral states occupied all his attention and prevented him from aspiring to be the arbiter of the affairs of Europe. His dignified position at Constance as protector of the council that was to regulate the future of the Church entailed on him nothing but disappointment. It was easy for the council to burn Huss and to condemn his doctrines, but the Bohemian people were not convinced by either of these proceedings, and cherished a bitter feeling of Sigismund's perfidy. He had invited Huss to the council, and then had abandoned him. He had inflicted a disgrace on their national honour, which the Bohemians could never forgive. The decrees of the council found little respect in Bohemia, and a league was formed among the Bohemian nobles to maintain freedom of preaching. The teaching of Jakubek of Mies concerning the necessity of receiving the communion under both kinds gave an outward symbol to the new beliefs, and the chalice became the distinctive badge of the Bohemian reformers. The council in vain summoned Wenzel to answer for his neglect of its monitions. In vain it called on Sigismund to give effect to its decrees by force of arms. Sigismund knew the difficulties of such an attempt, and as heir to the Bohemian kingdom did not choose to draw upon himself any further hatred from the Bohemian people. Before the election of a new pope, the Bohemians could still denounce the arbitrary proceedings of the council and hope for fairer hearing in the future. But the election of Odo Colonna, who as papal commissioner had condemned Huss in 1411, dashed all further hopes to the ground. Martin V accepted all that the council had done towards the Bohemian heretics, and urged Sigismund to interpose. He threatened to proclaim a crusade against Bohemia, which would then be conquered by some faithful prince who might not be willing to hand it over to Sigismund. The threat alarmed Sigismund, who wrote urgently to his brother Wenzel, and the indolent Wenzel, who had allowed dim notions of impossible toleration to float before his eyes, at last roused himself to see the hopelessness of his attempt neither to favour nor discourage the new movement. At the end of 1418 he ordered that all the churches in Prague should be given up to the Catholics, who hastened to return and wreak their wrath on the heretics. 2 churches alone were left to the Utraquists, as the Reformed party was now called, from its administration of the communion under both kinds. But the multitudes began to meet in the open air, on hilltops, which they loved to call by biblical names, Tabor and Horeb and the like. Peacefully these assemblies met and separated, but this condition of suppressed revolt could not long continue. On July 22nd, 1419, Wenzel's wrath was kindled by hearing of a vast meeting of 40,000 worshippers, who had received the communion under both kinds and had given it even to the children of their company. These meetings at once awakened the enthusiasm of the Utraquists and gave them confidence in their strength. On Sunday, July 30th, a procession headed by a former monk, John of Sulau, who had preached a fiery sermon to a large congregation, marched through the streets of Prague and took possession of the church of St. Stephen, where they celebrated their own rites. Thence they proceeded to the town hall of Neustadt, and clamoured that the magistrates should release some who had been made prisoners on religious grounds. The magistrates were the nominees of Wenzel to carry out his new policy. They barred the doors and looked from the windows upon the crowd. Foremost in it stood the priest John of Sulau, holding aloft the chalice. Some one from the windows threw a stone and knocked it from his hands. The fury of the crowd blazed out in a moment. Headed by John Zitzka of Trocknau, a nobleman of Wenzel's court, they burst open the doors, slew the burgomaster, and flung out of the windows all who did not succeed in making their escape. It was the beginning of a religious war more savage and more bloody than Europe had yet seen. Wenzel's rage was great when he heard of these proceedings. He threatened death to all the Hussites, and particularly the priests. But his helplessness obliged him to listen to proposals for reconciliation. The rebels humbled themselves. The king appointed new magistrates. Wenzel's perplexities, however, were soon to end. On August 16th, he was struck with apoplexy and died with a great shout and roar as of a lion. He was buried secretly at night, for Prague was in an uproar at the news of his death. Wenzel's faults as a ruler are obvious enough. He was devoid of wisdom and energy. He was arbitrary and capricious. He was alternately sunken sloth and prey to fits of wild fury. He had none of the qualities of a statesman. Yet with all his faults, he was felt by the Bohemians to have a love for his people, to whom he was always kindly and familiar, and to whom, in his way, he strove to do justice. His own ambiguous position towards his brother Sigismund and European politics corresponded in some measure with the ambiguous attitude of Bohemia toward the Church, and for a time he was no unfitting representative of the land which he ruled. Just as events had reached the point when decision was rendered inevitable, Wenzel's death handed over to Sigismund the responsibility of dealing with the future of Bohemia. Sigismund did not judge it expedient to turn his attention immediately to Bohemia. His Hungarian subjects clamoured for his aid against the Turks, who were pressing up the Danube valley. He was bound to help them first, and obtain their help against Bohemia. He trusted that conciliatory measures would disarm the Bohemian rebels, whom he would afterwards be able to deal with at leisure. Accordingly, he appointed the widowed Queen Sophia as regent in Bohemia, and round her gathered the nobles in the interests of public order. At the head of the government stood Chenek of Wartenberg, who was leader of the Hussite League, and who strove to check excesses by a policy of toleration. But men needed guarantees for the future. The Diet, which met in September 1419, and in which the Hussites had a majority, demanded of Sigismund that he should grant full liberty for the Utraquist preaching and ceremonies, and should confer office in the state on the Czechs only. Sigismund returned the ambiguous answer that he hoped soon to come in person, and would govern according to the old customs of his father, Charles IV. No doubt the answer was pleasant to the patriotic aspirations which their request contained, but men significantly observed that there were no Hussites in Charles IV's days. Queen Sophia was obliged to write repeatedly to Sigismund, begging him to be more explicit, but only drew from him a proclamation recommending order and quiet, and promising to examine into the Utraquist question when he arrived. Sigismund hoped to gain time till he had an army ready. He hoped to win over the Hussite nobles by a display of confidence meanwhile, and slowly gather round himself all the moderate party. But Sigismund did not know the strength nor the political sagacity of the leaders of the extreme party, which had been slowly but surely forming itself since the death of Huss. The moderate party were men of the same views as Huss, who were faithful to an ideal of the Church, repelled the charge of heresy, and still hoped for tolerance, at least in time, for their own opinions. With men such as these Sigismund could easily deal. But the extreme party, who were called Taborites from their open-air meetings, recognized that the breach with Rome was irreparable, and were prepared to carry their opinions into all questions, religious, political, and social alike. Their position was one of open revolt against authority both in church and state. They rested on the assertion of the rights of the individual, and appealed to the national sentiment of the masses of the people. At the head of this party stood two men of remarkable ability, Nicholas of Huss and John Ziska, both sprung from the smaller nobility, and both trained in affairs at Wenzel's court. Of these, Nicholas had the eye of a statesman, Ziska the eloquence, the enthusiasm, and the generalship needed for a leader of men. Nicholas of Huss saw from the first the real bearing of the situation. He saw that if the extreme party of the reformers did not prepare for the inevitable conflict, they would gradually be isolated, and would be crushed by main force. Ziska set himself to the task of organizing the enthusiasm of the Bohemian peasants into the stuff which would form a disciplined army. Like Cromwell in a later day, he used the seriousness that comes of deep religious convictions as the basis of a strong military organization, against which the chivalry of Germany should break itself in vain. While Sigismund was delaying, Ziska was drilling. On October 25th he seized the Weisrad, a fortress on the hill commanding the Neustadt of Prague, and began a struggle to obtain entire possession of the city. But the excesses of the Taborites and the fair promises of the Queen Regent confirmed the party of order. Prague was not yet ready for the Taborites, and on November 11th Ziska and his troops fell back from the city. In this state of things Sigismund advanced from Hungary into Moravia, and in December held a diet at Brünn. Thither went Queen Sophia and the chief of the Bohemian nobles. Thither, too, went the ambassadors of the city of Prague to seek confirmation for their promised freedom of religion. Sigismund's attitude was still ambiguous. He received them graciously, did not forbid them to celebrate the communion in their own fashion in their own houses, but ordered them to keep peace in their city, submit to the royal authority, lay aside their arms, and he would treat them gently. The burghers of Prague submitted and destroyed the fortifications which menaced the royal castle. Sigismund could view the results of his policy with satisfaction. The submission of Prague spread terror on all sides. The power of Sigismund impressed men's imagination. The Catholics began to rejoice in anticipation of a speedy triumph. From Brünn, Sigismund advanced into Silesia, where he was received with loyal enthusiasm, and many of the German nobles met him at Breslau. Sigismund became convinced of his own power and importance, and let drop the mask too soon. At Breslau he put down the Utraquists, inquired severely into a municipal revolt, which was insignificant compared to what had happened in Prague, caused 23 citizens to be executed for rebellion, and on March 17th allowed the papal legate to proclaim a crusade against the Hussites. The result of this false step was to lose at once the support of the moderate party and to alienate the national feeling of the Bohemians. The people of Prague issued a manifesto calling all who loved the law of Christ and their country's liberties to join in resisting Sigismund's crusade. The nobles, headed by Chenek of Wartenberg, denounced Sigismund as their enemy and not their king. The country was at once in arms, and the pent-up fanaticism was let loose. Churches and monasteries were destroyed on every side. No country was so rich in splendid buildings and treasures of ecclesiastical ornament as was Bohemia, but a wave of ruthless devastation now swept across it, which has left only faint traces of the former splendour. Again excesses awoke alarm among the modern nobles. Chenek of Wartenberg went back to Sigismund's side, and the burghers of Prague saw themselves consequently in a dangerous plight, as the two castles between which their city lay, the Weisrad and the Halachmi, again declared for Sigismund. As they could not defend their city, they again turned to thoughts of submission, in return for an amnesty and permission to celebrate the communion under both kinds. But Sigismund had now advanced into Bohemia, and proudly looked for a speedy triumph. He demanded that they should lay aside their arms and submit. This harshness was a fatal error on Sigismund's part, as it drove the burghers of Prague into alliance with the extreme party of Ziska. As yet this alliance had not been made. As yet Prague wished to proceed on the old constitutional lines. It wished to recognize the legitimate king, and obtained from him tolerance for the new religious belief. If this were impossible, there was nothing left save to throw in their lot with those who wished to create a new constitution and a new society. Ziska had been preparing for the contest. He remorselessly pursued a policy which would deprive the Catholics of their resources and would compel Bohemia to follow the course in which he had engaged. Monasteries were everywhere pillaged and destroyed. Church property was seized. The lands of the Orthodox party were ruthlessly devastated. Sigismund, if he entered Bohemia, would find no resources to help him. Ziska so acted as to make the breach at once irreparable. He wished to leave no chance of conciliation, except on condition of recognizing all that he had done. Moreover, he established a centre for his authority. When he failed to seize Prague as a stronghold, he sought out a spot which would form a capital for the revolution. A chance movement made him master of the town of Asti, near which were the remains of an old fortified place. Ziska's eye at once recognized its splendid military situation. Lying on the top of a hill which was formed into a peninsula by two rivers which flowed round its rocky base, Ziska set to work to build up the old walls and strengthen by art the strong natural position. The approach to the peninsula, which was only 30 feet wide, was rendered secure by a triple wall and a deep ditch. Towers and defences crowned the whole line of the wall. It was not a city, but a permanent camp, which Ziska succeeded in making, and to which was given the characteristic name of Tabor. Henceforth, the name of Taborites was confined to Ziska's followers. Before the danger which threatened them with entire destruction, as Sigismund's army numbered at least 80,000 men from almost every nation in Europe, all parties in Bohemia drew together. The troops of Ziska entered Prague, and the burghers destroyed such parts of their city as were most open to attack from the Weisrad and the Halachmi, which were held by the royalists. The hill of Vitko on the north-east of the city was still held by the Hussites, and against that Sigismund directed an attack on July 14th. The attention of the enemy was distracted by assaults in different quarters, and Sigismund's soldiers pressed up the hill. But a tower defended by 26 Taborites, with 2 women and a girl who fought like heroes, kept the troops at bay till a band of Ziska's soldiers came to their aid, and charged with such fury that the Germans fled in dismay. Sigismund learned with shame and anger the powerlessness of his great host to contend against a people actuated by national and religious zeal. Their repulse kindled in the Germans a desire for vengeance, and they massacred the Bohemian inhabitants of the neighbouring towns and villages. When the Bohemian nobles of the king's party resented this display of hatred against the entire Bohemian race, Sigismund's unwieldy army began to break up. There was again a talk of negotiation, and the people of Prague sent to Sigismund their demands, which were known as the 4 Articles of Prague, and formed the charter of the Hussite creed. They asked for freedom of preaching, the communion under both kinds, the reduction of the clergy to apostolic poverty, and the severe repression of all open sins. These articles were a worthy exposition of the principles of the Reformation. The first asserted the freedom of man to search the Scriptures for himself. The second attacked one of the great outposts of sacerdotalism, the denial of the cup to the laity. The third cut at the root of the abuses of the ecclesiastical system, and the fourth claimed for Christianity the power to regenerate and regulate society. There was some semblance of discussion on these points, but there could be no agreement between those who rested on the authority of the Church and those who entirely disregarded it. End of section 22. Section 23 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 2 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Chapter 3, Bohemia and the Hussite Wars, 1418 to 1431, Part 2. These negotiations, however, gave still further pretext for many of Sigismund's troops to leave his army. Resolving to do something, Sigismund, on July 28th, had himself crowned King of Bohemia, a step which gave greater appearance of legitimacy to his position. He strove to bind to his interests the Bohemian nobles by gifts of the royal domains and of the treasures of the churches. Meanwhile, the Hussites besieged the Viceroy and succeeded in cutting off its supplies. It was reduced to extremities when Sigismund made an effort to relieve it. The chivalry of Moravia, Hungary, and Bohemia was checked in their fiery charge by the steady organization of the Taborites, and more than 400 of the bravest nobles were slaughtered by the flails of the peasants as they struggled in the vineyards and marsh at the bottom of the hill. Sigismund fled, and the Viceroy surrendered on November 1st. After this, Sigismund's cause was lost, and he was regarded as the murderer of the nobles who fell in the disastrous battle of the Visegrad. The troops of Ziska overran Bohemia, and the Catholic inhabitants fled before them. Town after town submitted, and in March 1421 Sigismund left Bohemia in despair. He had hopelessly mismanaged affairs. He had alternated between a policy of conciliation and one of repression. He had alienated the Bohemians through the cruelty of his German followers, and had lost the support of the Germans through his anxiety to win the Bohemian nobles. Finally, his hope of overcoming the people by the help of the native nobles had ignominiously failed, and had covered Sigismund with disgrace. The Utraquists were now masters of Bohemia, and the whole land was banded together in resistance to Catholicism and Sigismund. The nobles joined with the people, and Prague was triumphant. Even the Archbishop Conrad accepted the 4 Articles of Prague on April 21st, 1421. The movement spread into Moravia, which joined with Bohemia in its revolution. The next step was the organization of the newly won freedom. A diet held at Kassel in June accepted the 4 Articles of Prague, declared Sigismund an enemy of Bohemia and unworthy of the crown, and appointed a committee of 20 representatives of the different estates and parties to undertake the government of the land until it had a king, and left the organization of religious matters to a synod of clergy which was soon to be convoked. Sigismund's ambassadors offering toleration scarcely obtained a hearing. The offer came a year too late. Although Bohemia was united in opposition to Sigismund and Catholicism, it was but natural that the divergencies of opinion within itself should grow wider as it felt itself more free from danger. The division between the conservative and radical party became more pronounced. The conservatives, who were called Calixtans or Utraquists from their ceremonial, or Praguers from their chief seat, held by the position of Huss, a position of orthodoxy in belief, with a reformation of ecclesiastical practice carried out according to Scripture. They altered as little as possible in the old ecclesiastical arrangements, and retained the Mass service with the communion under both kinds, and observed the festivals of the Church. Against them were set the radicals, the Taborites, amongst whom there were several parties. The most moderate, at the head of which stood Ziska, differed from the Praguers, not so much in belief as in the determined spirit with which they were prepared to defend their opinions and carry them out in practice. The thorough Taborites cast aside all ecclesiastical authority and asserted the sufficiency of Scripture for the right understanding of which the individual believer was directly illuminated by the Holy Ghost. They rejected transubstantiation and asserted that Christ was present in the elements only in a figurative way. Besides these were various extreme sects who held that the millennium had begun, that God existed only in the hearts of the believers, and the devil in the hearts of the wicked. Most notorious amongst these was the small sect of the Adamites, who took possession of a small island in the river Nazarka and gave themselves up to a life of communism, which degenerated into shameless excesses. Against these extreme sectaries the Praguers and Ziska set up a standard of orthodoxy, and proceeded to measures of repression. 50 of both sexes were burned by Ziska on the same day. They entered the flames with a smile, saying, "Today we will reign with Christ." The island of the Adamites was stormed and the entire body exterminated. Martin Nichauska, the chief teacher who opposed transubstantiation, was burned as a heretic in Prague. It was indeed needful that Bohemia should retain the appearance of unity if she were to succeed in maintaining her new religious freedom. Sigismund was disheartened by the failure of his first attempt, and was ready to wait and try the results of moderation. But the German electors and the Pope were by no means willing to give up Bohemia as lost. The 4 Rhenish electors formed a league against the heretics. The papal legate, Cardinal Branda, journeyed through Germany to kindle the zeal of the faithful. Sigismund was openly denounced as a favourer of heresy, and was compelled to bestir himself. It was agreed that the electors should lead an army from Germany, and Sigismund should advance from Hungary through Moravia and unite with them. In September, Germany poured an army of 200,000 men into Bohemia, but Sigismund tarried and deferred his coming. Loud accusations of treachery were brought against him by the angry princes, and disputes sprang up among them. The vast army wasted its energies in the siege of Zatz, and began gradually to disperse. The news of Ziska's advance turned it to shameful flight. It was said ironically that such was the horror which the German princes felt against the heretics, that they could not even endure to see them. When Sigismund had finished his preparations, he also in December entered Bohemia with a formidable army of 90,000 men, well armed, trained in warfare, led by Pipo of Florence, one of the most renowned generals of the age. Ziska put forth all his powers of generalship to save Bohemia from the impending danger. Ziska, who had been one-eyed for years, had lost his remaining eye at the siege of the little castle of Rabi in August. He was now entirely blind, but his blindness only gave greater clearness to his mental vision, and he could direct the movements of a campaign with greater precision than before. The very fact that he had to be dependent on others for information led him to impress more forcibly his own spirit on those around him, and so to train up a school of great generals to succeed him. Under Ziska's guidance, the democratic feeling of the Bohemians had been made the basis of a new military organization, which was now to try its strength against the chivalry of the Middle Ages. Strict discipline prevailed among Ziska's troops, and he was able to meet the dash of the feudal forces with the coolness of a trained army, which could perform complicated maneuvers with unerring precision. He paid especial attention to artillery, and was the first great general to realize its importance. Moreover, he adapted the old war chariots to the purposes of defence. His line of march was protected on the flanks by wagons fastened to one another by iron chains. These wagons readily formed the fortifications of a camp, or served as protection against an attack. In battle, the soldiers, when repulsed, could retire behind their cover and form again their scattered lines. The wagons were manned by the bravest troops, and their drivers were trained to form them according to the letters of the alphabet, so that the Hussites, having the key, easily knew their way amongst the lines, while the enemy, if they forced their way, were lost in an inextricable labyrinth. At times the wagons, filled with heavy stones, were rolled downhill on the enemy's ranks. When once those ranks were broken, the wagons were rapidly driven in and cut into the enemy's line. It was a new kind of warfare which spread terror and helplessness among the crusading hosts. This new organization was sorely tried when on December 21st Sigismund's army advanced against Kuttenberg and met Ziska's forces hard by its walls. The wagons of the Bohemians proved an impregnable defence, and their artillery did great execution against the Hungarians. But treachery was at work in Kuttenberg and opened the gates to Sigismund. Next day the Bohemians found themselves shut in on all sides, and their foes prepared to reduce them by hunger. But in the darkness of the night Ziska drew his troops together, and with the charge of his wagons broke through the enemy's line and made good his retreat. Rapidly gathering reinforcements, Ziska returned to Kuttenberg on January 6th, 1422, and fell suddenly upon the centre of the unsuspecting army. A panic seized the Germans. Sigismund fled ignominiously, and his example was followed by all. Ziska followed, and, aided by the wintry weather, inflicted severe losses on the invaders. More than 12,000 men are said to have perished. The second crusade against the Hussites failed even more signally than the first. Bohemia had now beaten back both Sigismund, who came to assert his hereditary rights to the crown, and the German princes, who viewed with alarm the dismemberment of the empire. There remained the more difficult task of organizing its political position. The great statesman, Nicholas of Huss, was dead, and Ziska had the talents of a general rather than a politician. His own democratic ideas were too strong for him to put himself at the head of the state and bring about the necessary union between the Praguers and the Taborites. The Bohemian nobles and the conservative party generally desired to take the management of affairs out of the hands of the Taborites and re-establish a monarchy. Already they had offered the kingdom to Ladislaus, king of Poland, who shrank from incurring the charge of heresy, which would hinder him in his constant warfare against the Teutonic Knights in Prussia. But Witold, Grand Duke of Lithuania, a man of high political sagacity, had before his eyes the possibility of a great Slavic confederacy, which would beat back all German aggression. He saw in the Hussite movement a means of bridging over the religious differences between the Latin and Greek churches, which were an obstacle to the union of Prussia and Poland. These plans of Witold created great alarm in Germany, and many efforts were made to thwart them. But Witold took advantage of events, announced to the Pope that he wished to restore order in Bohemia, and in May 1422 sent the nephew of Ladislas of Poland, Sigismund Korebut, with an army to Prague. Prague, torn with internal dissensions, accepted Korebut as a deliverer. Ziska recognized him as ruler of the land, and Korebut showed zeal and moderation in winning over all parties to his side. This union of Bohemia and Poland was a standing menace to Germany, and a diet held at Nuremberg in July appointed Frederick of Brandenburg to lead a new expedition into Bohemia. Frederick was keenly alive to the gravity of the situation, which indeed threatened himself in Brandenburg. He endeavoured to gather together both an army for a crusade and a permanent army of occupation which was to be left in Bohemia. But Germany's internal weakness and constant dissensions prevented Frederick from accomplishing anything. He led a few soldiers into Bohemia, spent some time in negotiations, and then returned. Nor was Korebut's position in Bohemia a strong one. He failed in his military undertakings. His attempts at conciliation alienated the extreme Taborites. Ziska maintained an attitude of neutrality towards him. Meanwhile, Martin V was untiring in his endeavours to break down the alliance between Poland and Bohemia. He exhorted the Polish bishops to labour for that purpose. He wrote to Ladislas and Witold, pointing out the political dangers which beset them if they strayed from Catholicism. Sigismund, on his part, was willing to purchase an alliance with Poland by abandoning the cause of the Teutonic Knights. The combined efforts of Martin V and Sigismund were successful. Witold wrote to the Bohemians that his desire had been to reconcile them with the Roman Church. As they were obstinate, he was driven to abandon them to their fate. Korebut was recalled and left Prague on December 24th. The great idea of a Slavonic empire and church was at an end, and the future of Poland was decided by its cowardice at this great crisis. Henceforth it was condemned to the isolation which it had chosen through want of foresight. The departure of Korebut and freedom from invasion awakened amongst the Bohemians the differences which danger made them forget. The Praguers and Taborites stood in stronger opposition to one another. The Praguers were more disposed to negotiation, and hoped that they might still find room for their opinions under the shadow of the authority of the Church. Ziska had grown more convinced of the futility of compromise, and a stern spirit of resistance took possession of him and his followers. The year 1423 is full of the records of civil war and devastation in Bohemia, and Ziska spread fire and slaughter even in the neighbouring lands of Moravia and Hungary. The year 1424 is known in Bohemian annals as Ziska's bloody year. He swept like a storm over towns and villages of those who wished for compromise, and inflicted a sore defeat on the forces of the Praguers who were following on his track. The Praguers in dismay looked for a leader and found him in Korebut, who in June 1424 returned to Prague, no longer as the deputy of Witold and the governor of Bohemia, but as a personal adventurer at the head of the moderate party. Ziska advanced against Prague, and the capital of Bohemia, the seat of Huss and his teaching, was in danger of a terrible siege. But moderate counsels prevailed at the last moment to divert this crowning calamity. Ziska withdrew and soon after died of the plague on October 11th. His followers bewailed the loss of one who was to them both leader and father. they took the name of orphans in sign of their bereavement. Ziska was a man of profound, even fanatical piety, with great decision and energy, who clearly saw the issue that lay before the Bohemians if they wished to maintain their religious freedom. But he was a man of action rather than reflection. He had the qualities necessary to lead a party, but not those necessary to lead a people. He could solve the problem for himself by a rigorous determination to be watchful and to persist, but his range of ideas was not large enough to enable him to form any policy which would organize the nation to keep what it had won. Among Bohemian parties he maintained a strong position, opposed to extremes, but convinced of the hopelessness of conciliation. As a general he is almost unrivalled, for he knew how to train out of raw materials an invincible army, and he never lost a battle. He could drive back hosts of invaders, and could maintain order within the limits of Bohemia, but he lacked the political sense that could bind a people together. His position became more and more a purely personal one. His resolute character degenerated into savagery, and his last energies were spent in trying to impress upon all his own personal convictions without any consideration of the exact issue to which they would lead. Without Ziska, Bohemia would never have made good her resistance to the Church and to Sigismund. It was his misfortune rather than his fault that he had not also the political genius to organize that resistance on a secure basis for the future. By Ziska's death, the party opposed to reconciliation with Rome lost its chief strength. The Taborites divided into two: the orphans, who held by the opinions of Ziska, and were separated from the Praguers rather on social and political than on religious grounds, and the extreme Taborites, who denied transubstantiation and were entirely opposed to the church system. But both these parties were feeble, and spent their energies in conflicts with one another. The field was open for Korebut and the Praguers to continue negotiations for peace and reconciliation. Bohemia was growing weary of anarchy. The first fervour of religious zeal had worn away. The first enthusiasm had been disillusioned. Men were beginning to count the cost of their political isolation, of the devastation of their land by foes without and quarrels within, of the ruin of their commerce. Against this they had little to set as a counterpoise. The exactions of feudal lords were as easy to bear as the exactions of a plundering army. The equality which they had hoped to find through religion was not yet attained. Though victorious in the field, the great mass of the Bohemian people longed for peace almost on any terms. During the year 1425, Korebut pursued his negotiations and was engaged in paving the way for reconciliation with Rome. The people were not unwilling, but the army still remained true to its faith. As they felt that danger was menacing them, the Taborites again drew together, reasserted their principles, and prepared to wage war. Besides the danger from half-heartedness at home, two active enemies harassed the Bohemian border. Albert of Austria attacked Moravia, and Frederick of Meissen, whom Sigismund had made Elector of Saxony, was winning back Silesia. A new leader arose to guide the renewed vigour of the Taborites, Procopius, called the Great, to distinguish him from others of the same name. Procopius, like Ziska, was sprung from the lower nobility, and was a priest at the time when he first attached himself to the party of Huss. Without possessing the military genius of Ziska, he knew how to manage the army which Ziska had created, and he had a larger mind and was capable of greater plans than his predecessor. Procopius was averse from war, and as a priest never bore arms nor took part in the battles which he directed. He wished for peace, but an honourable and enduring peace, which would guarantee to Bohemia her religious freedom. Peace, he saw, could only be won by arms. It was not enough to repel the invaders. Bohemia must secure its borders by acting on the offensive. He led his troops up the Elbe to the siege of Aussisch. Frederick of Saxony was absent at the Diet at Nuremberg, but his wife, Catherine, called for succours and gathered an army of 70,000 men. The Bohemian troops, reinforced by Korebut, amounted only to 25,000. On June 16th, 1426, was fought the battle under the walls of Aussisch. The Bohemians entrenched themselves behind their wagons, and the furious onslaught of the German knights forced the first line. But the artillery opened on their flank. The Bohemians from their wagons dragged the knights from their horses with long lances and dashed them to the ground. The German lines were broken, and the Bohemians rushed in and turned them to flight. The slaughter that ensued was terrible. 10,000 Germans were left dead upon the field. Procopius wished to lead his victorious army farther so as to teach the Germans a lesson, but the moderates refused to follow, and the campaign came to an end without any other results. End of section 23.